My postman hates me cause I still ain't fixed my letterbox. Life's the kind of ride where there ain't no getting off. Told to hold my head and never let it drop. And don't watch when it was you said you was better off. Steady climbing till we find the peak. Tongue tied but I try and speak. Learn it's easier to be proud of any minor feat. Cause for small victories it's been a busy kind of week. Can't make a meal of it, can't even make a meal. Frustrated, that's just how waiting feels. Routine round again just to pay the bills. Routine round again just to pay the bills. Tried to call but I got the answer phone. Sorted out my nut, I need to leave the plants alone. No charity, cause charity it starts at home. I'm waving proper high, I live a life unless you're not alive.
So where do we go now? I need a place to breathe. I don't know how we could stay now we're free. Watch it falling down, colors fade around me. I won't ever feel the same way. Together we're lost. Oh, oh no. Together we're lost. Together we're lost. Oh, oh no. Together we're lost.
See, it's a struggle keeping up when all life ever really does is beat you up. We see what's up, but still we don't know who we need to trust. They choose what works for them and don't watch what it means to us. The heart used to be here before, but now it's not alive. The bar's haunted by talk of old times and proper fights. Told him I wasn't drinking cause I got a drive, and left the pub feeling proud of everyone I've got on side. I fell before but falling further now. Hit the wall but no one really heard the sound. We've all got our problems but the world it keeps on turning round. I've graft the game just to earn a pound. It's the same motto, same motive since when we begun. You need to seize the moment when you see it come. Trouble is where do you go when there's no direction left when you need to run.
So where do we go now? I need a place to breathe. I don't know how we could stay now we're free. Watch it falling down, colors fade around me. I won't ever feel the same way. Together we're lost. Oh, oh no. Together we're lost. Together we're
All right. We're live. No more excuses. No more I'm tired. I'm hungover. No, let's do this. Come on. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday. All right. Happy Sunday, everyone. Let me skip the intro. Just bring you guys over. Let's do this. I'm a little tired. I'm going to wake up. It's okay. It's okay. All right. Here we go. What is up? Hello. All right. Let's log in. First step. Log in with a secret password. All right. Forward music. And yeah, okay, so here's why I have some apprehension, a little bit of apprehension today, because if you were there yesterday when I finished, or I was in, let's say the last couple of steps, wake up, 100 bits, wake up, thank you, appreciate it, good way to wake up. What's up, Berserk? Hello. What's up, Bo? Hello. It's KCS. So many people here at Gustern. What's up, Jason? Hello, hello. Long time indeed. I remember you. That's 1 p.m., right? Yep. Yeah. Well, it's an attempt, right? I try. Yeah, it is. I think it's just a joke. Because, yeah, I'm never really dead on that 1 p.m. Actually, the one day I did that, I did it in the past. The one day I did that, no one was there. So I'm just like, I'm gonna try to just hop on at some point. Been working full time in summer, hard to catch a stream. I get that, man. I totally get that. Props on working. All right, so it's 1 your time. Nice. Yep, there are 15 and 45 time zones. Yep, absolutely. And usually it's just a very, very tiny section, right? Like a very, very tiny like amount of population in those time zones. Isn't Nova Scotia in Canada or no, same like. One sentence update of the past 2 weeks. That's rough. I'm waking up, so I have to. I mean, we moved on. I don't know what was the last thing you saw, Jason, right? But we moved on quite a bit. We moved on over to Isaac. We fleshed out the framework quite a bit, and right now we're just we have all sorts of stuff. We have in the framework itself, we have like support like a neural net that's widely available for people to use to do the context classification. We have we're working right now on actual reinforcement learning to get Isaac to learn to move around, dodge, like avoid damage, and just be a good boy in general. But we're deep in the middle. Like the thing is, what happened yesterday? I left. I started map stuff. Okay, well that was a while ago. Newfoundland is 30 minutes off. There you go. Mistakes. Finally running into walls. Almost. I know it's weird, right? You might be like, what the hell? Like almost, not there yet. But thing is, what we ended up doing yesterday is started working on reinforcement learning. So we're bringing over DeepQ learning. DeepQ learning is the algorithm, at least the algorithm that was used in the early DeepMind versions, right? So you might have heard of DeepMind. I'm pretty sure you have. What's up, Slayer? Hello. So we're kind of bringing this over. We have a setup that kind of works over Keras, so that's kind of good for us. However, doesn't really mesh well with our framework. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of in deep surgery work right now, trying to get it to work with our setup, the way we do things, right? And kind of left the patient with the ribcage open on the table yesterday night. Didn't really end on a nice note because we're in the middle of refactoring some garbage. Have to find out. Have to keep going on this. So it's not gonna be visual for a while. We have to get like fixed all of this, the red squiggly stuff. That's not my code. That's coming from somewhere else. And I have to get to that before we get to see anything. But then we'll probably get to see something soon enough, right? Yeah, there was a new batch of DeepMind matches, right? Exactly. Against AlphaGo matches. Interesting. interesting. It was like a I think the 23rd of May and so on. What's up, Jumpy? Hello. Yeah, they're like 2 days. Yeah, they're pretty recent. I didn't get to see them, but I saw the results, and I was just kind of following loosely. Always fun. How did it? I know the bot won the first game, but what happened after? I didn't see the results after that. And it was against a different opponent, right? Did I see Python plays GTA 5? Yes, I have. I'm aware of Sandex's project. I'm absolutely aware. We don't do things the same way, right? We don't have the same way of doing these things, but it's still very related when you think about it. Like we're attempting to do very similar things, albeit not necessarily in similar games, right? But yeah, it's a cool project. So it's pretty much a neural net that learns to drive in GTA, right? So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. If you guys want to check it out, it's Sandex, right? Like, so the channel on Twitch, is just you just get to see the car in GTA drive around using the most recent version of the algorithm. But it's still very popular. People still like to see that stuff, right? Oh, so they got casters. They got casters to do the AlphaGo thing. That's pretty cool. It's pretty intense. All right. You have to do this thing, even though I don't feel like it, because many Python AIs popping out on Twitch. I'm super happy with that. Seriously, I'm absolutely happy with that. Like it's fun, right? Being good at GTA doesn't require much in the way of intelligence. Yeah, true. It is true. I did see one today in the programming. I didn't even get to see the stream before. Someone like the cast or whatever, the broadcaster shut it down. Someone was doing Python plays like Space Cadet pinball, like the old Windows pinball thing. I saw that, I was like, oh, I want to see it, and then I just didn't get to catch it. Like when I click, like the classic thing that happens to me in the mobile app for Twitch is I tap a stream, and there's a very aggressive caching. So I'm just like, oh, nice, and then I go in and it says like the broadcast is ended. I'm just like, oh, god damn it. Yeah, I wanted to see it. Was it good? Or was it just like a silent stream that shows like terminal output? Like was it being developed on stream or? Only gameplay. That's a shame, man. I really wish people. I know. We had that talk yesterday, right? I had that talk where I was saying I can't understand why people don't want to do it on stream, because it's definitely not easy, right? It's definitely not a trivial problem, and it's easy to kind of look like a fool. And a lot of people don't realize that it takes a long time to get even the simplest results. So I can understand why people don't do it, but I still think it's a shame. I still think it would be super interesting to see how people implement that stuff, right? Yeah, I would love to have seen that. So it's a shame. Kind of cool that they're still doing like the Python plays thing. I think that's a great thing overall. There are dozens of us, not yet, soon. But I wish we could see I really wish we could see what's going on, like in their, in the programmer's mind when they do it. Like that would be fun. I would love that. All right. So just a very tiny bit of context, because I need to get working on this. Right. So we found this this library that's Keras RL, which is reinforcement learning. That like pretty much implementations of reinforcement learning algorithms, including deep Q networks, which is the one for DeepMind, on top of Keras. So I was like, looks pretty tasty. I think I can use this for sure. Looks good. But we started working with it and realized, okay, like the way it's set up is definitely not going to mesh well with our way of doing things. So we have a game instance that starts a frame grabber as a separate process. The game itself is able to get the latest frame from the stack and forward it to the game agent. The game agent does processing on that frame, sends input optionally to the game, and then it asks for just returns and gets the next frame in, because it's a loop, right? The problem I have is I can't really train using Keras RL unless I do major changes, which we are in the middle of doing. I can't really train the algorithm because the fit method, so right, if you've done machine learning, you're aware of fit, right? You've seen that in, like, it doesn't have to be neural nets or deep learning or whatever. Like fit is usually the vocabulary, right? In the vocabulary for machine learning when you want to train. Well, this fit thing is, well, it looks like this, like the one on the right hand side. So that's the let's just take a moment to appreciate that this is the definition here, and fit is this. I'm not done. Not done yet. Not done yet. And there you go. Return history right here. All right. Problem with that is that it ends up being a black box, like total black box. It does the entire training inside of that thing. So instead of having a lot of little, like shorter functions that are called and just having fit, like being a glue function, right? An orchestrator that just has multiple function calls. So I could have hooked into the smaller functions. It doesn't do that. Right? It's just a big blah, 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 like this, just huge. And yeah, exactly. So that's the surprise, right? That's the price of open source sometimes. So it's super cool. I'm sure the actual algorithm itself is fine, but the problem is I can't work with this. So what I started doing yesterday is kind of just be much forking this thing live, just starting to implement it in the framework itself, and try to make it work in our setup, right? So not going to use this fit method at all, just because it's not. I have no words, really. I just have no words. Like there's nothing I can say more about this. Yeah, they're unreadable. That's the thing, right? Because the thing is, you have to be fair. It's easy to bitch, and we had some fun a bit yesterday. Like we bitched a bit. Like we were tired, so we just had a bit of fun and laughed at that code a bit, like where it made sense to laugh at it. But then you have to realize that a lot of people there are actual. They're not like Python developers, right? They're just like researchers in academic, like I don't know, like settings. And they just do their best to implement. Like, so they're good. They understand the math, the underlying math, the underlying math and everything. They're just trying to do their best. But you would never see a proper developer do something like this, right? It's just ridiculous. So we're doing surgery work pretty much right now, getting this to work. So all the setup. Okay, so I'll just give it all well, this part here, right? All the setup, all the stateful stuff. We took care of that, and it fits in our framework pretty well. Now we're kind of inside of the loop, and that's going to be inside of our frame handler. So every time we get a frame, we ask to get the next frame from the game. That's like a new observation. We kind of have to clean that up a bit, try to make sense of that stuff right here, all of that garbage there. All right. Need to make some food scene a bit. Yeah. All right. See you later. Yeah. So let's get started. Let's see. Like, I wish I had a couple of hats. Like, I could put my janitor sanitation department hat, because that's what we're gonna do for a while, or even like a surgery mask. I don't know, something. Because it's not my favorite thing to do, but it's not like we have a choice. Like, I think the implementation deep down of the algorithm is pretty good. It's just that it's not really usable right now. All right. So let's keep going where we were. So this looks clean so far, and we were probably at this stage here and trying to understand what's going on. You do any C languages or just a Python? I do Python machine learning AI stuff. I don't do C here on stream. I've done C like for work and stuff, but I don't do that on stream. So if you want to watch some C stuff, you're probably not at the right place. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Actually got to use OCR for my job and used a lot of what I learned here. Nice. I hope it worked out fine for you. I hope it worked out good. Not sure. Hopefully it worked out well. Hopefully you weren't like, oh, this implementation is garbage and it's what I learned on the stream. Alright, I'm gonna look at that method. Give me a sec. I'm getting ready to be Wait, who does that? Thanks for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. Who does that? Seriously, who does that? That's just what? Yes, machine learning is interesting. I've not read too much around it, but making an algorithm that can assign certain actions. Yeah, it's well. The math is the math. The underlying math is pretty good. I think we're just missing a bit of a good like I don't know, like starter steps for people to use like applied machine learning, right? So the research is pretty good right now. And I mean, you could definitely use machine learning in your projects to do well, small undertakings that might still seem like magic to your coworkers. But there's a gap right now between the research and the applications. Let's just say that, and people are closing that gap surely enough. But it's taking time. It's taking time. Use Tesseract, nice. Cool, nice, Jason. Nice, good to hear. Good to hear. We don't just live in a bubble and invent stuff that doesn't that doesn't exist anywhere else. I like that. I'm okay with that. All right, I have to figure out what they try to do here. Social hour. Let's just push back social hour for I don't know 30 minutes, and we'll keep going. All right. So performance random starts at the beginning of the episode and do not record them in the experience. Change the start. Yeah, okay. I mean, I understand why you would want to do that. However, I think that's a very Atari-specific thing, because the DeepMind, that DQN algorithm was mostly for the Atari set of games, and it's a game that's mostly deterministic. Like a lot of the Atari games, believe it or not, end up being pretty deterministic. Like they always start in the same state, and of course, eventually, you can kind of get them to do something different. But technically, it is a closed system. So maybe that shuffle step here that they're trying to do, we don't need to do it. I don't know. We're gonna try to see. We're gonna try to see if we need to do this or not. I'm gonna read into it, especially what they do to the. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, I don't believe we need to do this. Like just to imagine what we do with Isaac. Man, I don't know. Like I don't feel like we need to do this. Sorry. So they're warming up pretty much. Alright, this might take a little bit of time just because we still need to understand what's going on. Yeah, no, this is just meant to shuffle the game. It doesn't make any sense. What's up, Frank? Hello. Doesn't make any sense at all to... It doesn't make any sense in our case to shuffle. Like there's no... I mean, we restart the games in Isaac, so let's just take a... Just look at Isaac for a second, right? Like, so if I want to do the equivalent of resetting the environment, I would probably just hold R, and it would kind of give me a new seed to work with. So do I need to really shuffle the environment? I don't think so. I really don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Maybe I'm wrong, and we'll correct that if I'm wrong, but I don't feel like we need to. Oops. So that ends up, we end up simplifying this thing quite a bit. And all the assertions, we don't really care. You know how they're saying episode reward should not be none. Well, our episode reward gets instantiated, sorry, as 0. So it is not none. And observation is not none because we just set it. So all of these assertions, of course, like... By the way, very easy way to tell a scientific or academic programmer when you see assertions like this in code. Like you see assert stuff, like that's usually not a dev that does that. So very, very simple tell. Okay. All right, so this is more like it, right? If we don't have an observation, we assume it's the beginning of an episode. We call, well, there's callbacks. We invoke callbacks and say, here's your episode. All right, thank you. Reset everything inside of the DQN agent. Then we collect an observation. Normally, the observation would be collected from an environment in this case. If we were to just follow whatever was in the library there, it would be collected from that environment. In the environment here, just to be clear, it's the thing is this library is really tailored to be used with OpenAI Gym, right? And it's OpenAI Gym that has the concept of an environment. We don't have the concept of an environment. Our environment is pretty much the game agent, right? So we don't need an environment. I don't know. Can anyone know what how to help Frank with this? Is it C or C? C stuff or C++ stuff? I don't know. I can't answer that. This code base is getting hefty. Thing is, the implementation for the implementation for the actual algorithms, I can't really make them any smaller, right? But I'm still trying to simplify whatever we got from that. Whatever we got from that library, like the RL, Keras RL, right? But yeah, it is getting hefty. I do agree. I don't think it's a bad thing as long as you make it readable and you break it down in smaller functions. I'm not too worried about that. All right, so now they're saying let's run the callback for the step again. We can do that. And now I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it in a frame handler, right, for the game. However, I might eventually take all of this out. I might even not use Keras RL as a library and just kind of extract whatever I like from that, refactor it into the framework. And I mean, it's open source, right? So I can definitely do this. I'm just gonna simplify everything. The big problem for me with this library is just the fact that it's so tailored to be used with OpenAI Gym. I think that's a mistake that was made. I think they were like, oh, it's gonna be nice. We're gonna be able to just like hop on to OpenAI Gym and use reinforcement learning and Keras. However, that doesn't really get you. It doesn't really make it possible to extend it from to use it in another system. So it's just usable in benchmarks. Cool. Is that really useful in a real life scenario? Not really. And that's what we're finding out right now. All right, so let's do that callback stuff and just have a bit of faith, I guess. So we replace callbacks with our self.dqn callbacks here. Episode step is probably coming from our state, right? So that's some other thing that we simplified here. So let's bring this over here. So we'll grab that from the state. So what I'm doing, essentially, the more I realize, the more we do this thing, the more I realize what we're doing. We're getting rid of the concept of environment, is what we're doing, right? So everything that was like, hey, we're gonna make an environment for the mining of Isaac that kind of conforms to what an OpenAI Gym environment would be, we're getting rid of that, right? Because we already have our environment. We don't need to emulate or proxy some other type of environment. And if it means we have to destroy these functions here to make that, well, to enable us to do what we want, though, so be it. We'll do it. I'm not against that. I'm interested in the implementation of DeepU networks on top of Keras. I'm not interested in all the other stuff that they're requiring. So if I have to slice and dice my way through the actual implementation, I will do it. I'm not opposed to that. All right, so let's get that episode step from the state that we're maintaining in our game agent. Stop. All right, surely but slowly we'll get there. Let's try to get some sort of there should be a forward method here that's going to be implemented by the DQN agent, not the base agent. So let's try to see what it does. Forward, nice. Observation. Observation in our case is actual, like an actual image. So they want to self. I mean, all we could do for now is comment everything out in there, and try to see what happens when we do a forward on this thing. I don't want to kind of just re-implement everything and try to hope that it works. I think we should be testing as we go. All right, so I'm okay with action, right? So determinant and action is fine. It's absolutely what we want to do. All right, forward. So this is DQN agent.forward. Observation, we have one. The observation is the game frame. Actually, it's weird in the code here. Inside of fit, man, this thing is a mess. It's a real mess. We still have other options, right? We still have other options to look at other implementations of reinforcement learning in Python that we can kind of hook into Keras that are not the so reliant on OpenAI Gen. Because I feel like this is just starting to get in the way pretty much. I mean, this is the fun part. This is the actual like general AI, the reinforcement learning, the self improving AI stuff. But it's a real mess. Like this particular library that we're working with is not interesting. It's not helping us at all. I just want to see how they're getting the observation, right? So I'm saying, okay, fit. Sorry. Is that test? Yeah, that's test. I want to see fit. All right. Observation is nothing. Okay, cool. All right. So that's the first. Like, if observation is none, do something. But then, how are they getting the subsequent observation? I don't get it. Ah, damn it. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Give me a sec. I don't know, I never had that. I never had that before in OBS. Like, just give me a sec, I'll fix it. But thanks for mentioning it. I didn't notice. What I can do is something like this. Better. I'm still not a master with text stuff in OBS, but let's say that's gonna be it for now. It's bad because when it's a game, like when people are playing games, it's not that bad, right? Because it's just like artsy and colors and stuff. But when it's you want to have like text overlays over like a code editor and stuff, like it's just not as nice. So like right. So the one thing I'm not sure is where they're getting their observation. In that loop, right? Because they're saying, oh, if the observation is none, well, do that stuff that's going to give you an observation. But the next time around, unless at the end of this clusterfuck, they're actually calling something that's going to generate the next observation. I'm not sure, but something on the environment that would kind of advance it. Yeah, this here. Observation. Dear God. Dear God. Thing is, I don't know if in forward here, I don't know if it's possible that the observation is none altogether. This is the danger of opening the patient's body like this and then try to kind of do our own thing, is that we may make fatal mistake, fatal mistakes. I'll just have faith for now, and we'll see what happens there. Of course, they're telling me observation may not be defined. Yeah, I'm really going in with that, the surgery, yes. Because let's be real, the patient might just die on the table, and I may have to wash my hands and say, well, we're gonna move on to something else. Because this thing is not exactly... well, it's not immediately obvious. The implementation that you have. So I'm kind of curious, just to let that perhaps sit in the back of my mind, try to see what other other implementations we might have. Why does everyone use OpenAI Gym? Like, why? I'm so sick of this. Stop. This is way simpler, however, let's just be real. This is extremely simple compared to... yeah, compared to whatever we got from the other library. This guy. By the way, if you're curious about the clusterfuck library that I'm talking about, it's this one. I'm going to paste it in chat so you guys can kind of do your own investigative work here. This guy. So this is the first one we're using. It looks super complete. A lot of stars and everything, but it actually is super optimized to be run on OpenAI Gym. So it's mostly people that say, yay, I'm doing reinforcement learning, but all you're really doing is plugging in an existing algorithm into an existing sandbox environment. You're not doing your own reinforcement learning. You're just running examples or demos, right? I know you said you didn't want to do memory inject. Can you see the calls that the game is making to memory to see where pixels? Yeah, technically we could take that approach. I just don't want to do it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's possible to kind of do that stuff. Absolutely. I just don't want to do it. This is not the point of the framework. All right. So what I liked about this library is just like the actual implementations are nice. Like they have very, very solid and modern implementations for reinforcement learning. However, I did see and was built with OpenAI Gym in mind, and I should have I guess given more information, like more importance to this when I selected that library, because I was like, whatever, what's the harm, right? I'm just gonna strip it out, but it kind of seems like it's more of a, this thing is more of a cancer than I thought it would be. It's a little more. Would that be exponentially faster than screenshots? Well, not necessarily not really, because it's not like they're storing the exact frame buffer in there, right? And I'm already reading the pixel buffer from GTK, so it's not like I'm taking a screenshot. I never, there's no IO in what I'm doing. Like the current approach that we have to grab frames is extremely fast. I don't have issues with the speed at all. I mean, it's a good question to ask if we could do this, which I think was the point of Shuchi here, just asking this question. It's like, could it be done? I'm like, yeah, it could be done. But this is not something we have an issue with right now, right? The speed of grabbing stuff. For you, GTK would not work for you. Just yes, if you're working in a okay. So here's the difference. Also, if you're working with a specific use case in mind, it might be a good idea, right? It might be a good idea. If you're working with a framework and building a framework like I'm doing, it's not a good idea because it's a super program specific approach, right? So if I'm playing another game, there's no guarantee that this approach is going to work with another game. I might have to hook to different types of stuff. It's a really like program or game specific approach. The GTK one is fast for me, and it works across the board, right? GTK only gave you black screens. In what context were you trying to use like this? Like the framework? Were you trying to use like parts of the framework just to do your screen capture stuff? How did you end up getting black screens, and on what platform again? I mean, I'm all for taking some time right now to find a simpler implementation of this stuff. This is a simpler one, but it's still apparently dependent on OpenAI Gym. However, I don't see a lot of OpenAI Gym stuff in there, so there may be hope. Ah, no, okay, there you go. Agent gets the environment. This is not too bad, however. They're not depending on it too much. Iron comparing image to image frame. Ah, okay. So you would want to keep some sort of bitmap representation in memory and only flip the pixels that actually change. Is that what you're referring to? Are you drinking something green? Nah, it's coffee. It's coffee. It's just for some reason it gets chroma keyed. Yeah, well, it's definitely an interesting approach. I would say that, but do you agree that it would be very, very game specific? Like, it's not like I can generalize this concept, unless I kind of go to the OS. But I'm pretty sure the OS still renders frames. If you want to nail it and you want speed for a very, very specific app or game, sure. No. All right, no. I kind of like this implementation better already. Let's keep it in mind. And keep looking. Yeah, but how are you gonna detect like a single pixel that gets flipped? Yeah, everyone's OpenAI Gym. Yep. There's just no way to get around that for some reason. I don't know why everyone drank the Kool-Aid on the OpenAI Gym stuff. I don't know. Just like, congratulations, you're just using the same sandbox everyone is. Like, you're not actually applying it to other stuff. That's already a little better. Different game, right? So all right, I'm gonna stick with it. I don't know where you're going with this, to be honest. Like I said, I have no issues right now with speed, so I don't know what's the point. If it's just an intellectual exercise, fine. But I don't see what I should be changing or why I should be changing something here. All right, this is exactly what we have already. But yeah, we already use a diff of frames, right? We're already using a frame buffers, Shichi. We're already using a frame buffer and providing that to the neural net and keeping it in the memory, the network's memory, right? So it's not like we don't have access to the difference to get like movement and detect like movement and stuff like that. We already have access to that. All right, so now there's two approaches. There's the people that do, hey, I just built my own DQN on top of Keras and I of course use OpenAI Gym, and then there's the people that just do the weird like 2 lines like this, like, hey, you can do it, like, nice. So I don't think there's any exit here. There's no real play. I'm gonna keep working on this guy, and if I have issues, then we'll see. We'll see what's up. But I don't think this is gonna end up working. This is not going anywhere, this thing here. As long as we're relying like super heavily on OpenAI Gym, we're not gonna map it correctly to our framework. A year ago, first commit. Can I trust this? Like, that's the other thing, like, right? Can I trust this? Like a single commit a year ago, DQN not buy? That has 10 issues? Yeah, okay, maybe not. DQN Doom? I think I just saw it. I saw the article for it, but I might as well check that guy. I'm totally open to it at this point. I don't want anything that has to do with yeah, I just checked that guy. I just did. But yeah, maybe that's useful. What would be useful for me is just like not relying too much on a specific system to get like observations. That's the real killer for me. I'm looking at it. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it on my other monitor. I should not be doing this. I should be looking at it on here, on this monitor. You know what this means? Yeah, time to implement your own version. Yeah, but you can understand why I don't want to do that. Like, if possible at all. Like, right? Game Psychic Image. This is probably. This is simple. How to run? Yeah, sure. Is there a repo with this? What's up, Jabega? Hello? I would love if you had like some sort of repo somewhere. Yep. I know, highly based on the following repos. Damn it. I mean, we might just roll out our own. at this point. I mean, this we already have the model stuff, right? We got that from the paper, the DeepMind paper. So we already have access to this. Pretty much this exact model right there. The only difference would be the activation is linear for the last. I don't know why they have ReLU for the last step. I think that's a mistake. Back at it again? Yes, of course, of course. It's a frustrating one, however, I will say that. Okay, there you go. Model.json, I don't really care. QLearn.py, there you go. What I like about this one, right? What I really like about this one that was just posted, the one for the Flappy Bird, it's probably the one that has to do with the guy I'm looking at in the article. Probably the same thing. Is that it's based off SK image. It doesn't rely on OpenAI Gym. It doesn't rely on anything in terms of a framework. So this is probably the closest we can get it, and I like it. I like it. Why? Because is this the one? No, it's not the one. Okay, it is this guy. Okay, damn it, I'm gonna get multiple monitor issues. This guy, please come over to the main. Yeah, thank you. All right. This right here. I like this. All right. The reason I like this is that it's 200 lines. It shares a lot of the similarities with what we already have, right? So building the model, our model is exactly. You can take a look at this if you want to. It's extremely similar, if not the same, right? So except for my permute step here, convolution, 3 convolution layers, 32, 64, 64. Look at that. Yeah, same thing. So the network itself is the same. Fried chicken and creamy onion. Damn. Yeah. All right. Well, now this is okay. This is gonna be. You guys are patient. You know. Remember how I told you guys in the past that you guys are patient. This is typical development stuff. I'm gonna rip out Keras RL. All right. I made the decision. I highly dislike it. All right. It's done. Decision done. Absolutely dislike it. We're getting rid of this thing. All right. Big time. Just it's gonna be gone. So how do I clean this up? I can definitely keep all of this stuff. I'm okay with that. What did I add that was related to this? Not much. I can still keep my keyboard mouse input space. I still think this is cool. Multi-discrete, might want to keep this around too. I'm okay with that. So the real deal was happening in the game agent itself. So it's not a big loss if you want to do it that way. I'm gonna keep the model, of course. I'm gonna get rid of that stupid environment and hope we never see it again. So these 2 files are gonna be gone. Come to this stream and see us in real time undoing the work we did yesterday. All right, ain't that the way it goes? But it's not working out. You have to know, like this. It's the sunk cost fallacy. It's not because I spent time on Keras RL that I need to keep spending time on it just because I spent time on it. If you're getting flags that it's not going to work out and it's just getting too complicated for nothing, and just seeing that code, right? Seeing that fit method that had like 1,000 lines, just a bit of a red flag there that we're probably not heading down the correct road. So I'm making this call, and then we're just gonna get rid of it, pretty much. I'm looking at this guy. This is probably some fine stuff still. Thank you for that follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. This is just the real life stuff, you know. Like if I was just making YouTube tutorials, like you would get to see the successes and me smiling and everything, but this is not what we're doing here. You get to see the highs and the lows. Definitely a bit of a low right now, but we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna keep going. As long as we keep going, we're good. All right, so what I'm interested in now is that other guy, this guy right here. A lot of this stuff I either don't care about or already have, so that's a good sign. Then the Karas stuff for the model, okay. A few params, I'm okay with that. Image rows, image calls, so that's the shape. Image channels, right? Cool. We stack 4 frames, okay. Well, we're gonna do something similar. We already have. All right, so how does this guy work? Initialize a game state, cool. Create a queue. What's the game state first of all? Main. All right. Then play game. Play game is build model, train network with the model in the R's. Okay, we're gonna make sense of this, right? Live. Try to see what we can reuse. Build model we already have, so this is kind of great. And then it's train network with a model. What's game in this case? What's up, Alec? Hello. Welcome back. All right, am I crazy? Where's game? Wrapped Flappy Bird as game. Okay. Game. All right, so this this is probably more complicated than it looks like in this case. Unless this is a full Pygame implementation of Flappy Bird, I don't have to care about. Yeah, it's probably what it is. It's probably someone that implemented Flappy Bird in Pygame. So this is pretty much the game itself. So I don't have to worry too much. Like when I opened this, I was like, oh boy, here we go again. But no, it's probably just a game. There's a game step. All right, so game state. All right. There won't be an easy one. Let's just say that. Kind of looks like more and more that we're going to roll out our own, because this is not... This is just as bad, technically, because it hooks into a very specific implementation of a game. So it's not just grabbing frames from the game and doing its thing. It's actually hooking into the code implementation of Flappy Bird that resides here, right, in this wrapped Flappy Bird thing. So this is pretty much the entire game. It's going to run. Isn't development fun? Well, it depends, right? It depends on your energy levels and stuff. Like, I could do some safe stuff today and then just be happy that we did stuff, but... So this is kind of tying back to my rant yesterday about like stuff like the reinforcement learning general AI stuff, right? Like it's not like everyone just like makes a little implementation and has it sit on top of Open AI Gym and like, yeah, look at that, AI is coming to you in the coming year, and they're just like, no, just no. Every hour of programming is 65 minutes reading and learning other code, and 5 minutes writing your own. Yeah, there's truth to that for sure. I mean, I thought that was a clean implementation, relatively clean implementation. But now I'm not sure anymore. But since we have an article, might help a bit. You've actually given up on libraries that are not ridiculously well maintained. Yeah, that's kind of I agree. But try to find a nice deep queue network implementation right now. I don't know, man. Like there's not gonna be a whole lot because people are still writing like napkin code for this stuff. So you don't use any. I love that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot to learn from a situation like this. There's a lot to learn. It's just there's a bit of laziness that comes in where I'm just like, I don't want to have to dissect everything and understand what's actually their game and what's the model. So it does kind of look like it's relatively clean. Like they separated the game stuff from the train here, so that's not too bad. And what are they getting from the game state? That's probably going to be key to see if we want to use this or not. If they're just getting like frame stuff, not that bad, right? If they're just getting frame stuff and sending keys or actions to perform on the game, I think we're good. If they're actually relying on way more than that, not as good. Yeah. Well, I guess the counter, the one counter to this Gustern is probably, unless you work on your own, like maybe your teammates don't like that approach as much. I tend to agree with you, just to be clear. I tend to agree with you, but I know that in a team setting, people sometimes don't like that. Like I'm gonna roll out my own, and you master it, but other people might not master it like you do, right? I gotta ask, how does one actually teach machine learning to identify, for example, true OCR, input commands, have it see? All right, so the way you usually get to recognize anything, right, is you use computer vision, like algorithms and actual just like image editing in memory, because you basically the image itself just ends up being a multi-dimensional array. So the bitmap presentation, every pixel pretty much has 1 or 3 values. If it's grayscale, it's going to have 1 value luminance, right? If it's a color image, it's going to have 3 values, 1 for every channel, if it's RGB at least. So then you can start performing operations on these bitmaps, on these arrays or matrices of values. And generally the idea is you'll perform a sequence of operations and then eventually binarize the image, like get it to black and white. And we've done that multiple times on the stream previously. Just to start getting what you want and isolate objects properly, chaining, I guess, operations on that image until you get a nice black and white, like relatively nice, because it's never perfect, black and white binarized representation of that image. And then you can isolate objects. You can kind of say like, okay, get me everything that's connected, all the white pixels that are connected, and that's probably like an entity, an object. Sure, there's a lot to learn. You always have a lot to learn from other people's code. Yeah, you have to redo the same mistakes as they. Yep. I know it's not necessarily fun, but it's not like I invented deep Q learning myself, so it's not necessarily easy to just say like, I'm gonna do whatever I just invented. It's not nice. Yes, it could be 4 with alpha, indeed, exactly. Well, if people that think that libraries are amazing, you haven't worked on a production stack, like an actual like code, like a deployment that's been like in production for like more than 3 or 5 years, because then you learn to hate libraries So they're great to get you started, but if you have to kind of maintain for something for multiple years, you're gonna be in trouble, right? All right, I'm gonna try to do something with this. I'm just trying to see before I do anything with this, like, am I gonna kind of screw myself over? That's the question. Because if there's a red flag here that I'm gonna screw myself over, I don't want to waste any more time on this. ARGs mode, where's that coming from? ARGs are here, okay. You train the model, play game with ARGs, mode, train, run, okay. All right, train, okay, no. We're interested in train, we're not interested in run. I had to patch minified JS, I didn't have the original source, oh my god. Fun times. There has to be a nice emote for this one. Try to find one. All right, let's use the combination of this. I'm gonna try to roll with it. Yeah, that's a nice emote. That's a nice one. Probably the like. What else? I'm not a pro at emotes. I'm wasting too much time on this stuff. This one. Are you sure you want to try coding SAP? Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great one. I'm just doubting. I don't know how to pronounce your name, by the way. Is it like Satine? But I'm just having a lot of doubts about that smiley emote there at the end. Yes, Dan's game is also a good one for this. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, this is sending the action. Okay, so the blog post is not that bad actually. It's going to help us understand what they do here. Let's do it. Let's just follow this. The code receives the game screen input in the form of a pixel array. Well, step one is great because our framework already does that, right? So when we're inside of our framework, we receive a game frame. So step one is pretty much taken care of. T-Steen. Okay, nice. Perfect. All right, so step one is encouraging because we already have a setup that's going to give us a game screen in forms of pixel image. Okay, sure. Processed image will be fed into the neural net. Nice, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. eBay will give you the next frame. The reward, sure. And terminal finish or not. Okay, all right. Ouch. Uh-oh. No, not like this. Not like this. I don't know what's up with Twitch sometimes. Damn it. All right, they convert to grayscale. I don't like that. I don't want to do this. All right, this is not my thing. I want to use the color information. I think in Isaac there's a lot of useful stuff that we can learn from the color. Crop down to a smaller size. We already kind of do this, right? So it's not an 80 by 80. Absolutely not. It's way bigger than this in our case. If it's the performance is not there, we're gonna make sure to like make it smaller. Right now we're sending something that's like 130. I have the size here in the setup. 135, 240. So 240 width by 135, and also the 3 color channels. They rescale the intensity, so they pretty much do contrast stretching. All right. So really all they do is they say, okay, if there's no pure white pixel, make the lightest value white, make the darkest value black, and then just stretch the histogram. Is that useful? And then they stack some previous frames. I'm interested in keeping like the values perhaps around, but everything else not really. I'm not interested in this. Sup, LeBlanc? Hello? Hello? All right. It's gonna be surgery work again, but you have to decide on something eventually. So I'm gonna grab all of this, and I'm gonna be interested in the constants, obviously. I'm gonna keep this around just for now for the values because I think some of the values are interesting there. And we're gonna go and handle game train, get rid of all this garbage, and pretty much start over. I might have to. Jeez, man, they're using a Python. They're using a Python queue. Still unable to import. Ah, man, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it might not be the most portable solution. So in case you're wondering, like, Liberal's trying to get the framework, or at least the frame catcher, working on other platforms than Linux. And it's proving to be difficult, which I was expecting. I was expecting this to be difficult. Absolutely. Right, so one thing that does scare me is they're keeping all of the observations, which technically means all the past the previous frames, in a queue, but I mean that's gonna blow up. Like, what's the max queue size here? Hopefully there's a max, because otherwise, what the hell? We might have to flesh this out a bit, because I don't think that's gonna work. Alright, let's try to see what we can do with this. Game state, I don't really need this, because we're already getting the game frame, and we already have access to all the other information, right? So, okay, they're gonna say there's a memory. Alright, so we can probably say in our setup here, on top of the model, we can probably say I already used this, yeah, right here. So let's we'll append values as we need them. So first one here is going to be the memory, right? And as in their implementation, it would be DQ from collections. Right, so yeah, circular buffer. Yeah, that's it. There is. There's an actual queue, like where you can do first in, first out, or actually last in, first out, something like that. So there's, I don't know why. Sorry, why they're using DQ here. It might be because they're using 80 by 80 grayscale images. And they're like, oh, okay, whatever, like, memory's not gonna be too bad if we do this. And, how many steps are they actually running? I don't think they have an actual step, like, param, where you define the max steps, but this is definitely gonna leak at some point. So let's say we're going to compare them. We're going to take some time to compare them. Why not? Ah, you can't specify max length. Okay, that's not too bad. Ah, perfect. All right, so I don't know why they're not setting a max length on their DQ. But if we need it, we'll do it. We'll see how many. Well, we'll before setting a max length, we'll see how many observation we can kind of keep around in that queue before it becomes a problem. Because I'd rather. I think it's important that the memory is relatively wide for this problem, right? So I'm not gonna try to optimize this before I get the actual problem. What's up? Yeah, DQ is the circular buffer. Exactly. Sup, Super Game Maker? How are you doing? See how the limit here was kind of insane already. I had 1 million samples in the previous. I don't know, man. Like if we store actual bitmap representations of, even though they're smaller images, like it adds up pretty quickly. I'm not a big fan of this. I know we need it, but not sure it's the right way to go. Let me remove some of this stuff that we don't need anymore. This is not needed. Alright, let's keep going. So we have access to a memory. Fine. So instead of D, we're gonna be, every time they use D, we're gonna go to our DQN state. We're gonna fetch the memory. So that's the first step here. Just checking through my emails with Thunderbird. You know, sorry, generic templated emails you get from recruiters. Yes, it's a known. Yeah, what's up with that? There's nice. Thank you for that follow. Do appreciate it. And yeah, Snake is just bounced right out. Doesn't want to have any of that. All right, let's look at actions. We're gonna have a lot of back and forth. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on. Yeah, it's so low effort. Like, you wonder why these people even bother sometimes. Like, it's just like so low effort. Why? Number of valid aggregates. So this is the same as using. So I didn't get rid of our action space stuff like this here. Okay, so in order to know the number of actions, oops. I should have kept the environment for this, damn it. I probably have it in the notebook. Notebook's gonna save our ass. Right, this here. Sir Madam, nice. Wow. That's hilarious, actually. That's pretty funny. All right. Don't remember if you said anything about TI? Superman. Yeah, I'm using PyEnv to avoid issues like this. To be honest, like I know PyEnv probably does not work on Windows, however, but I definitely try to keep things in virtual envs, just not to have these issues where one command gets installed in a Python 2.7 system, and then I really try to organize everything using virtual environments, and I use PyEnv to manage my Python versions. But it's possible that you install one thing with pip instead of pip3 and then it ended up in the wrong. Absolutely possible. Yeah. Try to get. I know it's hard on Windows. I don't know if anyone's familiar and working with virtual envs on Windows. I could probably just give a few pointers to LeBlanc there. Yep. PyEnv, yes. But it doesn't work. I'm pretty positive it doesn't work on Windows. PyEnv. But maybe you can search like PyEnv alternative for Windows. And PyEnv is pretty cool. Like I can install versions of Python. Oops. Let's say I want to kill this for a sec. I don't know if you guys see. Yeah, you can see. Okay, so PyEnv, just PyEnv. I can say, okay, can you show me versions? Oh, that's all the stuff I have installed right now. So see, I have 3.6, I have 2.7.13, I have all sorts of environments. So every one of these is actually a separate virtual env where I can install libraries. Virtual envs do work on Windows. Perfect. Well, that should be used. I mean, the only difference is that you're going to be able to only install one Python 3 and one Python 2, I believe. I'm definitely not familiar. I don't want to say stuff like that because I'm not familiar with working with Python on Windows. Yeah. It's just you're probably really getting like mixed. Some things got installed on system Python 2, some stuff gets installed on 3, and then you want to execute something and it gets confused as to where the stuff is, right? So yeah, maybe try to build it inside of a virtual env instead. Not a fan. They're pretty. They get pretty. I guess like polluted, right? Yeah, exactly. Package conflicts. Exactly. That's why I use them too, right? All right. So our actions, we already have something in place for our actions in the setup. Let's get rid of that stuff. Oh, you know what? Like, let's just get rid of everything there. I'm done. This is the model. We're also going to define the action space for this. It's going to be going from... Right, so what I'm doing here is just saying, okay, these are the possible inputs, right, for Isaac, and I'm gonna get rid of mom key right now. Let's just test, but this is pretty much what I'm interested in, and I'm gonna add that to actions here. So even though it's not necessarily stateful, it can't really be like merged. I mean, I have to keep it in a state still. So the action count is how many actions we have, and that is the length of the permutations of the input space. This is something we did yesterday, something I spent too much time over it, but really all it is, it's going to calculate all the valid permutations between like this and this, right? And also going to add some none in case of no op, pretty much, right? So if you don't want to do anything, it's also a possibility. And it's definitely possible that a single step we would not want to press any directional keys. It's the directional keys, not. Same thing here in the model. Of course, we want the last dense layer to return the amount of actions. So that's going to be input space permutations and length here. Same thing as what we store. I'm just trying to spot problems as we do that stuff. Length, input space permutations. Yep, action count is this. Therefore, we can keep going and say. Man, this is annoying. The thing is, this is not a linear system. This is not. Oh man. I would have to actually put this in a single discrete space to have all the combinations. Right now it's a multi. Shit. All right, how do I explain this? I need to explain this properly. Just because right now it kind of seems like I'm getting discouraged in my own head and not making sense of why it's a problem. The multi-discrete space here, we're just gonna get rid of it. All right. Absolutely get rid of this thing. So it was a nice thing in concept. Really? Yep, absolutely, Elijah. Oh yeah, might as well learn a language that's a major language in use. That has little overlap with a language you know. I think it makes sense. I'm gonna use my little book here. Right? You'd rarely see this guy. But I need to explain how it was previously and why it's a problem. All right. Well, no, the permutations are probably already okay. Yeah, I'll show you what's up. Show you what's up. Forget the bomb key again, like I said. Alright, so when I ask for the oops. Oh, really? Yeah, no, I don't want this anymore. All right, here we go. So what are the permutations? Well, it's the indices of everything in there as a tuple. And every one of these is a potential, sorry, every one of these is a potential output of the neural net. And they would represent what key or what keys, plural, are being activated for that specific like loop. The one thing you don't get to see here is that there's also a none technically that gets added, right? So if there's no op, you don't see that. You don't need, like, I don't like require people to write to add the none, but I will add it. So 0, 0 would be pretty much do absolutely nothing. 0 would be don't press a directional key but press up on the projectile key, and so on and so forth, right? All the permutations here, and of course it can get more complicated if you want it to be. Right, so I can say, let's say there's another, like let's just say other projectile keys, like as if it was a possibility there, and I ask for the permutations. Well, all of a sudden it becomes like this, right? So it just grows. It just grows as you add potential keys that you want to press, and this is going to be the output of the neural net, right? Like one of these things is going to be the output of the neural net. And then we just need to process this and say, okay, this is a none for the directional, this is a left on the projectile, and actually dispatch that to the game. So we already have a decent system in place to define the action space. I'm not gonna be changing that too much. I think we're happy with this right now. Input space is this. That's provided by the framework. This keyboard mouse input space. Fine. And the length of the permutations indeed will be the layer. So one of these will get activated as a result. Fine. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Damn. I'm trying to follow along what you guys are talking about. discussions, but it's moving too fast for me. I'm kind of looking at my code, and then the second I look back, everything kind of scrolled back. I can't even see what you guys are on. All right, sorry I missed that, Slayer. Serpent, some advice I need by the way of 3 divs. Really, some naming advice. Probably not a good reference for this. I'm trying to see. We're gonna get rid of all sorts of stuff here. All sorts of stuff. Okay, this is already something that can be gone. And then the wild true. Okay, so this is something that needs to happen in the setup once again, and whatever's in the wild true, then this is what happens in our game, our context here, right? Trying to keep up with you guys. Pretty sure chat is autonomous at this point. You guys are piloting yourselves. Observe is observation. Beautiful. Epsilon, initial epsilon. Okay, that's fine. So maybe one thing we can do is there do nothing that gets used later on. I don't think we ever use do nothing again in the future. Okay, now they build do nothing to send it to the game and get a frame from there. What's the R0 again? Reward, it's the reward. Okay, it would be the reward. Building the initial stack is definitely not a bad idea. Yeah, you guys, like I said, you guys are fully autonomous. Like, you do you. We'll continue to chat, and then yeah, if I need to rubber duck, I'll be. You guys will be there. Okay, cool. That really depends on where you get hired, Elijah. To be honest, it has a big. There's a big. There's a. I guess a big spread, like in your what your experience is going to be as a junior dev. Really, depending on where you get hired, you might have an experience that kind of catapults you forward, or the opposite, right? That keeps you behind in the ranks. So it really depends on where. I don't think I wouldn't say being a junior dev is gonna punish you for a few years. That's not true. It really has to do with you have to be proactive. If you don't have a lot of learning opportunities there. Just maybe go somewhere else or try to get some learning opportunities there. You can make things happen. You don't have to just suffer the consequences or the circumstances. Oh yeah, look at me right now. By the way, like there's a stream going on. I know you guys are not aware of that, but look at me right now. Like, do I look like I'm in control of what's happening? Like I'm learning. I'm like both hands deep in this thing and trying to figure out what's going on with that library and just trying to kind of wrap it and connect it to my stuff. My brain is being challenged right now, right? So it never ends. It never ends. It really never ends. So you have to get comfortable with that. Absolutely have to get comfortable with that feeling of never really mastering something. Notice me, chat. Notice me, please. Notice me. It's like this is reverse streaming here. It's like chat that needs to notice the streamer. I want my attention, please. Nah, you do you, chat. You do you. Alright, I'm trying to figure out what we need to get rid of, pretty much. I don't know if they're using the initial reward anywhere. I don't think they are. No. So this is not being used anywhere. At all. Zero. Well, I can definitely live with this. I can probably ask for the length of the surprises me, Serpent, how inept our junior devs are, and even our senior devs, except like, well, it depends on where you work. Once again, that's what I said. Like it's a bulk of, like it or not, especially if you're passionate about programming, a bulk of the industry is still getting like mediocre things done. And a lot of people, that's going to be the job, and that's what the job is, right? So it's not like, of course, if you're passionate about programming, you're going to be like, wow, these people suck. But technically, they still get some stuff done, stuff that businesses require, right? So they're doing their job. They're doing their job. Some people don't want to be. Some people don't want to be just like the best devs in the world. They just want to go and do their job and go home, right? And there's plenty of demand for that type of dev in the industry. Trust me, there is. Absolutely. It just sucks when you really, really like it and you would wish for your job to be something else. And you're surrounded by a bunch of people that don't want to. It makes it difficult. This is why I'm saying it's important to kind of choose where you end up working, especially as a junior dev. If you surround yourself with people that are go-getters, that keep learning new stuff and keep doing new stuff, then it's going to be a good experience for you. If you surround yourself with people that are just like punch in, punch out, let's just doing our thing and going home, then it might slow you down, right? A bit. Yep, Elijah, like seriously, that like the biggest jump I made personally in my career in terms of skill is when I joined my first startup, and I was like, okay, shit's getting real now. There are expectations. There's not a lot of devs. There's a lot of work. I need to kind of get good, and that made a huge difference in my path. I would be lying if I said otherwise. Is it fun? Is it something you can sustain for your entire career? Probably not, right? It's way too much work. But is it a nice shortcut early on in your career? Absolutely. I enjoyed it myself. I was like, when you're young and you have the energy, and it's still not run by insane crazy people. Like it's still like people that have their head screwed on that are running the ship, and you get that startup experience. Pretty good. You're working with PHP devs. So I would never generalize. I'm laughing right now, but I would never generalize because I've seen some really, really good PHP devs, but like even they themselves are discouraged by the state of PHP devs, like in general. It's like I'm decent, right? But my surroundings are not necessarily. Ow. I just poked my eye. Ow. Why? Alright. I don't need all of their transformations here. Absolutely not. I need the stack step. Absolutely, right? So what I need to do, ST is what exactly? It's the stacked, okay, train, okay. I have to print this, obviously. So this step is gonna need to happen if we have nothing. Okay, we don't need the do nothing thing. We're gonna look at the memory, right? That's gonna be the first step. Eventually they're gonna append something to D somewhere. Where's D? D.append. Okay. The stack frame and all sorts of other information. Okay. Discouraged by the state of Python devs. Well, Python devs, like Python is a little similar, right? In the sense that it's a relatively accessible language. Perhaps not as bad as JavaScript and PHP back then. Like back then, definitely back then. Yeah, I just saw what the DGC wrote, like a little, like very low barrier. Every language that has a very low barrier to entry, like you're gonna see this type of stuff, right? Also has a ton of update. Yep. MD5 is a perfectly password hashing. Yeah, I can understand it. Eventually, you just give up, right? Eventually, you just give up. You're just like, fine, do that. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I'm done. Yeah, that's what I thought they were doing here. They're just slicing. So this is the first. Okay, and where are they getting this from? ST. Where's ST from? Yeah, okay, that's it. Okay, I'm starting to make sense of this very, very slowly. Which sites are that? For science, please tell us what the sites are. All right, let's say we're gonna come up with our own terms here. Frame stack. All right, that's gonna be none initially. And frame stack is going to be the equivalent of ST in that code. And the first step I'm going to do here is if we don't have a frame stack, right? So if self.dqn state. So we're pretty much writing our own at this point. We have a reference and we're just going to write our own stuff. I look much more. I just seen the action cam now. I look so much smarter now that I have a pen and a notebook on top of the keyboard. It just feels like I'm in control, even though I'm on like the cover page of the notebook and I'm not actually writing anything. It just looks very, very smart. I could go and fetch my glasses too, probably, just to look smarter. I don't know. I like having the pen, however. I think it's a. I can fidget with the pen. I didn't say fidget. I'm sorry. That get. Frame stack. And the reason we don't initialize in the setup the frame stack is because obviously we haven't seen a single game frame yet, right? So if this is none. Get frame stack is none. Then we're gonna initialize the frame stack. So I'm gonna say self.dqn state. No, not dot. This is Python. There's no dot notation. Deal with it. All right, and that's going to be equal to a tuple. Actually, it's a NumPy stack. Interesting. I'm going to trust them on this. All right, it's a trust exercise. And this XT thing is actually our game frame. Whoops, game frame. But an actual representation that makes it smaller, so there's a quarter resolution frame in there. I'm just reading what you guys are writing. It's fun. So it's like this times 4, pretty much. So let's try to find a nice way to write this. Because the initial stack is going to have the same frame 4 times. Alright, so we're just going to initialize the frame stack if it doesn't exist. Then they were talking about reshaping it for Keras, but I don't know if we need to do this. Reshape 1. So this is pretty much like a permutation step. I would need to know the actual shape of this thing to do anything. I don't know why they're doing this reshape thing. I mean, I could always trust them also, but, you know. Why? Why would you trust them? I don't need any of this. Alright, let's trust. Let's do the trust thing again. Frame stack is this, then we're gonna say, okay, do your reshape thingy. Let's set up this guy. This is a yeah, frame stack. This is a NumPy in the array, so you can use reshape on it directly. And then we need to use replace the STs with frame stack. If you want to be sexy, we could once again break this over multiple lines. Just makes it longer, sounds really better. Alright, so this is the first. If we don't have a frame stack at all, we initialize it. And that allows us to get rid of all this crap that they have. That's going to make it compatible with our stuff. Then observation. We are going to have to figure out what observation the constant is in this case. Initial epsilon. Okay, that's something we can kind of control in the state, right? So we can definitely have. Okay, what's observation in their code? And if you're just watching and you're trying to understand what's going on there, we're pretty much trying to dissect an implementation of a DQN, right? So DQ networks, the same algorithm that's being used by, well, at least early versions of DeepMind. Probably not exactly in use in the same format nowadays because we're like 2 years later. But yeah, try to dissect like some raw implementation and make it fit in the framework, in the context of the framework. This is pretty much what's happening. So I'm all right. Time steps to observe before training. So there's a bunch of constants. Initial epsilon. So they're probably going to be using greedy epsilon policies for this. 50,000 connection attempts to your web server over a 2-week period. Damn. It's crazy. You run everything over the default ports, or you could just at least switch that. That might at least do some, might help a bit. All right, I don't understand their 32 time steps to observe before training. So it's probably just a delay? Question mark. Thank you for the help. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Really? We'll follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Only train if we're done observing. Yeah, so it is a delay. It does end up being a delay. And then you set initial. Okay, perfect. Trying to make sense. So we're gonna make sense of this algorithm at the same time, right? So it's not too bad. I guess I can name it observe. Still understand why they would observe for like that many steps. No problem with a fantastic stream. I'm a guy finishing up my bachelor, thinking of making a master. Yeah, nice. Yeah, do it. We need more people. Like, the people that are actually changing stuff is not people like me. I'm mostly having fun with the practical and the applications of what comes out of the research. But the people that are actually changing the field and potentially changing our lives are the people that are going to be working in the research. So if you want to go for that PhD stuff or master stuff in AI, do it. Huge respect for that. So today is more of a chill stream. Usually there's a lot of actions, a lot of energy. Now this is just me trying to break this thing down and clean it up and make it work. Like I said, like in our in our framework, the way our framework is set up, right? So we get fed frames into our agent. That's not exactly how these little algorithms are set up to function. So I have to, it's a lot of janitorial, I guess, work today that we're doing. Kind of necessary, unfortunately. So there's two ways, right? You can see this. It's either we do everything on stream, which includes segments that are not as high action, like this segment right here, or I do a lot of stuff off the stream, but then it just becomes like a highlight type of thing. When I stream, I just show off like what's cool. It's still to be debated which one is the best, which one people prefer. I like to do the entire. Personally, my opinion is to do everything on stream, just because it shows you the ups and downs, right? You get to see like the real deal, and not just like curated fragments of successes like you would see on YouTube, right? You would see on YouTube someone's doing something in 10 minutes. You're like, wow, this is how it's easy. When you see the stream like this, like you get to see like, oh, okay, it's actually an involved process. It's not something that's going to take you 10 minutes to succeed, right? So yeah, this is I mean, the framework is is starting to look pretty decent. Of course, there's a lot of utilities and stuff like that missing, but we're making progress. And I mean, in implementing some sort of reinforcement learning inside of it will be the ultimate test. It's probably the most involved thing we can do with the framework. And this is what we're doing right now. Right? I'm gonna get a little refill on my coffee, on my water. I'll be right back. I won't even put a break overlay. It's gonna take I don't know, like 2-3 minutes. I'll be back. Oh, I missed that. I missed that. Yeah, I have an espresso machine, not a Nespresso like the brand. I just an espresso machine, and I don't know. The coffee puck was stuck in the thing, so it kind of sounded like I was bludgeoning something. I was just switching off the coffee, and there's the evidence right here in the action cam. I don't know how it sounded on stream. I have no idea. And I did miss some stuff. Yeah, coding streams are hard, to be honest, because the streamer is actually exposing himself in his mythology. Yeah, I know, right? Like this is the one thing. If there's one thing, there's two things, right? I absolutely love. Overall, I like it a lot. If there's anything that's exhausting, it's probably to be like exposed like 100% of the time when you're coding. I think people here are pretty nice. Like no one's trying to backseat too much and stuff, and I actually get a lot of nice suggestions. But it's still very exhausting sometimes to have like your IDE open for everyone to see. So they are pretty difficult, and thank you for realizing that. It is the truth. But I'm having fun. I'm still having fun. Chat here is pretty fun also, right? So makes it interesting. Sure, we believe you. You stink at this almost as much as at teaching. Oh, I love it. I like that. Like when I get yeah, you're such a great teacher. I was like, oh my god, I'm not trying to teach anything, right? Backseat? What's that question? Are you asking what I mean by backseating? Just like people trying to take control of what's happening in the IDE, pretty much, right? How long have I been coding? I've been coding for a long time. There's a lot of stuff I could do without any issues. Implementing, re-implementing deep Q networks in my own setup is definitely not something I will do in 5 minutes. I'll just be honest. Like the music, super chill at that volume. Thanks. Appreciate that. Like it's also pretty chill for me. Tried all sorts of music, but this is pretty much the best. Yeah, exactly. Backseating. I like that. That is the definition. Yeah. Well, if you watch like game stuff on Twitch, like a lot of streamers will have it in their rules to not try to backseat game. Well, there's a similar concept for programming, I guess. Like, why are you not doing this? Like, why like do this? Oh my god, so bad. So it's that type of stuff, right? That's the type of stuff that we that's not very well. You're exposing yourself to, right? Anyone that streams, pretty much, like regardless of what your content is, you're exposing yourself to that stuff. But I mean, once again, you can also drive that in the the snakes are just like slipping out of the glass. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. How long have I been coding? I did answer your question somehow, Troops, but I've been coding like since I was like pretty much 12. How long have I been coding as a job, as a career? Like probably more like 10 to 11 years. But this stuff here is definitely like more like hobby stuff. So I wouldn't evaluate myself as how I can perform on a job with what I'm doing here. I'm definitely pushing the limits here in terms of work. This is more like a hobby, like I said, like a hobby project where we try a lot of stuff, have some setbacks, and eventually get through it because we don't give up. What's up, Tasso? Hello. Finally program with Python? No. Have I been coding this program Since you were 12. No. Uh-oh. Here comes the... Here comes the clearing bit. Thank you more. Damn it. Damn. Oh boy, we just made it to that 40, that 5,000. Cheers. Thanks a lot more. Seriously, that's a lot. That's a lot. It's a lot of money. Very generous. Appreciate it. The thing is, your bigger bits are staying in the cup now, so they don't get cleared out. I'm missing out on a lot of questions and a lot of chat. I'm just not very quick today. I don't really complain a whole lot about other people's code as long as it's performant, readable, and understandable. I would complain loudly if you do something like, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I see that. So see, that's the thing. Like, some people are like, wow, this code is not sexy, but my code is always extremely, I guess, verbose. You can always read out and understand like what it. Except, see, this is not my code, and you can kind of guess. You can kind of see a difference already, like in the style, just by squint. Just squint a bit, and you'll see a difference in the overall look. Like, see, this is my stuff, and then we get into something I pasted from somewhere else. Like, you can almost see the difference right away, right? And I tend to be very, very verbose, just because I mean it comes with I guess years of working with other people. It's just like you get used to being a little more friendly, and not just other people, like your future self, right? Like you want to go back in your code and be like, ah, yes, this is what's up. This is what we were doing. You only program with Python? No. For this project, however, yes. Python is a pretty good orchestrating and glue language, right? So if you want to tie all sorts of performant libraries together to kind of build one project, Python is kind of really, really good for that. So on this channel, there's a good chance you'll see mostly Python, because I tend to spend a lot of time on this specific project on the channel, on the stream. But outside of the stream, like for other work, I'll just use whatever the best tool is for the job, to be honest. At this point, this is what you learn over time. I'm so late. I'm so behind in the chat. God damn it. Like, I feel like I'm just catching up. Just a new haircut? I look 17? I hope that's not me you mean, because seriously. If you knew my age, you would not say something like that. You would not say something like that. Daily more backseated bucket backseating. Nice. The code should explain what it does? Yeah. Well, the comments, like we did have that discussion, and it's a very personal thing, I guess. But the comments for me are more, more like when there's really something funky going on. Not comments as describing what's gonna go. Like, this is what's happening in this block below, right? If your code is actually well written and pretty verbose, and you name your things nicely, and you architecture stuff nicely, you won't need comments to describe what the block under does. Right? You don't need that. But if you do something weird, really weird, and you're like, okay, this is weird. I acknowledge that what we're doing here is weird. Like, this is probably the time to drop a comment, right? Forget the chat? Yeah, probably, right? Yeah, let's keep going on the code. Shit! Mistakes. I just misclicked everything on Twitch. Alright, let's keep going. Alright. So I still don't understand why do you want to observe the game stage for a couple of steps. I'll just accept it, I guess, blindly right now. I just live with it. Epsilon. Of course, if we're using epsilon greedy queue policy, okay, what's the initial one in your case? You're starting with 0.1. That's crazy. The other guy we were looking at, the other implementation of DQN we were looking at started at 1. So that's a big, it's a very big departure from one to the other. Very, very big departure. But I mean, I'll have faith for now and not question too much. And T, what would T be? It's probably the step. Even though, like, see this exact reflection that I just had. Like, well, T is probably this. Like, don't write code like this. Like, seriously, this is not my code. Just to be clear, this is an implementation of DeepQ networks. But seriously, don't. Like, why? Like, I have to guess. I'm like, oh, it's probably the step. All right, it's probably. Why not call it friggin' like step? You know, like that would just clear up everything. But no, let's do T and QSA and RT and AT. Why? Why? Yeah, is it because we want to respect PEP 8 and we don't want our lines to go all the way? This is a terrible thing. Terrible thing. You don't want to do this, right? Supposed to be revising for end of year exams with watching you instead? I don't know. Is that a good call? Is that a good call? You're in control of yourself, however. I do not claim responsibility. Let's do current step. All right, we're gonna be explicit. God damn it! If no one wants to be explicit, we're gonna be explicit. So we do have access to this. This also gets totally destroyed, and then the while true, we don't even need it, okay? Because this thing is pretty much one instance of the loop. So every time we get a game frame, this is the equivalent of being in that loops. So let's grab this. Still a bunch of so much stuff to do here, just to get a basic implementation done. And this is not going to go here. The episode finished and stuff. Not going to go here. All right, so is that stateful? The first question we need to ask when we implement this, is this a local thing, or is that going to be reflected in the state, right? Is that going to be used from one iteration to the next, or not? So I have to look up the usage of loss here, for example. Right, I have to see where are you being used. Doesn't look like it's being used that much. Right here. All right, so yes, loss seems to be stateful. Seems to be something that we're reusing over and over again. Berserk, I guess there are worse things than watching this type of stuff that you could be doing, so could be worse. All right, yeah, epsilon greedy, perfect. At least there's a comment. In this case, comments are necessary because it's impossible to kind of like realize what we're doing here, right? So Q is probably like the learning rate. Loss is the cumulative loss that's going to be well determined. Action index, I have no idea. I'm going to assume it's the actions we want to perform and send to the game. RT, no idea at all. A reward, it has to be the reward. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. That has to be the reward. And AT is the action. Wait a minute. Why is there action index and AT? So this notation, just in case we're not familiar, it's probably just because it's coming straight from the math, right? So the math has been done a specific way, and this is kind of like math notation or naming conventions making it over to the Python like implementation. It should not be that way. Let's just be clear, it should not be that way. It should be properly named. I know people do it, so it's easier to go back to the math after and just say, hey, that's what it refers to, but hey, what's to prevent you from doing a nice little, doc string like this and saying, hey, what's up? This is this means this in the math. You can always do this. Yeah, commenting regexes, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, this is all right, let's go back to the GitHub, because I've played around with the formatting a bit. It could be my bad. Like, what's in the while true versus the rest? Oh, it seems everything is in the while true. Interesting. So that would be a single instance of the loop, all the way to that print time step. And since loss gets defined, no, so it's probably a local variable in that case. It doesn't get carried over. What's up, Slim? Hello, hello. And everyone else, of course. Of course, let's not forget everyone else. I mean, chat is the star here. Let's just be real. I'm trying to get chat's attention and not the other way around. Notice me, chat. What you're working on? DQ network implementation. Trying to go from garbage. Okay, I'm a little rough on this one. Not garbage, but not necessarily readable implementation to something that we can work with, right? Streamer keeps interrupting your conversation. Yep. I know, right? Guys, what's up? Notice me. All right, QSA. They're probably talking about it in the blog article if I were to take a second to look at it. And I think it's the learning rate, but I need confirmation on this. Yeah, Q function. All right, perfect. Yeah, it's the maximum discount future war. Okay, I'm not gonna name it that. Thank you for that follow, appreciate it. I'm not gonna try to pronounce the name, however, but I'm sure someone in chat can give it a try, because we have a few that can do this. I know that. Guster and Can? Yeah, there you go. I tried to do a great job. Nice. Nice. I wouldn't trade you guys for anything. Like, it's just, you're making me laugh right now. It's great. Tiny Kappa, Baby Kappa. All right, like I said, like, okay, so this is, like, we're gonna rename that stuff just a little bit. Loss is fine. Q of SA should probably be just Q. Action index, I have no idea what it is. Like, absolutely no idea. So I'm gonna have to try to find what they meant by that. Ah, okay, so which action, okay, so this is the, these are all the actions. And then you're, okay, weird. Weird, but we'll take it. It's a very weird implementation. So this is, we have reward. when they'll beat Serpent at Python. I'm sure that day's gonna come really quickly. I'm not a Japanese name followed. Yeah, the type I'm typing, I know, right? But if anyone wants to re-implement this, like in parallel, we can do this. This can be a challenge. Your job is to, your homework is to re-implement this deep Q learning in the framework here. And if you can do this, then I will grant you the streaming rights to the the Serpent name. I will gladly do so. Just retire, you know, take it cool. So we're using action index. I don't really like this. Actions is just gonna be zeros with all the the number of actions. We can give each other kabocha. There you go. Someone said it before. No? Have some French homework. Can you do it? Probably. If you want to do this for me, if you want to implement deep Q learning in the framework, I can do your French homework. That's the deal. Right, so actions, once again, is probably just a number of actions. I have to remember what they did there. 2, yeah. Can I toss it on Pastebin? You can probably just get it from GitHub, actually, because the implementation is whatever's here. I don't want anyone to actually feel like they want to, like, if you want to look at it and play around with it, like, that's totally fine. I don't want actually people to do it, right? But the actual implementation is in this here. So I'm interested in the deep Q implementation. I'm not interested in the Flappy Bird stuff, obviously, right? Yeah, I sent the link over. I did. So the way the framework works is just that you get fed a game frame from like a overseeing instance, and your game agent is being fed frames every time they're ready to process them. Every deep Q implementation, every deep Q network implementation, kind of just assumes that it's going to receive an environment object that it can fetch the frames from, like, when it wants to, but this is not how our framework is working. So this is why I'm kind of demolishing everything there and just rebuilding it, right? Just a major incompatibility with the framework, pretty much. So just this, I might end up rewriting this my own way, because I don't like how they're doing it. Like, the way they do it is yeah, the way they do it is just generate an array of zeros in NumPy with the length of your possible actions, which we determine from the permutations of this here, the input space, right, where we say all the directional keys and the projectile keys that can be pressed. So generally you would say it's 1 or 0 of this one, 1 or 0 of this one, and so on and so forth if you want to add more inputs. I don't like their way of selecting, like, just code-wise, I don't like how it's done. I might put my little the little serpent touch, right? I might put the little serpent touch on this stuff, because I don't like it. But I'll follow it for now, and then once I understand it fully, I'll refactor this into something a little different. So that will be coming from our DQN state. We will get the action count, I believe I named it. Yeah, action count. Right, and then you say, okay, choose an action based on epsilon greedy. Sure. So if sorry. So if this step current step. Watching people program makes me feel so dumb. Well, you know what? Watching myself try to re-implement this algorithm makes me feel so dumb too. So you're not alone. I actually feel pretty dumb. I'm not satisfied necessarily with the stream today just because of that. Just because it's a lot of work that doesn't feel like it's leading to anywhere. But re-implementing algorithms is definitely not my favorite thing to do. It's also not the most entertaining thing to do. However, the promise being that once this algorithm is working, it should be giving us very interesting results, right? So you have to kind of believe. You kind of have to believe for now. All right, so there's this frame per action type of thing. Hello, let's try to find out where that's from. Frames per action is 1. Beautiful. And you could probably just tweak that. Believe people, right? Preach, preach. Okay, it makes sense. That the greedy epsilon like part I totally understand, right? So the epsilon value is just going to change over time, and if well, this is why you usually would seed it. They don't seed in this case, but you would seed your RNG, right? Your random number generator, you would seed it, and then if it gets a specific value that's under epsilon, you use a totally random action, right? And otherwise you would use your model to predict the next one. So that's a simple one. And they're dividing by 1 here. Thank you for that follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Relentless coffee. I like that. Great. That's great. That's what I need here. This is really weird. I know it's meant to be configurable, but if you look at the results of running that, right? They end up doing modulo 1, and what happens when you do modulo 1? Well, everything is gonna friggin' give you 0, right? So it's always gonna do it. So I guess this line is just there if you don't want to run it for every frame. In our case, we're not interested. Like, we don't care, right? So this here, so one more thing that we can delete. What's great is when you delete parts of an algorithm you're trying to implement, that just feels amazing. How the Weeks project going, right? I did talk a bit about that yesterday, Slim. There's still a project, the software project mostly I'm not willing to talk about yet, but there's new stuff that we decided to work on. It's mainly books, book writing. One book about one that's a little bit of a cookbook for computer vision, and the other one would be something related to this framework, right? So actual content. You missed it. Yeah. Well, like I said, I didn't reveal anything about the software project, but I did reveal some stuff about books and about that's taking perhaps like half of my time. Let's just say that on the weeks. GitHub Dark. I'm interested. Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. All right, and I need stylish for this. What's stylish? Is it something? Is it an extension or something? Install for Chrome. I'll do it. Except I'm doing it on my Windows box, so you guys won't see it. I'll do it on the Linux box also. Yeah, books. Yeah. All right. Let me just open this user style stuff again and. Stylish, install for Chrome. All right, and then go back to this It's like Grease Monkey for CSS. Nice. Nice. Let me try that. Is there an easy way to... There. Where's the big install button? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on. Is it just like you have to paste CSS? Oh, install style. There you go. And then I can just go to refresh GitHub stuff. Oh my god. This is, yeah, this is easier on the eyes for sure. Nice. Thank you for this. Appreciate it. See, I learn something every day. I do. You guys always teach me something. One important thing, use stylus instead of stylish. Damn it, I just installed stylish. What's the difference? What's the difference? Oh, you can install multiple themes. That's kind of cool. Alright, that's a fun thing. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go back to the epsilon greedy Q policy. I'm gonna write about, like, I'm actually gonna make a little comment here just to explain what's going on. All right, so you want the random module? I can provide that said random module. Ransom. It's not the first time I do this. But why? Okay, stylish change developers. Okay. Well, that's one good reason. I'll leave it right now, but I'll make sure to change it after. I don't want to spend too much time on that stuff, but yeah, that would be one good reason. By the way, doing this without allowing someone to seed the random number generator, this is not exactly a great pattern. Normally, you should seed your random number generator, just because if you want to reproduce a sequence, you just have to know the seed, and you can kind of retrain it exactly in the same way. Now there's gonna be variants. I could train the exact same thing twice, and it's going to be different just because this is not seeded, right? So I believe by default, the random number generator in Python is using time. So therefore, you won't have the same sequence at all the next time you run this thing, right? You just won't. All right, but for now, epsilon is contained in the state, so that would be self.dqn state. We're going to make this more readable. I promise. Dqn state.get epsilon. Oops. Printing, no thank you. Action index is going to be... Alright, so this is going to have to be our own stuff. Because we... Yeah, okay, it's a permutation. Yeah, that's gonna work for us. It's gonna work. So this is the A of T here. It's just gonna end up being our permutations in our input space. Right, so the input space is the permutations of these keys. It would be kind of nice, right, if you could have a bit of chat history when you join a channel, because it feels like this happens a lot, like where you're just like, oh, what do you mean by this, and you just join, right? Like it just happened with Feshu and Gustern there. It would be kind of nice to have like more than just a few lines of history when you join a channel, just so you can kind of catch up on the context. Of course, it wouldn't work well with big Twitch channels, but for smaller channels, it would have been a nice thing. What's TC? No, I don't want to. I learned enough things today. I don't want to learn about more extensions. That's more extensions, I'm sure. Damn it. So it's a nice. So it's probably using the IRC to join. Nice. I like that. For your viewers, yeah, I know. But I also for me, because if I refresh the page, sometimes I just lose everything, right? So it's not a bad thing. All right, so then you're like, okay, random range. Choose a random item from a range. Okay. Could have sworn BTTV does that for you? I don't know. I uninstalled BTTV because you guys sold me on on Franker Face Z yesterday, so I can't tell. I can't tell, but I kind of got the feeling that Better Twitch TV was also keeping some history. Yes. String. 2 guys in a row mentioned stream link plus nice. Well, I hate to say it, right? I hate to say it for Twitch, but like the web client is not exactly, web app is not exactly usable, right? It's pretty bad. All right, so if we actually are under epsilon, then we, like I said, we choose a random action. I still feel like we need to start epsilon at, I don't know why they're doing this, but epsilon in my head needs to start at 1, and then you slowly decrease it, because you need your first actions that are picked in the model to be absolutely random. Like there's no way it could ask the model to predict something when there's nothing. So I disagree with that 0.1. I don't know where they're coming from with that 0.1. Technically, Python's random module is going to be from 0, a float from 0 to 1. So of course, like I said, if we start at 1.0, it's going to force the first actions that are selected for the game to be random, and then eventually epsilon gets eroded, right? It gets decreased over time. So that's one thing. Maybe I'm going to realize later why they did this, but in my understanding of the epsilon greedy queue policy, it needs to start at 1 and get it. Like, of course, the rate at which you erode your epsilon is up to you, right? And it's probably up to your problem and how you want to train. But the fact that it's not starting at 1 seems to be a mistake, in my opinion. Still pissed by how poorly optimized Twitch is. Yeah, I know. The web app, I mean, I understand the complexity of having, like, I don't know, like the WebSocket stuff with the chat and having the actual media streaming in the browser, and some of it is kind of up to the browser. But then again, it's out of control, right? Like if I leave Twitch open forever, it's just not gonna work. From another implementation, epsilon is fixed at 0.5. That's probably for a test run, number over 0. It's probably for a test run. Because if you do a test run, you want to have a fixed epsilon. You don't want to erode it. Or eventually, well, eroding is pretty much the right. So yeah, it is fixed. Are they actually decreasing it over time? I'm looking at it, by the way, just on my second monitor. I'm trying to see... That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. That's not how you do it. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not a pro, right? I'm not a researcher or anything in reinforcement learning and all of these PhD level artificial intelligence stuff. But I don't see, if you want to converge, eventually your epsilon needs to be diminishing. If your epsilon does not diminish, it means you're always fetching the same ratio of random actions. How are you going to converge to something you learned? It doesn't make sense to me. So it's something that's very, very open to exploring new possibilities. It's going to take forever to converge to something. At the same time, you don't want it to converge too quickly, but that just seems to be ridiculous, in my opinion. Like, it just seems to be ridiculous, because an epsilon of 0.0, is it 0.005? Yeah, 0.005 means that you'll be using the model to predict 95% of the time. Unless they do it the other way, like they say if epsilon is greater than... yeah, the legacy stuff on Twitch, right, I know, right? But yeah, that's it. There's so much crap that gets loaded. Like, if you you just inspect right now, you just reload, right? You just reload and inspect in the network tab, like in your browser, you'll see it's ridiculous. So much stuff that's loaded. Happily pick up web development if I could work on a new Twitch site. Well, a lot of people are making clients for Twitch, and Twitch doesn't seem to be too opposed to it. Of course, they're losing out on the maybe on some of the ad revenue. I don't know, but a lot of people are making Twitch. I think one suggestion that people are liking is just like a discovery app, because Twitch is not very good at kind of suggesting other streams that you could watch if you're interested in something. So some people are intending to work on a client that would be good for discovery versus using the main site. Yeah, exactly, right? DeepMind actually decreases epsilon yeah, I know, right? Then it settles it down once it's confident. So having it fixed without having a trained model makes no sense, Shashi. I think you agree. It makes no sense. So I don't know why these guys are starting at 0.1. But that's just, I don't know. I think it's just people plugging in random values in these things without looking at the implementations. Because I haven't even looked at the implementation myself today or even recently. And right away, that was like weird. I was like, why is epsilon starting at 0.1? That's like, no, you need to try a lot of random stuff and eventually slowly start using more of what you know and less of random stuff. Usually that's how it works, at least, right? I mean, the difficulty for Twitch is more probably in the scale than the actual implementation of like what the application does. Right, because like, a chat, like it's a pretty simple app over WebSockets and a very, very simple client app. But the scale that they have for the chat, that's where the challenge must be, right? It must be pretty difficult to maintain something like that. You have to be reasonable in our assessments here. It's the scale that makes it a challenge, not because the app itself is complicated, right? You want to make a small Twitch for only you and a few friends, sure, right? If you understand the code correctly, the epsilon decreases. Where? The one that number over 0 posted? No, because our code, epsilon decreases in our code, like the code the implementation that we got, but they had weird values to start with. They started epsilon at 0.10. Which means that even when you're starting to train from scratch, they will only select a random action 10% of the time, which makes no sense. Because you have, like, your model is not going to predict anything if you have absolutely no data in it, right? Absolutely no data in it. Makes no sense. Oh, just the front end. Okay, shit. I did it again. I keep hitting some buttons. It started at 0.1 but decreased to... Yeah. No, but that's supposed to happen, right? Because the thing is, look at the implementation, their implementation of the greedy queue here, and that's if you're talking about this one. It says, okay, so this, if you know Python, this is going to give you a random float between 0 and 1. And they say if that random float between 0 and 1 is smaller than the current epsilon value, then do something random. But if you understand how that reinforcement learning stuff, like the deep Q network works, it has to start with fully random actions unless it has a previous state, a previous saved set of weights in the equation. Then, of course, it could probably rely on the model a little more. But if you're starting from absolute scratch, we need to start with fully random actions. That's how the DeepMind paper was operating, right? Absolutely. So you can't have this, like you can't start with an epsilon in this case that's not 1 if you're training. Right, and then okay, so let's just keep going because we talk a lot, we don't do much. So in this case, that would be our action count, right? And in our case, it's not the same thing as that Flappy Bird thing, which is just a single button. We have an action space that's a little more complicated than this, so it's permutations of all of these, right? Think I got you? Yeah, that's it. So the greedy epsilon policy is easier to understand than probably like the other one. That's the Boltzmann Q policy. Epsilon is just saying it's a constant, right? Like a constant. It's a current value, right? It's a value that has like that will erode over time as you gather observations and fill your memory. You will lower that epsilon value, and every time you lower it, there's more of a chance that you're going to rely on what you learned than on random actions. And this is why when you watch an AI train itself using something like this, you'll see it doing a lot of weird random stuff at first, and eventually it's going to start making more sense. Just because as it still learns things, right? But it doesn't rely on those learnings too much at the beginning, because if you give too much importance to what you learn early on, then you're not exploring anymore. You're just going to say like, oh, I learned that everything that is red is bad. But technically, you've only seen a few samples of something red that was bad. Is it okay to generalize at that point and say everything that is red is bad? No, you need to keep exploring and seeing maybe scenarios where red is good, and then you can't make that decision anymore. This is a very, very stupid example, but just I guess simplification of why you would use that epsilon greedy policy, right? You would just be open to exploring a lot at the beginning, so a lot of random stuff, and try to just learn from those random encounters and random actions and rewards and whatever interaction with your environment. And eventually, the more the time goes, like after a day of training or something like that, then you start relying a little more on what you learn and a little less on random actions, right? Yeah, exactly. And if you don't start it, that's the thing. Is it because it doesn't really work if you don't use epsilon value of 1 for epsilon? Not really. I guess the model is still going to return something, right? But it's going to be the equivalent of a random because it has no data to work on. And thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. It would still return something, but the thing is, it's going to be so slow. It's just like, I don't know. The DeepMind paper, there's a reason why it starts at 1. Sorry, and it doesn't. It eventually goes to a minimum, right? It eventually converges to a minimum. And even in the DeepMind paper, it stops at 0.1, which means there's still a 10% chance, even if you're super deep into that training session, that it will do a random action, right? So it never stops really exploring. It just eventually starts relying more on what it knows. But it never shuts down the opportunity to learn something randomly, to be exposed to something by doing something random. And that's how the discovery happens. Because if it does something random and it gets a good reward for it, that adds new data to the model, right? Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Wouldn't mind a more dedicated streaming site for programming streamers. Yeah, maybe one where we can split by, I don't know, like languages or topics and stuff like that. That would be kind of cool. I know there's not a lot of programming streamers. That's the thing. There's quite a few game dev streamers, but not a lot of programming. But yeah, it would be kind of cool to have ways to filter down. One thing I do hate is on the mobile app for Twitch. You can't browse like creative communities. You can go to the creative section, communities, but it's all the communities, and there's not even a filter or search. So even finding the programming community on mobile for Twitch is ridiculously difficult. Yeah. Ouch. You mean this stream is on there? It's possible, because I do post it on their subreddit, and I think it automatically adds that to the listing. Okay. Having the random factor is absolutely essential. Without it, learning would eventually become entirely distant. Yeah, exactly. Well, do you want to clamp it at 0.1, or do you want to, like, whether it's 0.1 or 0.15 or 0.02, still up to you, but you need to leave some randomness, some willingness to explore, right? If you don't do that, it makes no sense. It means that at some point, why are you still training, right? If you're just relying on what you know in your model, why are you still training it? You're not training anything, you're just relying on what you learned, right? So, thank you, the follow, appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's keep going a bit slowly. And I you know what? Like I started like disliking today because we were deep into that DQN implementation and trying to re-implement it. But then the more we go, the more I'm okay with it, because we get to stop at every single point, since we have to rewrite everything and kind of explain, right? And kind of make sure that we understand correctly. And then you guys can also get a better understanding, or even correct me if I'm wrong about something. So it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I didn't like it that much at first, because I was like, we're gonna spend like the entire day like porting over some algorithms and stuff. But the more it goes, the more I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I don't see what many viewers on Twitch is programming. Yeah, it's just very niche, fresh still. Like there's not a lot of people in the Twitch programming category. There's just not. I mean, creative is still a weird offshoot of Twitch, right? They're happy they did it, but it's still very niche in itself. I mean, creative itself will have sometimes peaks. If you remove like Bob Ross stuff and the food stuff, you'll probably have like under 5,000 concurrent viewers for creative as a whole, right? I'm trying to keep up with you guys. You guys are typing too quickly for me. I can't keep up with everything. Yeah, TC, yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, if you study how often do we rely versus being open to try something new? That's true, right? And the truth is, we probably eventually end up relying a little too much on what we know. But like you said, the same applies to machine learning. I kind of agree. I tend to agree. It's mostly things like programming newbies, learning HTML, CSS, and that don't interact with chat. Yeah, I know. Interacting with chat is kind of weird when you're programming. I won't lie. Like it's a little weird because it interrupts your thought process. But you have to understand that if you're streaming, that's kind of like the whole point of streaming is interacting with chat. Like why just program stuff? And I mean, I have nothing. If you want to put it out there, like fine. But if you don't really interact with chat, like I mean, the entire point of Twitch and the live streaming is to kind of engage with people. And yes, there is a bit of a problem with that with the programming community. I think the game devs are doing a good job in general. I think that's like the more mature programming community here. Have you seen Beam.pro? No, I haven't seen that. All right, so that's our. Let's pick a random index of our. Okay, let's go back just to try to show you guys a bit. So this is our keyboard mouse input space where we can just write any keys. Ah, shit. I can invent whatever I want here, and it's going to create permutations of these, the keys that we need to send to the game, right? So I can say lol keys, right? It doesn't really matter. I can name my stuff whatever I want, and that's going to be part of the framework. And I can say, okay, this is press either Q or even L, LOL, right? And then what it gives me when I ask for permutations is just going to give me all the possible permutations of the indices of that of these lists. And that's going to be one of the possible outputs of the neural net. So if I get 2, 2, and 0 back from the neural net, what I know is that technically it's the index 2, but it's index 2 considering that there's a no-op that's being inserted. So 0 is always no-op, and then it's like 1, 2. So that would be A. I would send an A press to the game. And then a 2 here, same thing. I would send a left projectile. So I would go left and shoot left in this case. And I would not press any of the lol keys, 0. This is sort of how it works, right? That's fascinating. I need to catch Jonathan Blow's stream at some point. I just feel like it's super hard to browse right now. So yes, having like, if you guys want to do some web dev, of course that would be a nice thing to just organize programming, or mostly programming streams in a way. That would be a nice thing. What's the deal with the lol keys? I'm just trying to explain like how my input space works. That comes out of the neural net. That's the deal with the lol keys right now. I was just showing that it can be expanded. It could be extended to like adding any sort of keys, and then the permutations get generated. But yeah, it makes no sense otherwise. It makes no sense. The lol keys are not going to be something in Isaac. Don't worry. All right, so this is going to return an index. The index is actually one of these permutations, and then I can map the keys myself. And the implementation that we got. The deep Q learning implementation that we got does not do that for us, right? So this is something that we have to take care of, sending the actual keys to the game. They do it after, run the selected action. See, so in this stage, we won't do it from their game state, which we don't use. We'll use our input controller to send the keys to the game. And I think we're gonna have a bit of a demo, even though it's ridiculous, pretty soon. All right. So one thing I could do is comment out a lot of that stuff here, and probably just have it use epsilon to send random key presses. It's absolutely ridiculous, but I want to see it like it's more like a sanity demo than anything. I want to see it working. I just want to see like are we breaking stuff already? Or are we doing good? Okay. So this is asking the permutations this time around, right? So I'm interested in the permutations that's coming from the input space, and the input space is not persisted. That seems like a mistake. I would probably just persist it as self.input space, and then we need to change every other invocation of that. All right, done for the night. Gonna go reread some foundations and then go. Yeah, nice. Thanks for hanging, Gustern. Thanks for all the discussion. You're at the center of the discussion quite a bit. So thank you. Have a good one. Have a nice read. Basically, what it does is assign values to the indices of your input space based on the current state of the game. Yes. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. Yes. Right, so I'm generating all the possible. So basically, I'm saying at any one time, Ticine, I'm saying I can press W, I can press A, I can press S, D, or both A and W. So it's for diagonal keys, right? And I can say it's one of these. This is how my input space class that I did works. it's one of these, and then it can also be one of these, right? So for every key, for every label that you add, and you provide a list, one of these keys or nothing can be pressed. So I think it makes sense, like just in terms of how we label it. So saying for every frame, we can decide to press one directional key and one. Well, the best way to say it is probably we can press 0 or 1 directional keys and 0 or 1 projectile keys. Eventually, we'll add more stuff, right? Eventually, we'll add more stuff. We'll add like the item usage and stuff like that. But for now, we're just going to focus on shooting projectiles and moving around. So when the epsilon value, the epsilon greedy, gonna get it. The greedy epsilon Q policy decides to use a random action. It's just gonna say, hey, give me a random permutation here, right? So something like this. Give me a random. So if it gives me, it's gonna give me 2-4, for example, as a random, right? All right. Well, 2-4 in this case is A because, like I said, there's a none that gets inserted in our code behind the scenes. So it's A, and 4 would be right. Right, so it would press A on the keyboard and the right arrow key for that frame. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if you were to add more keys, would that make all the learning obsolete? Absolutely. Yes, you are correct. You are correct. That would invalidate most of the learning, right? But it's okay. It's okay. Most of the learning is going to be done off stream. I'm not too worried about that. But you are correct. You are correct. Would the new keys just add the present learning? Well, it depends. If I'm adding a new label altogether, right? That would definitely change everything. If I'm just adding a new value to an existing label, then it's not the same. Then it will probably be mostly compatible. However, it's not gonna have seen many samples of that action being chosen. What would really break it is adding more dimensions, right? Like if I add more dimensions for the keys, more discrete spaces for the key presses, then it's going to be a problem because the neural net is not used to having that sort of output. But I'm kind of confident here, like just doing this. Sorry, just doing this, we can totally play. By the way, it's not ideal, but it's totally possible to play the Binding of Isaac without items, without using bombs ever, right? It's technically possible. It's not ideal at all, but it's technically possible. And just with these keys, we could technically play the game. And even do good, relatively good. Of course, without items, it becomes difficult. But it's not like what we're doing here is just like a stupid first step that's going to require us to start everything from scratch. It's technically possible to go all the way through the game just with these keys. Absolutely. All right. So how do we get this? Well, I just added it to the instance attributes. We have our input space. And we're going to ask for its permutations. That's going to be cached, right? So it looks like it's just a property, a lazily evaluated property, right? Watch this thing learn to play pacifist runs. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm still aiming to get it to play without items as much as possible because items are going to screw a lot of stuff in the learning. They're going to make this project, the scope of the project for Isaac at least, so much more complicated. Sorry. I see how I told you guys I was going to do something a little different here. So I'm not using actions at all. Action index 0. I don't really care. Yeah, I would trust DGC on this because if I remember correctly, DGC 100%ed the game. So I think the knowledge is there. I would trust that knowledge. All right, and that would give me, yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, lowercase q here, model, and that's going to be contained in self.machine learning models. How do we name it? Isaac reinforcement learning. I could name it Isaac DQN. Perhaps a little simpler, while it's still relevant. And give me a prediction based on the frame stack, the current frame stack. Like this here. Thank you for that follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So give me a like. I'm gonna feed the frame stack to the neural network, and it's gonna give me back well, its predictions. So it's gonna give me back a prediction for every possible action, and we're just gonna grab the maximum here. I mean, this is still garbage, but like once again, we've seen that yesterday. We've seen that yesterday, and gonna call it a day as well. See you next week. Good luck with the rest of the team. Thank you, Jumpy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good one. Have a good one. We saw that yesterday also happen, and this is when people in research labs and mathematicians do Python, right? Exactly this. Like, how many assignments do we need here to do a simple thing? Like, we don't need to assign stuff like nonstop like this. I can just say that the action index technically is this, and then why do you even define action index if you're not going to use it? Like, what? Is it going to be used later to perform the action? Probably. No, not even. I don't know. It's a mystery. All right, so okay, I don't need the comment there, absolutely not. All right, so get a list of predictions from the neural net based on the frame stack. Extract the max here and say that's going to be your action index. So really, all we're doing, right? In this case, we don't even need to define an action index. All we need to do is say this here. So simplification again. No need to assign stuff that we don't need to. Assignments are yeah, okay, they're debugging, they're useful when you debug, but at the same time, this is supposed to be a usable library, a production ready library. Maybe it's not, maybe I'm making that up, that's the thing. But if it's meant to be something, hey guys, I'm releasing this for broad usage, right? Everyone should be using this if they want to try deep Q networks and deep Q learning. This is not really useful. Line 184. Okay, that's what you meant. That's what you meant, Bo. Sorry, I didn't see it. Didn't see 194 uses. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I changed the lines because I deleted some stuff. Okay. I'll see what I want to do here. D is the memory. D is just like the memory. So memory in their implementation is just a Python collection, a queue, right? So just appending a bunch of information in the queue right here. This is why we're going so slowly, by the way, because we need to keep track of all the variables that they use versus the ones that we renamed for our stuff, right? If we go too fast, we're going to miss something, and it's going to be impossible to understand what's happening. But now we have actions. This is not the same thing, right? They have action index. All right, if you guys think that we're going to need to use action index, in this case, I'm going to say action index And even though it's a useless assignment, at least in both cases, regardless of if we're using a random action or some prediction coming from the neural net, we'll have access to action index and action. All right. Perfect. All right. Now they say, okay, we need to reduce epsilon gradually. All right, so this is just a simple ratio based on a few constants. We can do this. Lost on YouTube again. I'm watching out to send an email database. 1984, damn. Serpent, I love you with biteable thumb. Okay. Well, there's always going to be some cost to assignments, right? But it's true that it doesn't really matter that much. It's just it's going to be more readable in the end, like this. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, I did. I was about to answer that, and then I read Freshu stuff. Yeah, it doesn't have one. It doesn't have real constants. It does not. Yep. Ouch, indeed. We never said Python was perfect for a lot of stuff. It's just like Python, like I said, like my main reason for using Python is just that it's a great orchestrator or great tool language. Like it's just great to use all sorts of libraries that are available. Like let's say in C, C++, some in Python, some in other languages, just to bring them all together and do something cool with them. Python is great with that. But it's like there's a lot of flaws to the language, obviously. All right, so I mean, we can always add max, or yeah, we can name it whatever they did, final epsilon, or just epsilon final, so we can quickly spot epsilon stuff. Say we're gonna stop it at 0.1, like as per the DeepMind paper, right? Written in AIs. That would be great, actually. Like it's funny. I know it's a typo, but that would be kind of great. Like most AIs nowadays are actually written by AIs or in AIs. Yeah. No, well, a lot of them are just because, like I said, it's a great language to just orchestrate things at a higher level, right? So all the implementations of specific things are not in Python because one, it would probably not be fast enough, especially we're working with like linear algebra stuff, so tensors, matrices, and stuff like that. However, it's really great to work with Python to say, okay, I'm going to use a part of this system and combine it with this thing, and then Python just ends up being great for that type of stuff, right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Justine. Yeah, exactly. AIs building AIs, yeah. Kind of like the team of the project, writing code to help write code that learns to play video games through code. Yeah. We need to go deeper. Always deeper. So once again, the idea is that a lot of this DQN implementation in the framework is going to be hidden, right? So the person that develops and wants to do DeepQ learning doesn't have to know a lot about it to implement something that works relatively well. However, I'm doing this for my own sanity also, like, because I'm going to have to be the person that maintains this. If I was just going to do a quick copy and paste job and then forget it, even though it would probably work, it would be hell to maintain. So even if this doesn't end up being visible by someone doing using the framework, it's still not a good idea to just like botch implementations to save time. Absolutely not. Yeah, app properties. Yeah, that's another way to do it. Always deeper. Oh, until we are unemployed. Yeah, I mean, people say like, yeah, software development is a great thing. Like, just wait. Like, just wait. Don't put all your chips on that one yet. Don't put all your chips on that one yet, because maybe eventually algorithms are going to be better at writing systems than we are, right? So let's not go all in on software development as an occupation or a career. Have a backup plan, people. Have a backup plan. Always, always, always. All right. Right. Observe. I think I have observe here. Observe steps. Okay, perfect. So it's just a bunch of renaming in this case. So if self.dqn state, not yet, epsilon. Of course, I could skip the .gets, right? That's another thing. Because I implement this myself in the setup. I know the keys are going to be there. I don't need to say, hey, what if they're not there? We're probably confident enough to not do this. What's your backup plan? my backup plan is to be retired by the time this happens. What are you doing, doggy? What's up? Yeah, exactly. We're probably, that's a good point. We're probably going to be getting rid of the notion that we can employ the entire planet. That's not a bad idea, right? All right, so that's epsilon. Then there's epsilon final. I mean, the closest thing I can get to constants is probably just to extract it, to abstract it to like a config file, right? Thank you for that, follow. Do appreciate it. I mean, I could always every single follow just bounces out. I'm sorry. At this point, it's just a thick layer of stuff in the glass. Yeah, I will learn about our backup plans. Well, let's hope that never happens. Right. And T is current step. Right, so that's a bunch of state stuff. Yeah, so what I mean by instead of having constants, like what you can do is just like say, okay, this stuff is all loaded from a config file. So if someone changes the config file, like you said, you can go full murder bot on them. That's the closest I can get to a constant, pretty much. It's just say extract all of this to config file, commit the config file, and then track anyone that tries to change anything in there. That's the closest we can get. All right, we're about to do something in Isaac, all right? Even though it's not going to learn anything. It's going to be close to the... I don't know if you guys are watching Centex Python Plays GT5. Learns to self-drive a car. It's going to be a static version of the model, so it's not going to be learning, but at least it's going to be doing stuff. We're going to be able to test that it's doing something. Can I recommend something? Of course you can. Of course you can. Yep. It is a convention, right? So there is a convention for constants, just like there's a convention for protected methods. However, in both cases, it's not enforced by the language. It's just a convention to give you a clue, to give you a hint. But I can still call a protected method even if I prefix it with underscore. The language is not going to stop me from doing it. Just like I can reassign like a capital, like a variable that has all like caps like this. Even though it's technically meant to be a constant, the language does not enforce it in this case, right? Tutorials point our AI. I've never checked that. So is it a bunch of videos or it's a bunch of articles? Nice. I didn't know about it. Nice. Cool. I'm gonna read it and I'm gonna echo that recommendation if I think it's good. But I trust you, it's good. There will always be someone involved in software dev, because even if AI is writing stuff, there's a flaw in the AI code that a human needs to correct it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you guys are getting on the AI stuff again. But we said yesterday, we established multiple times on the stream. Like we're super far away from that happening, right? There's just a lot of hype right now in the media and on the internet about the state of AI, and it's a lie, right? So let's not freak out too much right away, because we're definitely not there. I still don't get. Okay, so this is something I want to understand about the algorithm. Like, why are there observed steps defined here? Not too sure. Not too sure about that one. So that's observe steps, I believe. Yes. Yeah, observe steps. That's something I'm gonna have to find out. I don't like to leave these stones unturned, right? Nice. A creative one. It's not a game. It's not a game. As the project says. Yeah, long conditions suck in Python. I know, right? The thing is, I'm making it long because I'm referring to my state. So this is why people do like, I'm gonna name this E and I'm gonna name this EF, and I'm gonna, just because they can write shorter conditions. But I mean, in this case, like, I'd rather have something be readable. So it's like, in this case, yes, it's long, but at least you know I'm fetching the friggin' value from our state that we define. It's not gonna be some mystery values once again that you have to kind of, when you're trying to understand the algorithm, you're just like, what's going on? Like, what's xt1? What's st1? What's d? Right? So yes, it's making like super long conditions, but at the same time, it's way more readable. So it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, what kind of game is this? This is not a game, like I said, but it's if you look at the top left, kind of gives the biggest too long didn't read. The best, I guess, too long didn't read I can come up with. We're working on framework, so we're writing a bunch of code, a bunch of tools, utilities to help developers develop their own game agents and AIs that can play games they own. So if you own games on Steam, you're familiar with Python, a bit of machine learning and stuff, you can write agents that will learn to play games you own on Steam. Right? That's the idea. The follow almost stayed in the jar. Yeah, it's a pretty solid rock right now. I might get to clear it later. I mean, it's just for fun, this stuff. It's not like it's essential. If you can send a letter to the complaint department if you're sad that your little snake did not make it. All right, so let's mutate that state. And if you're doing JAWS, you're like, oh my god, mutating a state. This is. Like, do you even immutable, bro? You prefer slash breaking the conditions? Okay. Well, I could always do it. It's just, to me, it looks a little foreign. I don't like this, right? And especially the way PyCharm will do it. All right, initial epsilon. Oh shit, I guess I don't have initial epsilon also. Wait, why is it initial minus? Okay. Okay. I'll trust. I'll play some trust. Don't break after the N or. Yeah. Let's do initial here. Because apparently they care about that in their way of decreasing epsilon. Now I understand what's meant by backseat. There you go. There you go. Perfect example. No, I'm just kidding. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad. Something like this. What do you mean? I always leave my sentences. All right. So current epsilon. I said it almost like in a French sounding way. Current epsilon initial. I mean, one person understood the joke at least. I'm not going to explain it. It was bad enough. It cannot be repeated. And explore value is probably just a constant or pseudo constant that they had in there. Explore frames over which to anneal epsilon. Fine, nice, perfect. So it's gonna stay at a specific epsilon value for a long time. Ideally, this would be in config. Right. Yeah. This should be a configuration value, however, because this is gonna take a long ass time. If we wait for 3 million frames to anneal epsilon, that's gonna be... So this is how many steps, how many frames you want to process. Let's just do some quick math here. Let's say it takes us 100 milliseconds to process. So we're gonna be playing at an effective rate of like 10 FPS. 10 frames per second, just divide this by 10. 300,000 seconds. Right? 300,000 seconds in minutes, in hours. Oh, it's just a little over 3 days and a half. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, exactly. Bad seed-in would be... Yeah, totally. Yeah, I really don't ever get annoyed. I'm really, I guess, thick-skinned. I don't really get annoyed, but like people starting to argue over stylistic choices, that's usually when I draw the line. I'm just like, yeah, it's a stylistic choice. Like, just deal with it. Like, I'm not gonna start catering to the to the stylistic choices of individual developers like in the chat. Like, that's not gonna work. But other than that, like, there's not much that's bad that I would consider backseating. Like, everything could be a good idea technically, right? Anything is worth considering as an idea. I generally invite people to contribute ideas. I think it's a great thing. But if it's a stylistic choice, you know, like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, like stylistic choices, not as much a big fan of that, and I won't enable that as much as possible. Tabs, no question. I mean, Python is a space indented language, so I'm kind of stuck here. Kind of stuck. It's not my choice, but Python will actually break if I don't indent it with spaces. Yeah, exactly. Please use camel case because I do. Please behave. Behave. All right. 3 bytes per indent level. There you go. Someone should make a new PEP in Python to suggest that we should use tabs over spaces just because it saves some. Yeah, Frixus _bro suggesting to use camel case. Busted. Screaming snake case, nice. Multiple non-breaking spaces, nice. We could do this next year at on April Fools. I mean, if we're still doing this anyway, just do a stream where we code in valid ways, but everything needs to break. We need to break the style guides as much as we can, but it's still valid Python, right? That would be a good April Fool's ones to do. I would enjoy it. Like everything that's still technically valid, but breaks every style, like as many style rules as we can. We would have fun with this. That would be fun. Gonna go off and build my friend's new PC tomorrow. Nice. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. That one stayed in, guys. That one stayed in. Man, I want to get some feedback, KCS, on that Risen, like that build. I need to know, is the hype real? You missed it? Yeah, it did stay in. It stayed in. A bit of everything, case. Nice. So that does mean that this follower is better than the other ones. I'm just saying. If it stays in, you're the chosen one. Just got back. Nice crowd. Yeah. It's pretty fun today. Pretty fun. It's more of a chill Sunday. I'm not coding at a breakneck pace right now, but we're getting there. All right, so explore. I don't like explore, right? So I'm gonna make my own choice here. I'm gonna call it max steps, and probably after just. And they were using 3 million. That's a little intense. Like I said, we were looking at saying, like, if it's 10 FPS, it would take 3.5 days to go through the training. 1 episode of training. That's a little intense. Alright, so like I said, instead of explore, we're gonna leave at max steps at 3 million right now, but I would not do not bet on me keeping this around forever. Because that's a little. I mean, the actual training will have to take that amount of time eventually. However, for our early tests, I don't think we're gonna go there. Don't know anything about Python, but when I saw this, I thought you are an alien. Well, that's not very nice. I think I pulled off my human look pretty well. Oh. Just kidding. What I dislike is my my stuff wrapping over like this. Like I will admit that more and more I dislike the long conditionals like this. I will admit. Am I gonna start using this? No, not yet. We're not at this stage yet of exasperation. Maybe one day. Right, so this in case you're wondering, like, this is just saying, this is just the erosion rate for epsilon, right? So it's really taking the gap between the starting epsilon, the final one that we decide, and then dividing it by the amount of steps that we intend to run, and that's going to give us a micro offset for the next epsilon. So the more we run it, the more it slightly has a chance to use something it knows instead of something random, right? How long have I been writing code? Well, writing code a long time for sure. Professionally 10, 11 years. This is not, let's not evaluate this for how I would write code professionally. This is more like a fun project. First time you've been on Twitch for like a year, damn. Yes, Tasso has been talking about you, by the way. Yes. We're not, like I said, we're not going at a breakneck pace right now. We're just enjoying the weekend with the chat. But yeah, we're in the middle of implementing or re-implementing some deep Q network, so that it's compatible with the set, like the architecture of our framework right now. Right, so the framework is relatively simple in terms of concepts. There's just a game instance that wraps that's able to launch and take control of the game window, and it's also able to start a frame capture setup and fetch frames from the top of the stack. And all it does is really forward these frames to the configured game agent for that run. Every implementation of DQ learning or DQNs that we found was not really meant to work in a setup like this, so we kind of have to break it down and re-implement it ourselves, right? Because the way they do it usually is just have they assume that the environment is like an external thing. We're already in the middle of our environment here, so we can't have the fitting step be a black box. It doesn't work for us. It doesn't work for us at all, right? So we have to kind of dig in, and the part that's inside the loop gets implemented in our frame handler for a specific mode, and everything else becomes stateful, right? Everything else becomes in the state of the game agent. This is just a snack for Serpent. No, I'd say it's more than a snack at this point. It's more of a snack. It's like we did bite off quite a bit. Economic agent, nice. All right, let's go back. Let's focus a bit. All right, so this is the erosion of epsilon. We have the greedy policy, which is just saying, defining, are we using a random action over something that we already know? And then it's the next step that they have in there is run the selected action, right? So that's not going to be true whatever they have there. That's going to be true our setup. How do we send an action over? We have an input controller that's provided, that is provided in any game agent, right? So in the base class for a game agent, you have an input controller, and then we're gonna need to translate the permutation of actions that we get. So if you go back to the notebook, when I define my input space, my possible inputs for the what's all with the ID errors, I just copy pasted the new boss. I just copy pasted like a raw implementation here from GitHub, right? So everything's broken because I just corrected. I just kind of adapted to my own code base as I go along, right? It's not my code, right? So I'm just trying to see, like, that's a raw, like a really rough, like one file implementation of Q learning over Keras. So I'm just that's why there's a lot of errors. I'm just kind of taking one line and making it work with our. That's my way of doing it. That's probably there's probably multiple ways of doing it, but I like to kind of just delete one line and then kind of implement it so it works with our stuff. Yeah. So right now, an action is going to come out of the neural net as a permutation like this, right? Now we need to remap this to the keys and send them over to the game. That's the current step, right? All right, so action is already there. Action is that permutation tuple. I think we're gonna add some new functionality to our keyboard and mouse input space. That's gonna be able to extract. I think we already have that actually. For a tuple, just give me back the keys. So a mapping back. 62, not too bad. And that's not too bad, not too bad. I feel like the day started horribly when we decided to kind of nuke whatever we had from yesterday. But yeah, I think we're gonna get somewhere. Tasso's is always a very positive person, but in this case, I think he's right. All right, so what do we have right now? We have an index map. Okay, let's just explore what we have, because I don't forget. We implemented that yesterday. I forgot. I mean, I implemented that yesterday. If we go to input space here, we should be able to ask a few ask it for a few properties. I don't care about your discrete spaces. Can you give me Okay, that's already what I got. Labeled inputs. Yeah. Nice. Right, so it is Python 3, and keys are ordered, right? In the order that they were inserted in. So I can technically the index of this the first item or an item in the permutation is the index of the key here if we ask for the keys of the label inputs. And then the second one, the actual value is the index inside of the values for this, right? That's the Jupyter Notebook. Yeah, that's the Jupyter Notebook. It's just a tool. Jupyter Notebook is pretty much like your Python or your IPython, like a REPL that you can kind of work with in the browser and output more, I guess, richer representations of your outputs. You can check Jupyter.org, and if you have access to pip, you can just pip install Jupyter. It's pretty simple. I used it a lot at the beginning. The more I have, like the more we do computer vision stuff or image manipulation, transformations, I use the notebook quite a bit. But now we're more in the middle of porting over some algorithms, so I don't use it that much. So let's implement, I don't know, naming is not my strong suit, so I'm going to say values for permutation. We're going to accept an actual permutation. And we're going to do what I just said there, so let's just roll over that. Can I use a list comp? Probably. Yeah, well, it hooks up on IPython as the kernel, as the core to run the code, but the entire interface of the client is in the browser. Yes, and you can save it as a file. It's portable. You can even display it on GitHub. Why did I make it the index of the dict key and not just the key itself? Well, probably just because working in the integer space makes more sense for a neural net, right? So that's remember, that's something that's being outputted by the neural net. So returning a sequence of integers is probably just easier and makes more sense than anything else. But is there really a reason? Like, not necessarily. Yes, it would save having to go back, right? Is this on GitHub? Yes, not necessarily the latest version. I'm going to commit the latest version for the weekend at the end of the stream today. But yes, it is. If you do !project, I'll do it. All right, there is a link to the repo there. There you go. Moobot just got flooded with requests. Yep. So yeah, but we're still committing one. Let's say one big massive commit at the end of weekends, because everything's done on stream at the moment. At least maybe in the future that's going to change. But for now, everything is done. Nothing's done off stream, and usually at the end of a weekend, I will commit, bulk commit. Once I get something a little more stable that I'm happy to call alpha or beta, I will start following, I guess, proper development practices, like working with feature branches and working with some sort of next or dev. But for now, it's just bulk commits because we're still exploring so much and kind of discovering concepts that we want to cover with the framework. Right, so we're working multiple different games, and that kind of highlights different use cases, and everything that's kind of common, we can abstract it to the framework. Classic, I guess, like framework development method, just do something specific, do it for something else, see what overlaps, and try to make an abstraction there. It stayed in. Guildbot is just the caster for the follow, the little follow snake. Ladies and gentlemen, it stayed in. It stayed in. All right, so I can probably just return some sort of use a list comprehension for this little guy here. Not too complicated. It's just kind of reverse mapping, really. So for enumerate of self label. It's labeled inputs. Line 24 could have used the range. Yeah, okay, that thing, by the way, just I don't want people to see this. We had a lot of fun with this. It's definitely not something you should look at, okay? That line 24, because we had a lot of fun. We were just saying, how can we how can we potentially trigger everyone at once? And I was like, let's do a list, like a list comprehension that has a map in it, and everyone's gonna be screaming murder. So I'm just leaving it in there just for fun, just for fun for now. It's like because everyone's like, use like list comprehensions are more Pythonic. No, I like the functional map stuff. So I was like, let's do both. Like, why not both at the same time? So everyone's happy or everyone's gonna scream. Let's leave that in there for now. Sorry. Yeah. Got it. Maybe this is better. I'm just trying to see what's up with that. I don't remember this guy being there. All right, we already have the indices, but no, not that we need them necessarily. So labeled inputs works for me. We might get rid of some of the stuff we don't need, like the indices. Like in this case, like I don't know, the mapping, the index mapping might not be like required. We'll see. Labeled inputs dot keys. Ah, damn it! We're in the items versus. Are you okay, Super Game Maker? You gonna make it? Too bad map lambda is gonna trigger more people than map operator item. Yeah. I'm gonna take a few minutes just to refill my. I need to clear my throat a bit, and I'm gonna get some more water, perhaps a little bit of coffee, and I'll be right back. So, like less than 5 minutes. I'm gonna put the overlay on, but it shouldn't take that long. I'll be back. I'm back. Welcome back. Let's bring you guys back. What's up? All right. I did not. I beat you to the game, Bo, because I did mute my mic before I unleashed the violence again. So no. Thanks to Serpent, I just realized I could stream in 1080 60. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Right. So Twitch is way more generous than they were before in terms of transcoding options. So you don't need to be don't need to be partnered. The only thing you get is you are guaranteed to get transcoding options if you are partnered. But they really let it trickle down the capacity. They let it down, trickle down all the way down to affiliates and even no affiliates. So if you can, of course, don't stream 1080 60 if you don't have the transcoding options. That's not going to be a good idea. But yeah. Welcome back. Notice the silent murder. Oh, damn it! I'm on the hook. On the hook. All right, let's just fix this once and for all. We're about to see Isaac do some really useless stuff, but it's gonna be the first hook into the game with Q learning at least, right? Tested it on your own. It works like nice. There are dozens of us in the chat. All right, forget the list comp. I'm just gonna start with a for loop, and I'm gonna actually factor it back in the list comp. This is what I don't like about list comps, and it could just be my personal I guess like weakness. I don't like composing them, right? So I'd rather just write the for loop and then refactoring it into the list conf if I feel like it works. It doesn't work for me otherwise. So let's just say values. It's going to be a list. Oops, shit. And then for I in. Enumerate. We're going to enumerate the permutations. We're going to get an index, and let's just say a value index. Yeah, we can probably make this a list comp pretty easily, right? I want to get the keys of my labeled inputs. I should probably store that because I don't believe that's going to be cached. Yeah, let's do that. Well, I don't know. I need to do this. All right, so that value. It's probably, I can probably make this one-liner. Values on a pen. Yeah, I think you're right. Like whoever was saying, like why did I make it integers that need to be remapped? It's not necessarily the nicest thing here. I just realized I can make use of this, but I would need to reverse the keys and the values. That would be really useful. In this case, I don't know what the discrete spaces are. Yeah, okay, no, it's fine. Sorry. All right, so two things right now. Right now, we're just gonna return the actual keys from the input space here, and then we're gonna need to add like some, I guess, more functionality to the input controller to map this to an actual key press, right? Label inputs keys. Yeah, good old Twitch, good old Twitch code formatting. Good old. Yeah, either it ate something or you missed a little part, but yeah, that's mostly it. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. It might have ate some of your code there, but I know what you're doing. And yes, indeed, it is pretty much that. I need to get the off the keys, right? I need to get the key at the position. So that's fine. I need to get the key at the position 0. Stayed in. Oh shit. Where was Gilbot on that one? Gilbot is the caster for the follow. All right, and on the keys, then we ask for the index. All right. Oops, shit. All right. That returns the key, and then we can ask for the label inputs again. What are you doing, doggy? The dog is just walking over over random furniture. I'm not sure what's going on right now. Still typing the. Damn, the self burn there. Play by play for this extraordinary. And this is value index. Prototype? I've never seen that. Never seen that. All right, so this is it. We're just gonna grab the actual key, the reverse mapping to the key, and then ask for its chain of values and extract the value with the value index, and then just return the values. All right, and that's gonna. We can test it. Short of writing a unit test, we can test it in the notebook for now. I can just restart the kernel quickly. Use the same input space as usual. I don't necessarily want to have access to the permutations. However, I can ask then and say input space dot values for permutation, and just pass in that tuple in there. So let's say I say 0 0. That's gonna break, by the way. We're missing something. We're missing the none again. I'm starting to think, like, do we really want to handhold like people and say like, oh yeah, you don't need to enter the no op because we're gonna take care of it for you? Is the cost like really that high for people to enter the no op? The no op being adding none here. If you want it possible to do a no op on that I guess that space. So if you want it to be possible to do no directional key press as part of the input, right? This is normally what it would look like. However, right now it's hidden in the implementation, so you don't, when you define them, you don't really need to, you don't care, right? I mean, I could still try it, but if it returns W and up, it's messed up right now. Dict keys don't. Come on. Really, like dict. Oh man. Like seriously, if I do. It doesn't support indexing. So really, you're gonna force my hand to do something like this. fine, I guess. And like I said, it's very likely that we don't have that none. When we generate the permutations, we do it, but otherwise it's not in there. Alright, let's do something. Let's do some, I just saw KCS say fuckery, so I'm gonna say it now. That is gonna be some grade A fuckery that I'm gonna be doing now. But it should work. To support that none thingy. Ah, yes, of course. We're missing a bracket somewhere. Yeah. So if you're shivering, you're scared right now, you should be, because this is some grade A shenanigans. There we go. None. This is what I was expecting. So if I want to get, let's say, D and down, then I would ask for 4 and 3, and that should give me D and down. There you go. Perfect. So I can reconvert the input space that's coming out of the neural net. I can reconvert that to actual key presses, and then we need to implement something in some sort of mapping in the input controller that's able to handle these key presses. Right. So if they're just a single character, you can probably type them as is. Otherwise, if it's like a direction, like a up arrow, something like that, then we need to map it to the actual key press. Right, so we can. They are. But like I said, I'm doing some shenanigans because behind the scenes we also implement the no one. Yeah, exactly. 0 is none. Right. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. It stayed in. I beat you all to it. Yeah, Manuel. The reason it's like yeah, exactly. The reason it's like this is just a convention. Well, not necessarily. Like, let's not exaggerate. It's not like an international convention or anything. But normally you would have in status. Normally you would have no op as 0, right? So it's just something you want to observe if you can. It's definitely not mandatory, but usually you would have no op as 0. So that's why we're saying, hey, let's not force people to write none in their definitions here everywhere. But let's just assume that no op is going to show up as position 0 here. Right. And then we can start using this, right? So when I say run the selected action, I can say, okay, well, let's map, and thank you for this again. Let's wait for the status out. I can see why this is fun, Guildbot. Like, I enjoyed it too. I can beat you guys to it because of the stream delay. All right. So how do we actually? We have action here. Action is the permutation. So if you want to get the actual key presses or input values. Close one. Oh wow, this is quality commentary. I love it. This is way more effort than I'm able to put in there. Input values is going to be using that input space, right? So that's contained. It's actually contained in our game agent. Input space, and then we can ask what we just implemented there. Values for permutation, action. That's going to give us the values. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. It stayed in. Success. Yeah, that cup is getting problematic now. Do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right, input values. Like I said, now we just need to ask our input controller. So ideally, this is not implemented yet, but like let's just add our wish list. I guess our wish list implementation here. I would do. I don't know what's our current. What does it look like right now? Tab key, press key. So let's just say tab keys, plural, maybe. Okay. I think the commentary gives you more followers. Oh, you just made me hungry, KCS. Damn you! I'm hungry right now. Too much power has been placed onto this adult. Tab keys plural. It's gonna be something we're gonna implement in a second. Keys. And this is what we're gonna be looking to pass to the input controller. The input controller is the bridge between, let's just say, our code and actual the game, sending inputs to the game, right? Yeah, I could refactor. That's not a bad idea. I could refactor also. It's possible to refactor tab key. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. But let's just say for now. Because we're gonna have to do some work here. I can't just send the key as is, because this is just a oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Man, that is insane. That is insane. Huge guns. Man, that is extremely generous. More. That's like, wow. Like, you don't need to do this, you know. But thank you, I do appreciate it. That was insane. The madman indeed. The madman indeed. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Guildbot is out of words. There is no description here. Don't have to. Because I can. Guildbot. I've never seen that situation before. I don't know what to say to describe what happened to the cup. Shit flew out. Need to get some sleep. Alright, thanks for hanging. I already... No, that's not the right coffee cup. What's going on? Alright, tab keys. That would be the equivalent of sending the action. Now, the way they do this, however, is they will receive a reward right away. And this is where it's going to become a little, not awkward, but difficult for us. Because when we send the key, we're not ready. We're still on the same frame in the framework, right? We're still processing the same frame. Damn it. Damn it, guys. You scare me. Thank you for the 10 bits, userman. Appreciate it. No, I'm not expecting you to either more. Like, that's already way above what should have been given. Let's just say that. Thank you, thank you. And thank you, userman, for the 10 bits. Yeah, so it is going to be tricky, absolutely, because like all of this is going to pivot on collecting that reward. Technically, can we generate the reward like on the same frame? We can't really. We have to wait till the next one. So we have to. Oh boy, look who's here! Look who's here! Thank you, thank you. What's up, Tutsiak? Welcome back. All right, so why is it problematic? Because in order for me to compute the reward, I can totally send the action. That is fine. However, it's the way it's implemented right now is it's expecting it's expecting to receive a reward as it performs the action. But for us to do that, I would need to analyze the next frame to say, and using my frame buffer, saying, hey, is there a change to health? I'm going to put a penalty. Is there something good happening? I'm going to give it a reward. So we won't just be able to run this large piece of code here as is. It's going to be a massive refactor. It's going to take a lot of work. But once we got it for this game once, we can extract this to the framework, and then it's going to be available forever. So it's worth the effort, right? Or so Serpent says, so he doesn't get discouraged talking at the third person. A whole new PC. You guys are talking about new PCs now? Damn. You always wonder, what do streamers make anything from bits given? What's the question? Like, the bits that you give are actually like going straight. They're not even. You already, when you buy bits or you get bits from ads, you already pay the Twitch tax, right? So they're going straight up to the streamer. If you mean that, if we actually receive them eventually, is that a question, Userman? Usually you do receive them. It just takes forever, but you do receive them. Like, once you're past, I believe the $100 threshold on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. It's 1 cent. 1 cent per bit. Once you're past the $100 threshold, you are able to make a deposit to your bank account, and it takes weeks to process. So eventually you do make something out of it. Yes. All right. I mean, I could definitely, for now, just to have some fun, we could stop it here. I'm not saying when we're gonna stop. Obviously, we're not gonna stop. We're barely halfway in the stream, but just to see it interacting with the game would be somewhat interesting and fun. I think we do deserve the entertainment. Let's just say that. I have to say, I kind of enjoyed it. You probably got them from ads, I guess. But I kind of enjoyed that someone that gives bits says, like, wait, what do bits do? Like, it's kind of cool. You probably get them from ads. Like, a lot of people that give like 10 or 15 get them from ads usually. But yeah, we do make 1 cent per bit. Naming conventions, like, it's not only hard for software, you know, it's also hard for generations of hardware. Let's be real. Yeah, okay. Well, so the only thing that's left to do, and I'm finding it hard to focus today. I'm sorry. Just like a lot of stuff happening in the chat. It's gonna be interesting to see. So I almost missed that, Shuka. Sorry. It's gonna be interesting to see later if you can teach it a Daredevil playstyle. There are some situations that encourage playing on really low health. Yeah, well, that's the thing with if you're not familiar with reinforcement learning, you're about to find out a few things, right? You're about to learn a few things. It's only as good, and I said that yesterday. I do tend to repeat myself. If you watch a lot, I'm sorry, but we kind of have to do that repetition because it's important concepts. Especially with the misunderstandings surrounding AI right now and deep learning. Reinforcement learning, while it looks a lot like the AI will be learning over time, it's only as good as the reward functions or the reward score you can compute. And can I influence the playstyle that I teach it? Hello, doggy. Can I influence the playstyle that I teach my agent? Of course I can, because I control the reward function. So if I reward it for doing stuff that's a little more like Daredevil, like Daredevil-y, like you said, right? Of course we can. If I don't punish it that much for losing health, it's going to take more risks eventually. If I punish it a whole lot for losing health, it's going to avoid damage at all costs eventually. Of course, that is just the premise, the hypothesis. Is it going to eventually converge to that? This is what we have to find out. This is the mission, right? But yeah, we can definitely influence the playstyle because we control this. And when I say there's a misconception surrounding reinforcement learning, what I mean is just that people think that, hey, you feed frames to the neural net and eventually it learns, and you tell it what it can possibly press as input, and it learns to play a game. That's definitely not how it is, right? You're still implementing a lot of human concepts in the reward function, right, that you're coding. The reward function is everything, and it's still human intervention. This is why it's not exactly reinforcement. Like it's not exactly general AI, right? It's not an agent that you put in a new environment and that it learns to do something. You have to tell it what is good, what is bad, and so it's not. Yeah, exactly. Take it the other direction more. Exactly. We're in control, so that's kind of cool. Like on the one hand, it's cool because we can influence what it learns. On the other end, what's not as cool is just that we still have to implement all the this is good, this is bad, and that's going to require a lot of computer vision stuff to kind of look at the state of things, like the health, items or keys you pick up, like pickups in general. Changing rooms, we need to encourage Isaac to explore. So it's a lot of work. It's a lot of manual work, but the cool side is that we're in control of what's good and bad. So we can definitely create an alternate game agent that has a totally different personality and playstyle. Absolutely. You mentioned having a YouTube channel earlier? Yeah. Well, yes. Well, I don't really post actual unique content to YouTube right now. I use it more to archive some of the VODs. Is there going to be content eventually on the YouTube channel that's more unique? I hope so. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I do appreciate it. Thank you. See, Tuksak is going to be happy now. Drops maybe 2 cents on the AI scene, but damn. The interesting is that whether or not taking a lot of damage is a good or bad thing, it varies so much from run to run. Yeah, exactly. Like donating health to blood machines to get money is strong. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. This is gonna let's be real. It's gonna be down the line, and I'm still not sure what approach I want to take with this. To be perfectly fair, and it has a lot to do with you guys, right? You have a lot of power over this. Training, once we have that deep Q learning in place, right? Training the AI is going to take a bunch of time, and I can do this off stream, or I could run special editions of the stream where all you get to see is the AI training and then making stupid decisions and potentially learning new things. That is up to you, right? I have unlimited bandwidth here. I have a decent internet setup. Like I can totally afford to stream it, to stream the process of learning. But whether or not that's going to be interesting to watch, that is more for you guys to decide, right? You want to see a train? All right. Well, we could arrange that for sure. Just realize what it is, right? Training for a bunch of time is just going to be Isaac running into walls or running around in circles, and eventually converging. You want to see it? Okay, well, okay. I guess it is mostly interesting. Looking forward to the training. Cool. Yeah, because I guess the training. Okay, if I try to rationalize your answer there. I guess the training is kind of like the reward for the coding. So seeing it do something is interesting because it's like all the time we invested in the code is kind of converging to this, right? Is Snake Eyes playing right now? I can't. I'm not a. It's like a podcast. I can't tell. Oh, it is samey for a long time, right? But the thing is, I guess the idea is that you're not going to watch it for hours on end. It's just you're going to drop in. You're going to drop in and watch it for a few minutes and drop in later down the week and watch it again. I think no one's going to watch it for hours, right? Training boot. Yeah, it is. I would absolutely record it. The question was more whether I would stream it or not. But if people say it's super interesting or relatively interesting, I will take some time to do it. Yeah. Yes, of course I'm going to be working. I agree with that, DGC. I don't want it to be just like, hey, here's the game being played. I want to have some meta information that I can kind of display. Absolutely, I agree with that. Isaac Bot will be my background noise. Nice. Yeah, Python plays over the week and then the coding on the weekends. I mean, the coding on the weekends is not going away, right? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The coding on the weekend is going to stay. If doing this on the week is something you guys think will be interesting, of course I'm open to it, right? Right? Of course. And it might be a good balance for the stream, like to just have like training of agents over the week. And coding on the weekend. So if you're interested in the coding, you can kind of drop in on the weekend, and then if you just want to be entertained a bit, I guess you can kind of watch it during the week. A Twitch bot. Oh man, no, don't get me started on other project user, man, because that's kind of cool, right? Man, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. What if we made a Twitch bot after that can kind of hook into the AI, and then you like you said, you can bet some virtual shekels, or I don't know, on information like about the bot, like how long it's gonna stay alive and stuff like that. That's a cool idea. It's more work for us, but it's a great idea. I like it. So like a bot that kind of has access to some of that information and can kind of reward and punish people based on their predictions. I like that. It's kind of fun. Credit card numbers. More fun. Yeah, I know. I agree. Nice. Content. Yeah. A site where AIs play fighting games against each other and can bet pretend money. It's actually really fun. Nice. Yeah, so bots are really something I don't think I would find difficult to do at all, like not at all. So like bots, I mean for chat, like chat bots. So obviously that's definitely something we can do. If more wants to do something like that, steal the idea and do it, like I'm totally open to it also. That would be great. Salty bets, nice. All right, like how about we do some coding, because we did say the weekend on the weekend we were gonna do some coding. There's a competition in which AIs are written for the original StarCraft and are pitted against you in 1v1 online play. Yeah, that is great. That is great. That is absolutely great. That is fun. Serpent bragging. No, come on. Like everything that's like web or services, I don't think it's bragging. I think it's just like I can do this relatively easily. Everything that's what we're doing right now, this is more like Serpent in uncharted waters. Let's just say that. So sometimes it's a little scary. But yeah, like that was the idea eventually, like just to, I think it's going to become a thing. I don't want to be, it's going to be my prediction for the future, the near future. You know how people do that sometimes, like just like make some prediction about where like culture, technology is going to go. I think we're going to see something like that, like more like AIs. It's going to become some sort of a hobby, pretty niche of course, but AIs like pitted against each other in video games. I think it's going to become a thing. Or teams, it could be a university type of thing, like you one college versus another. It could be actual like teams of developers that are going to make AIs that compete against one another. I think it's going to become some sort of a hobby or sport. Absolutely, and I would love to watch that personally, especially if we can kind of get some ins on the development. I would absolutely devour that stuff if it was available. Absolutely. AlphaGo should now try to play Binding of Isaac. Yeah, I know, right? All right, so now what's missing right now is just that. Okay, I'm gonna get some keys. Cool. Problem is I don't know necessarily what they are. So if someone writes, let's say, I'm sorry. If someone writes, I'm trying to find it. I'm not short on words. I'm just trying to find. Yeah, down. Okay, right. So if it's up, I don't want them to type. I don't want my input to send UP to the game. AI Olympics. Yeah, sort of. Why not? I think it's gonna become a thing. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe in 5 years, maybe see I was wrong. I thought it was gonna be a thing, but I definitely feel like it's gonna be a thing. Right. So after esports, we're gonna see a variant, like an actual variant where people develop. There's already competitions for AIs, right? So why would we not see AIs playing each other as a thing, as entertainment? I believe it will be a thing. Just wanting to build the machine mystery. Man. You want to see an AI boxing? There's so many things that would be fun to watch. I think it would generate content forever. Like people could be entertained by that stuff, right? I would be entertained even more if I would find more information about how it was built, and you could kind of see the play styles or the personalities that the people like the teams like injected in that agent. That would be kind of fun. I would really enjoy. Hey, a hack war is nice. Your faculty won 2 times the competition between faculties where robots would play football. Football, damn, that's kind of cool. I'm gonna assume football like AI president. Man, so many things. Yeah, AI president. We could totally do Python learns to play Democracy 3. That could also be fun. So AI, just see where the AI would take ruling a country. That could be funny. So many things, right? Like AI plays Crusader Kings. It's endless content. There's not enough. There's not gonna be enough days in a lifetime to have some like to cover them all. This makes me happy. See, I'm genuinely happy right now just because of the thought of this. I mean, of course, now I need to. I need to get this code down so that this becomes a thing eventually, but AI plays Minecraft, nice. Learning how to behave like another person. Well, depends on what you mean by learning to behave like a person. What I would like eventually is AI's. I would like for that thing to become a thing in video games, right? Let's just say like you run. You release your game. It's a competitive game. Eventually, you bring in the pros and you start recording their gameplay, right? Their games in terms of actions, right? And you can eventually teach AIs to play like a specific pro, and then release that to the masses, right? That would be fun. That's definitely something I believe we're also going to see that in the future. By the way, all right? Snakes. People already do it. Maybe not to that extent. I don't know if it's Mizut or Mizot. But people already do that type of stuff. But it's more like toys. It's not like very accurate and stuff. It's more like for entertainment purposes. They're just the type of stuff you just say, ha ha ha, paste it to your Facebook. It's funny. It talks like me. But it's definitely something that people are doing. Keep your business thieves are everywhere. Yeah. Well, I'm not doing good to keep my ideas to myself because I'm live streaming the development and I'm talking about the ideas. So maybe not the best idea. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's a thing already. That's what I was saying. Is it really accurate or more like in the toy status right now? Maybe it's still toy status, but it's definitely getting there. Definitely getting there. All right, so what I'm thinking there, instead of having some sort of super complicated system in the input controller to do that stuff, it's not really the input controller's responsibility to understand what you mean by your key here. So we should probably have a mapping in the setup instead, right? So just say input mapping. Oops, can't type. Too much coffee, I believe. Too much coffee. And we're going to define our own input mapping here. Do this for every possible input in there. And that should probably be all lists of all the keys you want to press. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why we invented the... No, I'm just kidding about that. I'm just kidding. I'm just replying to what people were saying, but I really do not believe in... I mean, ideas are only... They're nothing, pretty much. Ideas are cheap. Implementation is everything. Right? So I'm not worried about people... frankly, I think it's kind of... The only time I'll say, like, maybe sharing an idea is a bad idea is if you're working on some sort of R&D project with a lot of funding and stuff like that. Maybe that's a bad idea to share. But other than that, like, seriously, ideas are cheap. Everyone has ideas. People put too much value on ideas. It's the implementation that's difficult. Right. Like I said, unless your company is investing, I don't know, like hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars on something, like I highly doubt that someone knowing what the idea is going to change the game, right? Come on, keep hitting the wrong keys there. All right, so we're gonna make a mapping, like I said, just like a list of inputs. What do we mean? I think it makes more sense to have it in the game, setup, the setup for this game handler, the frame handler. And for the other guys, it doesn't have to be just a string. It can also be keyboard, self.input controller keyboard. Oops. Not up key. So some of them, all the special keys that don't have necessarily like a string representation, they also have an attribute. All right, so I can grab them like this. You can say, okay, when it's left, do the left key. Down. And right. I don't know why there's two of these. Serpent, that's why I like Gustern. I don't I can probably miss some stuff. Exactly. Okay, let's recap. There's a 99.99% chance that someone else has the same idea at the same time on somewhere on the planet. I kind of agree with that. Like I said, ideas are cheap. Everyone can come up with ideas. Like every morning, you're on the toilet, you're taking a shower. I don't know. You're brushing your teeth. You probably get ideas, right? They're pretty cheap. Everyone gets ideas. It's how you get there. That's really the difficulty. So protecting ideas, unless they're super novel, require a lot of funding and research. Like I don't think it's the play. And then Slayer said, you don't like tutorials because it's just easier to get stuck on the implementation of an idea. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I see what T's saying. That's actually something that bugs me. If you're in a company and you come up with an idea, it's given to someone who implements it. The innovation goes to the person that implements it. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Sit on the toilet, taking a shower, interesting morning rituals. Well, really, there are weirder things to do, right? Well, an idea is not static. I do agree with that. All right. Now that we have this, then I can just dispatch the mapping for this over. It's technically a little more complicated than this because we need to press them all at the same time. Otherwise, it's going to press one after the other, and it's going to be a blocking process. We don't like that. We do not want that. So I'm going to look for that Pi user input again. We need to figure out how to send multiple at the same time. If those things are done at the same time. Man, I so wish I had a toilet shower. That would be so good. I so wish I had that. That would be amazing. Think of all the time savings. That would be fantastic. I'm sure it exists. Like someone's Googling right now, like an image to show me that it's a thing. I want to see how you can send multiple key presses at the same time without blocking and having them be like sequential. I want them to be a combo press. Multiple keystrokes together. This is what I want. Okay, so just there is a press keys, and you send like a list with the key presses. Okay, that's not too bad. The shower toilet. Oh no, absolutely. Like, by the way, like speaking in absolutes, like, is never gonna get you anywhere. So when I say ideas are cheap, of course I was speaking in absolutes. You don't want to do that. There's always exceptions and stuff. So I yes, I do agree with that. Shower toilets are common in Asia. Nice. Yeah, okay, so this is it. We're gonna be wrapping the press keys again because we only have press key right now. We're gonna wrap press keys, and all we're gonna do is two things. Once we get our inputs right here, instead of sending tap keys here, we're gonna map them. And so just use a list comp here. Talking toilets are also common in Asia. Nice. Sweet. All right, so all we want is the mapping, right? So we're going to say input mapping where this is equal to the input label. That's going to give us the actual key or the collection of keys. And then we're just going to flatten this list pretty much. I don't remember if there's a nice way to flatten without using a list comp. So shamefully, I'm going to Google this, just because I'm not... Of course, this is a super common question. This is too old. Yeah, it's a nested comp. I don't want to do a nested comprehension. I hate that. I dislike that. I think it's the solution that everyone's gonna have, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, we could always do it with the nested this comprehension, but it's not something I would tend to do if I can avoid it. But yeah, technically this is what I want. I do want to flatten because I'm gonna get a list of lists. I just want to flatten it. So this is gonna give me a list of lists, right? So it's gonna, because the reason for that being that it's possible to get this back, right? Something like this for a single. So let's say it selects WD and write, then it's gonna make a list that has WD in a list, and then right, like this. And we need to merge that. Thank you for that follow, do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You don't like the list comprehension? I know it's a very controversial topic. I don't know if you saw what I did. No, nobody else yesterday. What I ended up doing to actually just piss off everyone is make a list comprehension that has a map inside of it. So I did that yesterday. I was just like, you know what? Like, some people don't like list comprehension. Some people don't like the functional stuff in Python. So let's just make one that uses both. So no one's happy in this case. See, when we complain, nobody wins. Nobody wins when people complain. But yeah, I do agree that I'm not a big fan either. I have to be honest. Just not like, so some people are in love with them, and that's okay. That's totally okay. I'm just not a big fan myself. But that is true though. That is absolutely true in terms of speed. Alright, so this is still valid, it's just that I need to flatten it. I'll just friggin' do it, even though I don't like the nested I don't like nested list comprehensions. I will do it, so let's just say lists. Or input value collections. Then input values, that's just gonna be the flattened. Yeah. Input values, and that's maybe whatever I just grabbed there. I'm just gonna sub everything. List of lists is this guy for val in sublist. Val's gonna be input value. See, this is to me, I won't lie, this to me, what I'm doing right now is unreadable. I know it's the way to flatten a list in Python, but I just dislike it. I absolutely dislike it. Like, look at that, come on, please, tell me this is not, like, tell me this is readable with a straight face. The input values are the input value for input value collection in input value collections for input value in come on, like, this is not readable, right? Yeah, there is change, but some people are just like, why would you use like a module to do like that? Come on. Yeah, you can do chain, absolutely. I think I might want to use that actually, because this is absolutely disgusting. You're free to like it, right? You're totally free to like it, but look at that, like, come on, like, Tell me this is. Oh yeah, I can just spot at a glance that he's flattening the arrays. That's what he's doing, right? This is not readable. This is not readable. So yes, I think iter tools. I don't know if I already have iter tools in here. I believe I do. So might as well just use it. The only thing is, I believe I need to cast the output as a list because iter tools likes to keep it as. Yeah. That's just like reading brainfuck code to me. Yeah, exactly. It's not something I enjoy either. Why do they call it a list comprehension? I don't know. To be honest, I didn't really read that much into it. I like how the visual debugger is still like ready for duty, chief, whenever you want. Just sitting there waiting for its image data. Poor guy. And do I need to? Yeah, from interval. Right, perfect. Okay, chain dot 4. Okay. Like this. And then I can send it to tab keys. And I need to implement this. And that's the last guy. And we're about to get there. Yeah, or for from interval also. But yes, you could probably unpack it. If I should be correct. I think you're correct in there. All right. And once this is done, I can probably run Isaac again for the first time in like 2 days. And then try to see if it's going to send random key presses. Using the epsilon, the greedy epsilon Q policy. So let's hope. Normally, what I would want to do is just my dumb wrapper here, and eventually we're going to be able to perhaps refactor this so it's just like a proxy instead of just us redefining everything and wrapping it. Game is focused. We're going to make this sexier, but this is definitely not a priority. Absolutely not a priority. So if it is, then we're just gonna say, listen, like from what we saw, it's press keys. Can I do tap keys or is it press keys? Nah, it's press keys. I want to see what is it by keyboard base keys, right? No way to control the duration. And I mean, they're not doing anything fantastic here. All they're doing is looping over every character, doing press, then looping over every other character and doing release. One thing we did experience in the past with the input controller is if we do something like this, the press key event, and that might just be a Linux thing, but if the press key is just there for like a millisecond, it's not going to register in the game properly. So we might have to re-implement this in a different fashion. We might have to. Like what I would prefer is probably to rewrite this to have some sort of duration as a keyword argument, and then sleep for the duration, and then release the keys. Because this is going to take like microseconds to actually do, and that's not going to register. That's not long enough to register the key press in the game. Everything converges to JavaScript. Always, always, always. I'm starving. Damn it. I'm gonna need to eat something soon. It's almost been 5 hours, so I might go out with the dog soon and perhaps order some food. I'll see what the plan is here, but let's get this done at least, because that would make for great entertainment if we can just see Isaac do random stuff. Like I would enjoy it. So let's just re-implement this. as we did, I believe, with press key. Anyways, right? So tap key. See how we did this thing here ourselves. We re-implemented. So tap keys. We're going to receive the keys and also duration. And what we observed is that that's 0.05, right? So that's 50 milliseconds is enough to be for a key press to be registered in a game, at least in Linux, using the X server. It might be different on different platforms. All right. Nice. Yes, do feed that dog more. They don't have a lot of requirements, but like, feeding them is one of them. And she's asking right now. Like she it's not like she wants to. She doesn't hang out that much when we stream, but like when she wants to go outside, she's gonna be here. And it feels like the auto lighting is off on the because I have this. This is. Thank you, webcam. Really useful. Beautiful. I don't think we need the notebook. Yeah, we're gonna go soon. We're gonna go soon, baby. I'm just gonna... Serpent's gonna implement tap keys and then we're gonna go outside, alright? Yeah. Papa Serpent is gonna do this first. Webcam is good. I mean the action cam, not the face cam. The face cam is definitely decent because it's a camcorder. But I'm using the Logitech 920 for the action cam. And for some reason, it always resets the setting that does the auto lighting adjustment. So if I see this, how it just like decides to woo. By the way, what's up, Mushy? Hello. Just curious where you get the name Serpent from. That's a weird thing. I never really. One thing I didn't do, right? Like one thing I didn't think is, I did. First of all, I didn't think I was gonna stream, right? I thought I was gonna do some YouTube content and stuff like that. One thing I never expected is to people actually start calling me Serpent. So that was like, at first when I saw that, I was just like, wow, that was unexpected. I was not expecting this. And how did I come up with the name? Well, it's just like very, very simple name. Naming and brands and stuff like that. The only rule is pretty much make sure it's not a bad name. It doesn't need to be a good name, just make sure it's not a bad name. So it's easy to pronounce, most people don't know how to spell it. And then there's a couple of thematic stuff. So of course I'm working mostly with Python, so Python snake, Serpent. Serpent sounds nicer than snake. Serpent happens to be the spelling in French for snake. And I mean there's other probably a little more involved reasons why I called it that, why that's the name. But I mean, it's not. There's not a lot of importance attached to the name itself, right? You just need a name, and you just need it to not be terrible. That's pretty much it. That would be my answer there. Absolutely. Well, a serpent is a snake after all. Can you trust snakes? Don't trust snakes. Yeah, some of the most famous Asian esports stars have names like Movie and Boxer, so you're pretty well off. yeah. I mean, like I said, and you'll notice that it's kind of true. Like if you ever want to name something, as long as it's not a bad name, and they're bad name. What are bad names? Like bad names are names that you can kind of get confused as to are they pronounced or spelled, right? If there's a lot of like similar writings for a name, that's bad. Obviously, long names or names that don't flow off the tongue are pretty bad. But other than that, like people are gonna get used to whatever name you pick, right? Don't trust him. I don't think people trust. I'm looking for that. There's no snake. That's a shame. There's no snake in the global emotes. No snake whatsoever. So I guess I'm gonna have to use this. All right, so it's gonna look like a little bit like this, but then it's gonna be for key and key. And then we're gonna do something similar to this, except the sleep's gonna happen after all the presses. So this is not just proxying what exists in by user input. It's kind of like our own variation. Just because from experience we know that if we don't control the duration of the key press, it might not get registered by the game. We've seen that happen. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's yeah. I like the creativity there. Don't you get to create an emote as affiliate? Not yet. It's when they're going to come out with the subscriptions for affiliates that you're going to have access to an emote, but not yet. But yes, eventually. So I think the timeline was not necessarily clear, but in the coming months you're going to be able to sub to channels if they're affiliates. And at that point, I'm probably going to at least be able to make my emote, and that's going to be a crazy mission. Because one emote, pretty difficult to narrow it down to a single one. I mean, we have a lot of ideas already, so it's gonna be difficult. That's for every key we want to press it, then we want to sleep, right? So time.sleep, sleep for the duration that's specified, and then we just do it again and we release them, and that should do it. Now, we've been doing this for the past 2 days, and we haven't really even tested once in the game. So I'd say, like, if I was very confident, I'd say that we're about to see it do its first thing with the game. But we're probably going to have to, like, I don't know, place your bets. Are we going to have, like, over or under 10 crashes before it gets we get to see something working? I'll make your emote in Miss May. I'll gladly accept it, Mushy. I'll gladly accept it. But yeah, is it Corbob or Corb? Yeah, no, Corbob. I think that's a nice snake. It's a good idea. I like the creativity. It's like using the squid without the head. It's pretty nice. Like this. Uh-oh, I'm deleting code instead of voice pasting emotes. What am I doing? I can't do it. I'm gonna give up. I just deleted code again. Multiple keyboards, multiple input devices. Bad. Yeah, then we would just get to release keys. Oh no, I know I can. Because then it's just doing, considering... Yeah, I'll do it. The only problem is I use tab key everywhere, right? I don't want to break the API if I can. I could look for all the usages of tab key and change them to tab keys, and then just have this be, if the key that's passed is not like a list, just wrap it in a list, and then for every key do this. Yeah, absolutely. Nice. All right, so now it's going to be a competition with who comes up with the best snake emote using the tools we're given. I'm okay with creativity. That's good. I'm gonna come up with my own right now. I'm almost there. There you go. Oh yeah, that feels good, man. That's not a bad one either. All right, I'm gonna have to take that break soon, guys. I don't think we're almost there. I should do this actually before. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run this as is. When I get back, we're gonna start by refactoring this because Fresh is totally right. Right? We need to do it. Yeah, the dog, indeed. But it's not gonna be okay. Let's just be clear. It's not a break like yesterday, right? I haven't been clear on this. It's not a break from like yesterday. It's not a 2-hour break. I'm just gonna go outside with the dog, order some food. So I'm probably gonna be gone for like 10 minutes tops. It's not a 2-hour break like yesterday. So just to be clear. But right now, before I do that, I want to see it at least working. So I can, instead of having a break overlay, we can probably just look at Isaac doing dumb stuff. That would be good. There we go. Nice. I like the creations. They're beautiful. Good job. No one's using emojis. You could also use standard emojis, right? That would be cheating. Beautiful. So beautiful. Yeah, I didn't change release, right? Yep, good call. You just saved me one issue right there. Thank you. Emojis are deprecated. Okay, okay. Well, I'm an old person looking to learn. So thank you for the knowledge. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. All right, so tab keys is there. Technically, I should just be able to do tab keys with the values. The default duration in my case is going to be absolutely fine. So it's going to press all 3 keys or 2 keys and then release them after the duration. That should work. How old am I anyway? I'm in my early 30s, right? So I might look young for I don't know. Depends on like when I have like a fresh cut and I just shaved, I kind of look, I guess, a little young. But yeah, I'm actually in my early 30s, so I'm not a kiddo anymore. I'm not an old guy either. Just in the right spot. Just in the right spot. It's all in your head, man. Oh man. Early 20s easy? Nah, come on. If you saw me in person, you would never think that. Maybe just on the with the camera work. Yeah, exactly. Kappa, the late Kappa there. All right, this should work. Famous last words, of course, but this should work. And only one way to find out. Let's make sure our config in the plugin is set to game train. It is perfect. So just to imagine what's going to happen here. It's going to decide to run first like that setup block. The setup block is going to say, hey, this is your input shade, this is your length. This is the input space, the input mapping for the input space. Here's the model, which we don't really leverage right now, but still, here's the Keras neural network that we want you to assemble. Here's a bunch of state stuff. That's the setup. Then it's gonna grab a frame. It's gonna get a frame, a game frame. It's going to build a frame stack from it, and then it's going to do it should do that random action based on what I should probably do is I'll also output this before we tap, so we have something to look at. So let's just say print input values, and then sending that over to the input controller. Okay. See you, Miz. See you next time. Camera takes off. 10 years and 10 pounds. I thought that was the opposite, to be honest. I thought that was the opposite. Script deletes system 32. Yeah, on Linux. Oh. Hence the kappa, of course. All right, so tab keys. I'm just trying to. Okay, so there's a few things we need to do just to initialize that correctly. I need to invoke Isaac launch first. I need to get it to the game. Oops, mistakes. All right, so I'm gonna get Isaac launch. It's gonna use the wrapper to launch the game from Steam. The game is getting launched for some reason in the wrong window. So let's try to fix that. Should be here. All right, let's do that. Let's try that again. RM, yes, RM. Yeah. Script just deletes the notebook. Too soon, man, too soon. Too soon. We've seen that happening before. All right, so that launches the game. Like I said, I'm gonna manually take it to the game itself. Although we already have something that can do that for us, right? The agent is able to do it for us. And what I'm gonna do next is Isaac play and get it back like this. And like I said, the current bets are over or under 10 crashes before we get it working. That's crash number 1. Because it's because of that resize stuff. Indeed. Yeah, no preserve root. There you go. There you go. That's the big one. That's the big one. All right, so that's number 1. Let's try to figure out what's wrong here. I mean, we got all the way through the setup, so that's already good news. So setup was fine. Then we enter here. And when we start messing with the frame stack, this is where it kind of goes to crap. When we do the reshape, maybe I was missing something from that code. Not this. We're gonna close a few tabs just because we went totally ham on the tabs. We need to bring this down a bit. So this is the script the implementation of the DP network. Let's try to find that reshape part. So this here says it should be 1. Okay, so in my case it should not be 1, it should be 3, because we're using the color frame. That's probably the mistake. Let's try that again. It gave you a -27 win rate. Nah, that's probably just me. It's probably just me. There you go. It did a thing. It did a thing. It did a thing. And then it crashed, but it did a thing. I'm sure you saw it. Oh yeah, we're not handling none. Okay. What type of NN are you using? So in this case, we're using we're kind of using the structure for the neural net. So it's a convolutional neural net, right, with 3 convolution layers. It's using a color image, like a shrunk down color image from the game as input to neural net. And it's actually based, like the structure is not something we invented and built. It's actually the structure that's used in DeepMind's paper, right? So we're just copying, which is what you do when you do applied machine learning or applied deep learning. You just copy like proven versions of neural networks. So that's what it is. It's actually like a very simple in terms of amount of layers, relatively simple 3 convolution layers that take the original input. And eventually it converges, like we just converge it to the amount of possible actions or action permutations that can be performed, right? So nothing too insane in terms of neural net. Yay, a thing. Yeah, it crashed after, but it did a thing. Isaac pressed the button. Yeah, they're killing Revlobot. I know, right? But I don't think, like, yeah, that's it. I see someone talking about currency stuff. Like, yeah, exactly. I think it actually. I already have, like, let's just say, like, just for a sec, let's just imagine, like, I already have so much, like, crap. Like, would we really want to have, like, a Revlobot? I know we're not talking about this stream necessarily, but I mean, if every stream does Revlobot with currencies and games and bets and BitBoss and like has like a cup and has like all sorts of scrolling things, it kind of becomes like a big distraction, right? You found a BTTV emote. I'm gonna look at it. I can enable it. Oh, that's a nice one. I like it. All I have to do, right, is use in my channel, right? I did it. It should be there. Yeah, I'm gonna handle the nuns. That's the issue for sure. Yeah. Roulette. Yeah, I know, right? Alt F4. Never seen that before. Right. So yeah, it's the nuns, obviously, because I'm trying to map to nuns. None is not going to be a key. That's valid in this case. Let's just go back still. Try to get a good look. Make sure that we're not assuming what the error is. Cool. So I decided to press W, A, and 113. 113 being the probably the ASCII code for the arrow. And then where did it end up crashing? Game agent. That okay. Later. Input mapping for none. Yeah, it's exactly. That's what it is. So it's just that none. And thank you for that follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. I am so hungry right now. God damn it. And if I order food right now, it's gonna take like an hour to get here, so I'm not in the clear at all. But I want Isaac to do more than one thing before I go on the break. Let's just be clear. So yeah, it's filtering out the nuns are probably not a bad idea. Good idea. You should order it. Yeah, I will. I will do it during the break. Unless we want to do Twitch orders, food as a bot thing, right? So you have to bet your currency. No, I'm just kidding. I don't think I'll ever do currency stuff. Like I think it's just too much, man. You guys can entertain yourselves. You don't need a currency system. Twitch orders. Oh, I wonder what the beautiful things I would get if I ever did that. What wonderful foods would I ever get? There's a time frame between having appetite and really having low blood sugar where I can actually think clearer and focus more. Interesting. Maybe it's like some sort of survival instinct that kicks in. It's like now we really must focus on finding food. So here's a little boost on your focus. Try to find food. Twitch orders food using Serpent.AI's credit card. Yeah. I wonder what beautiful creations I would get. Someone would ship me some actual snake to eat. Something like that. Crabfish and taco sauce. Yeah, I'm sure it would be great. Great creations. Like I saw your creativity with the snake emojis, emotes. Sorry, I'm an old guy. I'm sorry. I apologize. It's not emojis. It's emotes. Left beef, right, man? Oh, classic. How old is this thing, really? Dog has been fed, and you ever turned? Jesus, what have you fed that dog? Yeah, instead of messing around like joking with you guys, I should actually finish this so I can order food and move on. And Isaac can do things. All I really need is to filter out nuns. That's it. And since I'm pretty much in that low sugar, blood sugar area that Freshy was alluding to, I'm just gonna be lazy and actually do this. Development by Google, filter none Python, right? Really, a list comp? Man, come on. The best food order, nice. Yeah, people couldn't like. Let's just assume like people will not be able to cheat the sentiment analysis. I'm pretty sure they would. I don't know if this is in your area. Probably not. I don't have anything amazing, right? I don't have anything amazing in terms of food delivery. Really? That's it? I know, dude. Don't dude me, man. I'm tired. I'm hungry. Don't dude me. But yeah, if it's that easy, fine. Is it a new app or? Because I'm so tired of like the classics. Like I just can't order like from the usual suspects. All right, I'll do it. So it's none out of this, which makes sense because it's okay. The falsy values, that's it. I mean, do we have a lot of falsy values? Yeah, that was the actual Stack Overflow question. That's why people are using list comprehension, just because it removes zeros and stuff like that. Python 3 makes this problem easy. None dot. I mean, where is this coming from? What's the none dot underscore underscore any? I've never seen that before. I might be dumb. You may dude me if that's the case. I've never seen that. Not equal. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that makes sense now. Now that you say it, it makes sense. Yeah, okay. Thank you. That does make sense. Let's try to Isaac play again. Yeah, same thing. Key error none. I managed to do a few things. Managed to do a few things. Oh, it's way before actually. So it's not when it's actually before. Okay. Serpent chat installs Gentoo Linux. Well, you guys probably have more of a chance than general Twitch chat, but still, I wouldn't put my money on it. I wouldn't put too much money on that one. But you guys have a better chance. Let's just say that. Absolutely a better chance of pulling it off. No, 0 is the index, but it still wraps. It still goes back to none. TST it actually goes back to none. It's just the index 0 that represents no op, but it gets mapped back to none. So let's just do for now input values, because the problem was not input values. The problem was when I look up this right here. So for in this, okay, so, and this is where we need to filter. So we're actually gonna extract that. Let's go. Let's go. Frixis is just like, come on, man. Let's do this. Less yapping, more coding. Alright, so technically what I have to do is do the filter bit on this guy, but it's gonna start looking like crap if I do that. It's gonna be too long. Alright, so it's the dot not equal. I mean, so that works, but it's ugly. Yeah, true. Good call. Good call. We are already using. See, I can't think anymore. I'm so hungry. You guys are doing all the thinking for me. I should credit to you guys for the framework and not myself. Song, I'm gonna try, but it's probably a podcast. It's a podcast. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but it's a podcast. Yeah, exactly. It's not done. Yeah, exactly. Because it's already list comp. You're right. All right. So if input label is not done. Good call. All right. Cool. Yeah, it is a drum and bass podcast. It's actually just a di.fm stuff. So it's there you go. Of course, Isaac's gonna die, but yeah, I forgot about the death screen shit. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's never gonna work. Oh my god, this is bad. This needs to stop. Okay, so I forgot about death. All right, so death is kind of a problem. Depth is kind of a problem. Hype. Isaac is a noob. Yeah, oh, come on. Give him a chance. Yeah, it's actually let me give you the channel. This is one of my ongoing things. I want to have like actual legit music for the channel and not just use web stuff because I do care about copyright, to be honest. I used to work in the music industry. So this is more like radio. I don't feel as bad about using radio, and I'm actually a paying customer for them. But this is the playlist pretty much for the channel. But I want to do some work and get some actual legit tracks going. It just takes a lot of work to prepare the playlist. I haven't gotten to that yet. Right, I just need to handle, like I said, death. He just linked me something for keyboards. Nice. All right, so if I have something to handle the death screen, what would be cool? What would be cool is it could run forever, even though it's dumb. It could run forever while I go on my break, at least, because it would just restart. It would just press space when it's dead. Now we already have. It's okay because we already have. And it's funny, I wasn't expecting Isaac to just be like that super hyperactive. So you guys want this to be a stream, really? Like I know holding R is a quick fix, but when you die, you can also press space. Do the Isaac dance. Yeah, space. So who would watch this? Like seriously, I'm not kidding. Like who would watch this for hours getting it to train? This is amazing. Isaac NATO. Yeah. This is awesome. This is not awesome. This is just random, but it's funny. Can be your be right back screen, of course. That's why I wanted to handle the depth. But fortunately, we have a setup for this. I just have to bring back the context classifier in this case, and it's gonna work. Put him in a room. I can probably interfere. Man, it's hard. I'm trying to interfere, but it doesn't really. It's gonna lag. It's gonna blow up. Too many inputs, I believe. No, I can't. Isaac is on his own. Benny Hill background music. Dancing to the drum and bass, nice. Then again, Fish plays Pokemon was your popular thing. Yeah, I don't know why people end up watching stuff like that. Like, I mean, if there's a promise that the AI gets smarter, I would understand and I would do it. But if it's just like doing what we're doing right now, like this, I don't get why people would do this. He'll get there eventually, yeah. But this is we're still missing so many things, right? We're missing the reward functions and stuff like that. But it's a start. But now, like I said, we need to handle the death screen, and that would be a complete. Hype. Almost made it. I was gonna be teasing you guys. Yeah, the neat neural net that's something. Yeah, we talk a lot about that one. Like, it's the one thing that introduced a lot of people to the idea of I guess like AIs or neural nets playing games, right? Because sampling had a lot of exposure back then. So yeah, absolutely. Can it detect room changes in the current state? Yes, but not in the current like game mode. The mode that we set the agent to. But of course, the code is already there for room changes. So that's not. See, what you guys are doing is exactly what the chat ends up being in these streams. Like, it's just like, oh, why you like people personify like the AI. They're just like, why you're almost there. Why are you so dumb? Like, don't stop. Like, What was the first neural network friend of mine and I wrote. Nice, yeah, because it got it all. I have to be honest, like it got me inspired and got me interested in that stuff too late, right? Like when I saw that, it was 2 years ago, I believe now, already 2 years ago. When I saw that, I was just like, man, this is something I want to do, right? This is something I want to do. But back then, I was still doing web stuff and didn't really get the opportunity to get into that stuff. So it was very, very nebulous, very like foreign to me. But luckily, my job slowly started pivoting towards more and more machine learning and eventually neural nets and stuff. So I got lucky in that sense that I got exposed to that stuff and started understanding it and getting I guess like training for it. Oh my god, almost. No, it's random movement right now. So I just wanted to have something visual. It's not training. But if we were to have it training, it would do this. It would do this. The thing is, it's not training because we don't have the reward functions coded, right? And that's going to be a big deal. The feedback should be from chat. Oh man, that's funny. However, it would be so late, right? Yeah, the reward function is going to be the big deal. Starting with the same questions and comments as Sendex. Yeah, is it training right now? Is it actually learning anything? Why is it so dumb? Pog Jam for we can do all the we could do this stuff for fun, right? But not now. So I don't think it's ever gonna make. Okay, so let's not implement the depth in the context because I really need to take the break. Like I said, take the dog outside, order some food. But let's see. I'm gonna leave this up, right? I'm gonna leave this up. I'm not gonna put on the break overlay, and we'll see if it makes it to another room when I come back. All right. Is it trying to press 2 buttons at once? Yes, but only one directional key. Only one directional key and one projectile key at once, right? But it's possible that it's trying to do a diagonal, right? So if you see two key presses, it's trying to go diagonally, right? I'm gonna come back to a 1 game. Eat the dog and take out the food. Yep. All right. So I'm gonna leave it up, right? So you have fun with that. I'm sure I'm gonna miss something cool. If something PogChamp happens, just clip it so I can see it, and I'll be right back, right? So it's like 10 minutes max, I'd say. All right. Later. Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Later. All right. When did that happen? When did that happen? When did Isaac die? There you go. I'm not done, however. I still need to order the food, but I was gonna check on Isaac for sure. Actually, adding space as a random key might not be a bad idea, just to get out of the death screen. But we have a way better way of doing this. Just because we already have context detection, we can detect that we're dead. It's just not in this game agent mode. Quickly code space. Is it gonna happen? No, I don't think so. Sorry. He's just teasing y'all. Alright. It took longer because I was locked outside for some reason. Some funny soul locked the front door. Alright. Let me just take care of my food. So what should I eat? What should I eat? Any suggestions? Does Isaac that locked the front door? Pizza? Yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I could go for some pizza. Chicken salad. Can I do pizza and chicken salad from the same place? Let's try to find that out. Chicken salad would be great also. Damn. Salad. Yeah, I could do chicken salad also. Nice. Tacos. Whoa, doggy, calm down, please. Pizzas with mini pizzas. Carbonara. Nice. There's nothing at that restaurant except for spaghetti, which I'm not gonna trust. I'm not gonna trust. Like, if the only pasta you have on your menu is spaghetti, I don't trust it. I'm sorry, I don't trust it. So let's do pizza and chicken salad. That's a good mix. A little bit of pizza, a little bit of chicken salad. So we don't feel too bad about the pizza, you know. Oh, you're definitely gonna trigger some people if you say like Hawaiian barbecue pizza. Some people, it's a highly controversial subject. So whoever bet on the treasure room, it's not looking pretty good right now. It's not looking pretty good. I don't think Isaac wants it. What are you? No, I'm just kidding. I do eat more than my fair share of pizza. Don't worry. It's just that I ate because of the conference this week. I kind of ate like crap, so I don't want to overdo it. But I did go on a crazy bike ride yesterday, so surely enough that offsets it, right? All right, let's do this thing. Let's do Canadian pizza. No, I'm just Canadian prices pizza, which is not a nice thing. All right, cool. Pizza's done. And chicken salad. What a great idea. I like it. Oh man, I'm getting the stupid responsive. I'm getting a stupid responsive design just because. Oh my god, please. Website, please. there a way to force that now in Chrome? I think there is a way to force, maybe just on the mobile Chrome, however, a way to force. Like the display of the full ratio. There we go. That is it for the food. All right. Isaacs is aware of your bets, exactly right. Hope the Canadian dollar goes back up. Yeah, same. It's a little rough right now. Block all JS applications, no more responsive design. No, I think from just CSS you can do media queries and that's it. Like I don't think you need JS to do responsive. I just realized sometimes. You're thinking too much, Shuka. I think that's just you thinking too much. Pizza's the only way I eat several things. Pineapple being one, mushrooms another. Nice. I personally agree on the mushrooms. I'm not a big mushroom fan, but if it's on pizza, I will eat it. So I think I share that. Pineapple I can totally eat. However, he's going crazy. Hit or miss. I thought it was shit or miss. What's this? No, hit or miss, yeah. Seriously, if I'm desperate for something to eat and I see canned pineapple, I would probably go for that. I like it. So you guys are kind of like my life alert right now, right? So if I'm really hungry and I'm feeling kind of bad. So hopefully I'm not gonna like collapse on stream or something. Before the food gets here. Let's just think of the next steps, right? Like there's still a lot. Like this is what we're seeing now is probably like 1% of the job that needs to be done. Sorry to discourage people, but yeah, that's kind of like the reality here. Not yet. No. It's just like we're just it's just a little sanity check, Spherion. It's kind of funny. It's like the Isaac dance. But even if it were learning, it would take a long time to stop it from doing random actions, right? The streamer I watch, Canada, yeah, exactly, exactly. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm gonna be fine, but I am especially hungry. Like I was so into this thing that I did not realize how hungry I was, and then when I went outside with the dog, it was just like, man, like I feel bad. I need to eat something. Yeah, I need to eat something soon. All right, so let's just like I'm gonna leave it do it like Isaac doing its thing right now. Maybe not the entire time while I wait for the food, but what's the next step? Well, it's figuring out how to implement the reward system in the framework. And thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Because right now the problem is the way it was working in the algorithm is it was giving an action to the environment and it was getting a reward back immediately. That's not how it works with our system. We have to get to the next frame to realize, hey, do we give a reward or do we give a positive reward or a negative reward, which would be a punishment, right? So do we punish or reward? I can't calculate that until I find out what the next frame is. So I say do this. Let's say it hits Isaac and Isaac loses half a heart. I can only find out that Isaac lost half a heart on the next frame. So that's gonna be a lot of refactoring in terms of how they structure the algorithm and how we can implement it in the framework, right? Yeah, exactly. Like right, like that's why you have to stay at a long time. Like well, we're using greedy epsilon queue policy, right? So we're just starting super like with almost 100% random actions. But technically, it would be collecting rewards, But even if it collects reward, it's not going to start using too much of what it knows until a long time, just because it needs to explore way more. Otherwise, it's just going to overfit to like the first room you put him in, and he's not going to learn to actually play the game, right? He's just going to learn to navigate that first room effortlessly towards the reward. It's going to maximize the reward. Yes, it depends a lot on reward functions indeed. Shit, I'm missing a few things, guys. I'm sorry. You watched Setbling. Pretty much your introduction to the whole thing. The one thing I noticed is that it stops improving after a while without human interface. Okay, sorry. That's where licked stuff came in. Well, in the case of Setbling and Mario, it's probably just because... Yeah, it's probably just because it was definitely overfitted. That's what Licht was saying. Overfitted to that one level. So when you took that train model and put him in the second level, it was just not going to do that well. Because it just overfitted to that level. Not that it's an easy thing to get over, but I think we're going to have better luck with Isaac. And why is that? Just because there's random layouts. And the rules of the game are pretty much the same. Regardless of the layouts. So I think we're gonna have a little bit of better luck. Of course, are we gonna actually get Isaac to play the game successfully? That's still a mystery, right? There could be like deal breakers in there that make it really difficult. You'll notice that not everyone and their brothers or their sister makes like AI systems that plays video games, right? It's just not because there's not a lot of guarantees right now. It's not guaranteed it's gonna work. However, I do believe that we're going to get to see at least some interesting results. And if not, at least it's going to prove to be an interesting experiment that we're going to get to learn from. Yeah, exactly, right? Pure HTML and CSS model. Yeah, exactly. Right. So let's just take a moment without code, right, to reflect on what's required to make a great reward function in this case. We know for sure that we want to punish Isaac taking damage, right? That's definitely one. So let's go with the obvious ones first. Like Isaac taking damage, bad. Changing rooms should be encouraged, absolutely, right? And the thing that's cool is that since we control the reward calculation, we can analyze the frame to see for specific things. So we can even, and this is why I was focusing a lot on detecting like actual mapping the floor, detecting if we're in a new room or not, detecting if we're in the treasure room or not, because I knew we were going to have access to that information to compute the rewards. So if I know Isaac made it to the treasure room, I can give him a much better reward. If Isaac makes it closer to the treasure room, I can give him a better reward, right? So there's a lot of these things going on. If we were to just simplify playing the Binding of Isaac, what do you want to do? You want to explore rooms that you haven't seen before. You want to, of course, not die. You want to clear the room so you can get out. And you eventually want to make it towards the item room, or the treasure room, and eventually make it to the boss, right? Of course, there's optional stuff you can do, find the secret rooms and stuff like that, but that's probably how you would model yourself playing Isaac. So we have to try to emulate that. We have to find the ways to reward Isaac for things that emulate that type of playstyle, and ways to punish Isaac when he does something that does not emulate that playstyle, right? And exactly, sometimes it is good for Isaac to take damage. So detecting that scenario is going to be absolutely difficult. We can't just say taking damage bad, like bad, very bad, avoid at all costs. So in some cases, the right decision is to take damage, right? Even if you get him to understand this game, even nearly as good as actual players, I think it's pretty really efficient because the game is complicated. Yeah, I know. And this is something I played the game before. This is kind of my mistake when I selected that game. I was like, oh yeah, Isaac, like that should be relatively simple. And then I started playing again. It's been a while since I played it. I started playing again, and when I realized, I was like, oh boy. I was like, this game is only simple on the surface. It's actually pretty complicated. pretty complicated game, right? In terms of, like you said, intricacies and stuff like that. Will it detect? But made it to the room. Beautiful. Take that, flies. What? Picked up the bomb, killed some flies. Go random. He beat the room. Oh man, that's funny. I was like, here we go. He's gonna die. Nope. Not a problem. It's just random. It's just random, guys, but it's still funny. It's still funny. Too strong, shut it down. Yeah, I was reading chat earlier. Goes back like a boss. Just like, nope, had enough of that room. Optional stats in Afterbirth Plus. Yeah, that's something we could kind of focus on. I know we have Afterbirth Plus, but we just have to rebuild the context classifier, the neural net for the context classifier, because the menus and everything changed in Afterbirth Plus. So all of our previous operations are not working anymore. So we would have to retrain the neural net, recapture samples for all the contexts, and not a big deal, not the biggest of deals. However, I mean, it would take some time. I don't think it's the most fascinating thing to watch on stream. Teach the AI which items are good and bad. Yeah, that's going to take a while, because just recognizing the items. I think the first step, and I know it's sad. I think the first step would be to play without items, right? Just because it's always going to be the same. So we get, nothing prevents us from making variations or actual like multiple versions of the AI, right? Nothing prevents us from doing that. We have all the tools we need to succeed at that. But I would definitely try to go with one that plays without items before. Hopefully the reward for entering new rooms won't cause him to walk back and forth. Well, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. And this is why I was working on the minimap parsing and stuff before we started on this thing. It's just because I need to know, like, okay, if you're just going back to the room you were in, that's definitely not worth the reward. But if you're discovering a new room, then it's worth it. So we have control over this, and this is why it's like a mix. You're like, okay, is it really AI? And this is where we start that discussion again. Because yes, it's technically the algorithms that are used for general AI, but we're still telling it what's good and bad. And we still have control over what's good and bad, right? So is it really learning to play the game using actual AI? You make your call. I don't think so myself. But reinforcement learning is pretty much the closest thing we've got to a learning, an actual nice learning set of algorithms on top of neural networks, right? I think the idea was to reward moving towards the overarching goal. Yes, yeah. But this is going to require us to actually nail our minimap parsing to do it, right? Yeah, exactly. We always awarded more for going into a new room. That's it. Yes. Looks awesome. I'm at work, so please remember to upload this. Yeah, I'm going to upload both days to YouTube after the stream today. Absolutely. You just joined 10 seconds ago. This is awesome. Well, this is not even that awesome. I mean, because it's not doing it's not learning it, but it looks a lot like what it would do at first. We're still nice wiggle. The Isaac dance. Yeah, exactly. That's Shuka says something like humans are different on different because we take a lot of factors. Yeah. And number 2 is the truest of them all, to be honest. We're not really necessarily aware of what's happening, right? We're really good at making abstractions, right? So like I was talking about that example yesterday when I was talking about putting my water bottle on the keyboard, right? I say, okay, well, for me, I can say, hey, it's possible. I've never done it before, right? But it's possible that I would come up with the idea of putting my water bottle on the keyboard, because I'm like, keyboard is an object. The water bottle is an object. like they have surfaces that are kind of like that can kind of complement each other. So I could definitely drop object on the object where a surface is. But this is all like concepts that we're able to bring because we've been trained over like, I guess, like millions of years of like evolution, right? Like we just carry this baggage, this base knowledge, which AI systems don't have. They don't have that. So all they're going to learn is say, tell me what's good, tell me what's bad. I'll try to do more of what's good and less of what's bad. This is what we got right now, so it's not that impressive. Can it still bring a lot of change to the world? Probably, and it's probably a good thing. But we're not to the point where we can just drop something in a new environment and say, go. You know, like we're gonna give you some baggage and go. All right, we're not there yet. There's a girl streaming programming cleavage and I'm here. Oh man, you guys are, be nice. What's more fascinating is we know what information is necessary. Yeah, that's true. There's so much we don't understand about like brains. Like neuroscience is pretty much where it's at. Like forget like learning algorithms and forget machines and forget technology. Like neuroscience is really fascinating in my opinion, right? Is that what you write on your Tinder bio, Slayer? Show me your for loops or get the fuck out. Nice. Yeah, absolutely random right now. Absolutely random. We're porting the DeepMind algorithm. And I'm kind of waiting on my food right now, so that's why we're just talking, and he's doing random stuff, but not random stuff like random like I program like random you do this. It's actually random according to greedy epsilon Q policy. Now we're just brainstorming about we're brainstorming the reward functions pretty much. I mean we can't start with just damage because the first room has no real options to take damage. So damage is definitely not like, of course we could favor room changes very quickly because we already know how to detect that pretty easily. Problem with that is that Isaac's not going to see the rewards. It's not going to see the rewards soon enough, often enough to learn something, right? Because it's just happened like twice in the couple of it only happened twice. So far that he changed rooms, and that would not lead to a lot of learning, right? That would not lead to a lot of learning. Yeah, no injection. We don't look at anything other than the game frames, right? So that's the, I guess the core principle here is that we don't do that. We will only parse, will collect or grab game frames to do everything. So none of that getting access like stuff from memory, stuff on the disk whatsoever. We're not touching that. You would go with new rooms to start? Yeah, I would probably start that also. Female programmers who don't use Bootstrap or jQuery, that would eliminate most of that match. Yeah, well, only one way to find out for science. Can we detect open doors? Yeah, we're definitely going to be able to do that. But yeah, probably new rooms to start with, of course. The other option, if it's a little more involved, is to say, well, like Moore was saying, because Moore was here when we were talking about that in the past. One other option is to say, between frames, before we give out the reward, we could well, not even between frames, at a specific point in time when we're in the room, we could set an overarching goal that says, hey, your goal is to make it to explore another unexplored room right now, and we're not going to tell you how to do that, right? We're not going to tell Isaac how to explore something that's unexplored. All we know is if you do it, we'll be able to give you a reward, because we decided that going towards that room is the good case in this, right? A community project we can work on. Nice. Dating app for programmers. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? I am so hungry. That food needs to get here like now. Hangry. I'm gonna get hangry. The ratio would be all off? Yeah, pretty much, right? Yeah, so yeah, like I said, before we move on, we need to decide on that. Like I probably we could definitely have some fun and just do room changes for now. But the problem is AI. Like, oh, there we go. It's happening. It's happening. Get that little life savings piggy bank. You can do it. Of course, getting an item would probably be a good thing. Yep, piggy bank. What if the AI gets depressed and doesn't want no more rewards? Yeah, that's always a possibility. Yeah, I know. The piggy bank. Yeah. Oh man, good, right? Damn it. Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of fun with this AI. I think this game is probably the worst game I could have picked. Like seriously, just because of all the friggin' edge cases that are gonna come from the item combinations. Yeah. So if we take damage, but then coins appear, then it might learn that yay, let's let's just take damage to get rich, and eventually dies. What desktop environment am I using? I'm using Cinnamon. I'm using Antergos with Cinnamon. Like die, get rich or die trying. Pretty much is the overarching theme for this Isaac. You saw it in chat, yeah, because there is a command for that. Yes, please do it. You love destroying the poops, but please get the piggy bank. Please get the piggy bank. Yeah, so no, I'm not planning to just do this and watch it do random stuff. Come on, forever. Then I'm just reflecting and kind of brainstorming with chat right now as to what the best step would be as the first reward that we can give. We can't even do necessarily health right now without additional computer vision work because we're not able to detect the health levels, right? So as long as there we go, piggy bank acquired. By the way, Isaac already cleared the room, so like the chance that we actually see enemies not gonna be that good. What do the numbers represent? They're just ASCII codes for key presses, for the arrow keys, for the projectiles. So right now it's just grabbing some input. If the greedy epsilon Q policy would decide to use something random, right? So it's absolutely that. Yeah, it is arrow keys indeed. Yes. Tired now, going to bed. Thanks for the stream. Yeah. Well, as you can see, there's gonna be like we're like I said, like 1% done. But we're definitely gonna have fun with this, right? We're definitely gonna have some fun with this stuff. Probably gonna get a lot of unexpected stuff that's gonna happen along the development of the bot for AI for Isaac, right? Are we gonna get to really like go through the game? Like, time will tell. There's so many things that can go wrong, and it's a very complex. Even though it looks very simple on the surface as a game, there's so many little intricacies that can happen and that actually exist in the game, and it will make it pretty difficult to really pass it. But I'm sure we're gonna get to see something interesting. That's the promise. We're gonna get to see something interesting no matter what, right? Destroys all the poops. Claim sacrificing that amount of time isn't worth the slight boost you get from the poops. And that's a good question for chat right now. If you play Isaac, do you destroy the poops? Is it worth your time to destroy the poops? Good question. I'm just gonna check on the food. Shouldn't be too long. Give me a sec. There's no way I can even code right now if I don't get the food. Forget it. My brain is just not there. That's how hungry I am. 25 minutes ago. Yeah, damn it. It's still gonna take a while. You definitely destroy every poop. First few floors. Am I allowed to leave Isaac on stream training? Probably, if it's actually learning, right? Well, keep it in mind that, okay, just for a sec, keeping in mind that Sendex actually leaves his GTA 5 self-driving neural net on 24/7, and it's not even learning. I think it's safe to say that you can. I'm pretty sure you can do it. I'm not gonna do it until I actually have some learning in there. I could definitely just leave it on, and it's pretty entertaining. But I would rather at least have some measure of learning in there before we do that. But I did ask Jason a little earlier if people were interested in that, right? If people were interested, and everyone said yes, pretty much. Everyone said yes. So I'm gonna be thinking about it. Maybe I never stream during the weekdays. Maybe on weekdays I'm gonna be able to do the training sessions. Actual training sessions. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it, by the way. Thank you. So yeah, there's definitely a chance of that happening now that I know you guys are interested in seeing that. But of course, there needs to be some measure of learning. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's nice to just do this. Of course, now it's kind of ridiculous, kind of funny, because it's the first time we get to see Isaac doing that, and you kind of get to visualize. When it picks the random option based on the greedy epsilon q policy, this is what it would look like, right? This is what it would look like. But eventually, when the policy relaxes a bit, or quite the opposite actually, when the policy tightens, there's gonna be more chance that it's gonna pick actions from what it learned and what's in the neural net. And that's when it's going to be technically learning as it plays, right? But we're going to do something. We're going to do something today. We should have something that's decent today already. I'm going to do room changes, right? So it's not going to be much. It might take a long time to get to see something. But we're going to do room changes. We're going to give a reward for room changes, since we can already detect that pretty easily. Maybe next time what we'll do is start working on accurately reading health levels off the HUD. That's definitely going to be the next thing, because we need to apply some sort of minor punishment. And I'm thinking the punishment for health, losing health, needs to be proportional to how much health you have left, right? So if you lose half a heart, I'm probably not gonna punish you as much as if you lose half a heart and you have only one heart left, right? So I'm thinking making it proportional is gonna make Isaac eventually play more conservative if he's low on health, versus I have a lot of health, I can take some risks, right? Absolutely. Poor visual debugger still thinking, I'm still here, I can be useful. No. It's not even collecting data right now. It's just we got to this point where we could get it to do this based on the queue policy. So I was just like, yeah, might as well just run it so we can get to see something. Just visualize what this action would look like. Yeah, but it's random inputs right now. Just because it's the epsilon policy is technically this is not exactly 100% true. It might still select eventually to use the neural net, but the neural net doesn't really have anything in it, so it's not going to do anything. Reward picking up health when you're not at full health, so I'm not going to detect that you did that. That's the thing, right? That's where it gets tricky. I'm not going to detect that health was picked up, but I can detect that the health, and that's probably what you mean, by the way. But I can detect that health went up. So this is why, like, parsing on the HUD, the actual health levels are going to be kind of crucial, because we're able to punish and reward based on what happens. Yeah, well, that's your thing as a human, of course, Shuko, right now, like, right? Don't forget what I said. Like, there's a good chance that we might do itemless. If we want to see good results, I think itemless would be the way to go, because the items introduce so many like exceptions and little edge cases. I'm not sure exactly, but yeah. So first, we're for tonight at least. We need to figure out how to integrate the reward system in. I mean, it's not complicated. It's already there. We just need to make it work with the framework, like the setup, like the architecture of the framework, right? So that's going to be step one for tonight. Then we're going to try to apply at least giving out a reward if you change rules. Is that going to look very different than what we see now? Not exactly, because it's not going to change rooms that often, right? So it's not going to see rewards often. So it's not going to do much. But we have to get started somewhere. This is definitely progress, right? Yeah, well, I would start itemless just to as a first step, I would say, just as step one, right? Just to get to learn about movement and killing enemies and stuff like that. All right. I'd say it's enough of this for now, but I need the food, so I don't know. Kind of a dilemma, right? Do I just leave it up and we keep talking for another 10 and I get the food, or do we try to make some progress here? Because I need to eat. I'm dying. I mean, I could definitely at least get it to restart. Wait for the food. Yeah, I think it's the wise call. The door food is there. Hopefully hopefully you're just trolling. Yeah, it won't be productive because the thing is hooking on the reward system. It's going to take a lot of work, right? So it's not like something we can just squeeze in quickly. Ah, there you go. Not troll this time around. Ouch, shit. Ouch. This is now an eating stream. Indeed, indeed. Troll, but your timing is perfect. Indeed, you made it happen. You made it happen. All right, so this is the saddest looking chicken salad ever. Having known that, I would have not ordered this. It's like chicken strip, like not fake chicken, but you know, like this like factory chicken slices. Pretty sad. Pretty sad. All right. Yes, this is indeed an eating stream. I'm gonna try to do it as fast as possible. But yeah, after that we're gonna work on the reward system, and we'll see how that goes. I should feel a little better after food, right? So hopefully. Okay. Isaac decided to go and die, pretty much. Or kill the room, clear the room. Once again, social eating, yes. Just saying, you guys missed Isaac clearing the room on totally on accident. You guys are trolling exactly like Sendex's chat. Like, wow, no, I promise Charles is learning right now, and everyone's like, no, it's not. Read the description. It's like, no, look at that, totally learning, totally getting better. No, but we're. I mean, the reward system shouldn't be too far out. Like maybe like 2 hours, I'd say, in terms of coding. And then we just need to implement the first reward, which would be changing rooms and run a policy. Problem is, we won't get to see anything interesting because it's going to take hours to even converge just for changing rooms. Isaac performs Shakespeare. When it's, you say that, right? You say that and it's funny, but at the same time, it kind of shows you the power of randomness, right? In a sense, right? And you just kind of clear rooms for some reason. How far off do you think we are from teaching AIs? Oh man, we're super far. Don't get me started on that while I'm eating, man. Can you do a scripting system for the rewards? The problem with that is. The problem with the scripting system for rewards is that it, like, everything is still processed off the frames, right? So I don't know that I picked up an item unless I can identify with 100% accuracy that I did pick up this item, and I can only do this through images and image data. So it's very, very tricky. Like, if it was easy for me to say Isaac just picked up this specific item, in that case it would be totally feasible to start thinking about something like that. And the other thing to understand is we're doing this through reinforcement learning. We're not teaching Isaac how to play. I'm not giving Isaac samples of this is how a human plays. Try to learn from that. I'm actually gonna let Isaac learn on his own, right? Isaac's gonna learn on his own okay, I need this is bad. I was told this is bad. I'm gonna try not to do this too much in the future. Isn't the name shown? Yes, it is. But then we're relying on, at that point, we're relying on OCR. And if we rely on OCR, like it's definitely not 100% accuracy. But yes, when you pick up an item, it does show up in the notification bar at the top. Absolutely. I did miss a few things. Entropy is winning. Yes. Define rule sets. Yeah. Okay. The thing is, we could script a lot of that. But in order to bridge to that script, to that scripting or that information, that bank of information that we kind of program, we need to have good accuracy with the computer vision. So this is what I'm getting to, right? So it's not like we can't, because we control what happens between one frame and the next. We control how we process the rewards. We're in control of that with the reinforcement learning. We're totally in control of that. The problem is just like it's going to rely a lot on computer vision. If we get stuff wrong, then it kind of causes it's bad on two fronts, right? Not only are we getting it wrong in terms of predictions, but we're gonna teach stuff that with the wrong data. right? So if it says, hey, I own this item, but it's not actually true, then we're gonna collect a lot of data with like wrong data, like data that has errors in it. So this is extremely bad, right? It might also help to punish when the doors are open and Isaac hasn't moved to a new room in a while. Good call. Good call. I like it. I like it. That's a good one. See, this is why it's a social eating, but also a very active segment, because we get good ideas like this. So yeah, if doors are open, which we can totally detect easily. So basically, is the room cleared? Has the room been cleared or not? The more Isaac kind of just stands around in the room, he should get punished. And this is definitely something we can do now. This is why I like it, right? It doesn't rely on the health system, which we don't really, which we're not processing in terms of computer vision right now. But yes, like when the room is clear and Isaac is not moving, we need to apply some sort of penalty, but very, very light penalty. The problem is, like I said, Isaac needs to see rewards frequently, right? To learn anything. For the system to converge, there needs to be a lot of rewards collected with each observation. Otherwise, it's going to take even longer, or perhaps an impossible amount of time to converge to something that works. So maybe instead of saying how long you stay in a room when it's cleared, when the doors are open, maybe we can say, even though we can't really detect Isaac, and you might be wondering what's up with that, but it's actually, we tried, and it's proving to be extremely complicated to know where the player actually is. What we can do, however, is probably have a general idea of where the player is, and maybe we could say, if you're moving closer to an open door, we're going to give you a bit of a reward, and if you're moving away from open doors, then we're going to punish you. I don't think we just say punish you for every frame that you spend in an open room, because that's not going to help a whole lot, right? Yes, Presk, the item name will be showed, absolutely. I'm kind of late. I think everyone answered it already. Isn't blowing up the tinted rock? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I could add the bomb button, but that's just not gonna... I mean, he's gonna waste it immediately, so it's not very useful. Do you want to just rely on visual data? Yes, absolutely. Just visual data for now. Just visual data for now. Why do I say for now? The framework itself is always going to be visual data only, right? But if we like what we do with the bot, there's nothing that eventually says that we won't try to make it even better and forking off the framework. Because I mean, maybe they're going to become our like we're going to become fascinated with this thing, right? And just want to make it even better. And that's going to become our goal in life. Who knows? So I'm going to be open to ideas like that eventually, if we really like and we want to stick with Isaac as a game. Now I'm hungry. I'm sorry. I mean, a man's got to eat. I'm sorry. I've already been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes, so I got to eat at some point. If only Isaac wasn't done. Nah, we're gonna get him to do something today. The thing is he gonna manage to learn? Because these things take like hours to train, right? So on stream today, even if we implement the reward system for moving to different rooms, are we gonna get to Isaac to we're gonna get to see Isaac get better at that simple task? Not even like a promise, right? An omelet would be so good, but I want to play Minecraft and watch Isaac spasming. You do you. You're in control. You're in control of your life. You can do you. I mean, if we want to see progress and proof that the system is working, maybe we could reward something super, super dumb, like moving more to the right. Just to prove that the system could converge eventually. But if you guys have faith, then we don't need to do that, right? Because that's just going to be dumb anyways, right? What's up, Tropical Banana Man? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. So we had a 10-hour and a half. No, less than that yesterday. I think 9 hours or like 10-hour stream yesterday, and this is like we're like 6 hours and a half into this one today. We're in the middle, right? So let's not confuse that. We're in the middle of implementing a version of deep Q learning in our framework, and that we're kind of using Isaac as an example. When I say we're in the middle, right now it's just using the part where it would select a random action instead of relying on the neural net. But everything's in place. Like we're still in the middle of the implementation, but everything's kind of in place. What we're doing right now is just brainstorming on the first few rewards that we could give Isaac, right? You like the proof of concept, just I guess moving to the right? Is that what you mean, Jason? Right? $2.5 hours away? Damn. Yeah, get a snack for real. Get a snack. What triggered Moobot? I don't know. Moobot likes to like. There's a timer, and Moobot likes to shout some stuff once in a while. You should reward me for picking up the black powder and drawing memes. Yeah, I know what the black powder is. I've played enough. I've played enough to know these things at least. The thing is, unless I get a seed, I don't think I could give it that. Oven and microwave aren't working? Damn. Is there like some sort of convenience store not too far? Yeah, maybe the proof of concept just moving to the right. However, it does imply that we're gonna have to detect Isaac's position again, which we weren't. Like we tried, and we were not that successful because it's a very complicated problem. It might seem like a simple problem because we humans are amazing at that task, but it's not exactly a simple problem. But detecting the general area where Isaac might be in, that's definitely possible. Right? Well, at least you have that, right? Just for my own entertainment while I'm eating, I'm gonna restart it. Maybe we're gonna get to see something funny. So the question is like doing the hey, let's reward you for moving to closer to the door on the right if there's a door. It's totally useless. So that's like the pro for this proof of concept is that we would get to see very quickly if there's any learning happening. The con would be it's not going to contribute positively towards an implementation. We're going to have to scrap it because it's totally useless. So we have to make that decision. Like, do we want to spend some time on something that's totally useless just to prove to ourselves that it's sort of working? Isaac hates doors. I should have gotten the napkin. God damn it! I'll be back. All right, so bear with me. We're like I'm gonna finish this food and we're gonna get back to the coding after. This is like an intermission pretty much. Cashews are good. I'll be back. Just napkin. Don't know what you're all thinking that Isaac is doing wrong. Bad, I do the same thing. What's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. You'll be studying machine learning soon, so this is awesome. Well, this right now is not necessarily awesome, but like I said, we're in the middle of implementing DeepQ learning, and this just serves as an entertaining intermission. But yeah, we're really getting into the little nitty gritty, so you might find it interesting for sure. I'm sorry. The least I could do is stand away from the mic a bit, so you don't have to endure that. You can, yep. I was starving. It was ridiculous. Oh man, I want him to go in the large room. That would be great. I want to see this while I'm eating. Just a large room, please. Please, please, please. RNG gods. Wait, there is an emoji, like an emoji. Oh, you guys are gonna kill me for my lack of vocabulary. I want to see the large room, the square room. That's gonna be the best. Please go there. Please do it. Stop teasing. Yeah, there we go. See, bless RNG always works. Except Isaac is totally gonna die. Rip. Yep, he did indeed. I have a feeling that flies are going to be the enemy for a long time. Like, seriously. Like, flies are going to be bad for the AI to learn. Now, the next Bless RNG is going to be for the item room. See what he can pick up. Flies are bad for normal players too. True. Can't deny. Isaac versus Duke of Fly, that's gonna be great. If proprietary is wrong, you'll be true, huh? True. I think what's great is that we got. I'm covering my mouth. See how polite I am. We got Afterbirth Plus. We can definitely make mods to just load the boss rooms over and over again, or use console commands. So that's great. That's great because we're gonna be able to even make actual AIs that learn to play specific bosses. That would be amazing. I would love that. How long have I been working with machine learning? Even though it's a pretty broad topic, that first of all, absolute truth, it's a broad topic. I got exposed to it, right? So that's always something that I wanted to do, but it never really took the steps to do it until I got exposed to it through my job, I'd say. So in the last 2-3 years, my job like was less and less like web stuff, like backend stuff, services and stuff like that, and then more and more data stuff, and eventually just the natural extension was just starting to work with machine learning. Where I'm kind of lucky is that a lot of my job revolves around multimedia, right, assets, right? So I was working with video, images, music, stuff like that. So I most of the machine learning stuff that I ended up doing was related to video, music, and images. So that was a huge help, I would say, in coming up with a project like this, right? It just helped a lot to have previously worked with that stuff. Not to say that it's not possible, but in my specific case, it was really through slow exposure through work over 2-3 years that got me into the field, I'd say, right? Shouldn't we call him AI Zach? Oh my god, so bad. So bad. Can you detect if Isaac hits an enemy? Well, not really, right? So that's the thing. I don't. The neural net is gonna see pixels. It's not like we can't rationalize this thing like a human, right? I can't rationalize like saying, oh, I lost health because I hit an enemy. All right, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. However, I can say whatever you just did in the short term caused you to lose some health, therefore a penalty. That's something that the network is gonna know about, right? But I can't rationalize and say, oh, it's because you hit an enemy right now. We do that. We're great at that, and that gives you an idea of how great the human brain is. It's not like, oh, I lost half a heart when like this specific set of pixels happened to be what's happening right now, you know? IOSAC. AI Zach. I think AI Zach is. I like it. I wouldn't even with AI Zach. I wouldn't even put a kappa there. Like, I think it's great. I think it's a great name. So what you're saying is that the network thinks more like a bee than a monkey. I'm not too familiar with the vision system of a bee, but I'm assuming it's more like a composite, like instead of like rational thinking, it's more like aggregating and then just a neural network. Oh, there we go. Place your bets. Oh, he's gonna clear it. There you go. What a boss. Does the net get the whole frame? I'm actually going to be feeding it quarter resolution, which is about a 16th, right? So it's going to be height divided by 4 and width divided by 4 of what you can see right now. And that's about 960 by 540, I believe. So it ends up being 135 and 2. I'm dumb. 2 something and 135. So it's not a big. It's not a big, but in terms of neural nets, it's pretty high res. Pretty high res in terms of neural nets, pretty low res in terms of us looking at the frame. So I could definitely, I guess, show what it would look like if you're interested in the specifics. But like, just imagine something that's like 260, for example, by 135, and that's what's going in. We're sending in the full color, right? So this is also something that's different from DeepMind's Atari case, which was just sending over grayscale stuff. We think there's a lot of value in the color. Of course, that's going to make it a little more intense in terms of processing. Absolutely. Heard something about where bees flew past black and white stripes. So basically, they look at pixels. That's interesting. It's not only like neuroscience for our brains, but also for like insects. That's pretty fascinating. That's really cool. Almost there. Pizza almost gone. Shitty salad is up next, and then we're back on the code track. All right. Don't have any experience for this. Is there any reason for using Python? Well, Python, just first of all, Python is definitely has a great amount of tooling and also a great amount of adoption in the industry for machine learning. Is it because it's fast enough and stuff like that? No, absolutely not. It's just because it ends up being a great glue language, great orchestrator language for these type of tasks. And like I said, the tooling, the libraries and stuff in Python is extremely good for this type of stuff, right? So it's not the actual like computations and stuff are not necessarily done by Python. They're actually like C++ libraries and stuff and C libraries that are wrapped by Python, and you orchestrate everything using Python. Of course, your logic itself is in Python, but what I mean is like doing let's say the computations, the linear algebra, like and the image manipulation. That's not necessarily going to happen in pure Python, but it's a great language to kind of like organize that stuff, like orchestrate. I think is a great word. Someone said it. It's not even my word. Someone said that a while ago, and yeah. So you just go where the tools are, pretty much, right? I guess that would be the reasoning. You just go where the tools are and try to get familiar with these tools. Use the best tool for the job. Is it the best tool? Who knows? But it's one hell of a good tool. I'll just say that. Going to sleep. Very interesting stream, man. Keep it up. Thank you. You sleep well. See you next time. The best tool for the job. Kappa Pride. How big does the network typically get for these stacks? Yeah, that's the thing, right? In terms of layers, it's not that bad. In terms of actual like properties, I think we just took a quick look at it, and it was something like 11 million something. In terms just of properties, even though it's not a big, like a complicated network in terms of layers, it's like 3 convolutional layers and like I guess like 2 more, 2 dense layers, and that's it. Like there's not a whole lot of happening in terms of layers. But since we're passing relatively high, for at least for well, I guess like neural network training purposes, we're passing something very high res. It's gonna get pretty big, and what I'm really scared about is not the neural net itself. It's more like the memory. Sorry, because the way reinforcement learning works is you need to have some sort of memory, right? Because something that causes, let's say, I'll give you a good example. And in Isaac, we might never even get past that as an obstacle. But you know that we rarely see them, but sometimes in Isaac you'll have switches that Isaac needs to stand on in order to unlock the doors. So why do we need a memory? Because I need to know. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Thank you. Right, I need to know like not only when something good happens, it might not just be what you just did that makes the good thing happen. We need a memory of all the frame, like the frame buffer before to give a positive thing when the reward happens to all the memory, the recent memory, because we don't know what caused it. It could be something that you did a few seconds ago that caused a good thing to happen now. So that makes it. I'm more scared about the resources that the memory itself is going to consume than I'm scared about the neural net size. I'd say, right? Especially since, let's say in DeepMind, they were storing like 80 pixel by 80 pixel black and white representations, or grayscale, let's just say. Let's be real, grayscale. I'm storing 135 by 2 something color, right? So it's already triple the data. Just having color in RGB, it's already triple the data, regardless of for the same res, just because we have 3 color channels. And we also have a larger res that we need to store a pretty big memory of all these frame stacks. So it's gonna be I don't know how big we're gonna be able to manage the memory to get. Like it might be problematic. We'll see when we get there, right? Such a shame. The treasure room was right above his head in the first room. Couldn't pull it off. Now he's lost. Now he's lost. Sorry. Heart layers, the weights that ultimately, well, the weights themselves make the conclusions happen. The weights get tweaked, and that's what gets like I guess like these activation functions for the like the nodes in the layer. That's what gets eventually trained. No, right now it's more correct that right now it's mostly random. It's not mostly, it's absolutely random. So we have half the policy set up. It's not like I just did a random like with Python. I just pressed this at random. It's more. It's not. It's in the lines of deep Q learning, random, but it's still very random at this stage, right? I'm gonna like we're gonna try to work on something for the rest of the day. I don't know if I'm gonna go a full 10 hours, to be honest. We'll see. But we're gonna try to make something else happen. We're gonna try at least to get the reward system at least in good shape for the rest of the stream today. So, like I said, when I'm done with the food, we're gonna get back to the code if you're interested in that, and you can stick around if you're interested for the code. And yeah, we're gonna work on the reward system. The reward system should not be too. It's gonna require some thinking more than than actual like just coding, bulk like coding. More thinking in how we can adapt. Well, the algorithm, the Q learning algorithm to our framework, right? That's gonna be the biggest challenge. Thanks for explaining everything. It's fun to somewhat understand what's going on. Yeah, somewhat understand. Yeah, I think you understand. That's the thing. I think that the audience, I guess, here understands a little more than let's say the typical stream. So that's kind of that's also fun, right? And have to have relevant questions that are being asked and stuff like that. Sorry. So one of the ideas, right? So just to give you an idea, like I said, tracking Isaac, we tried it for almost like an entire day. Not an easy task, especially like there's so many things that make tracking Isaac difficult. You might be saying, oh, pattern detection, not too bad. Well, two things with pattern detection. Pattern detection is expensive, and pattern detection is not going to work well because Isaac's appearance changes every time he picks up an item, right? So if you play the game, you know that. So every time Isaac picks up an item, the actual sprite will be modified to reflect that item that's been picked up, right? And so pattern detection is out of the way to detect where Isaac is. Absolutely out of the way. Then we're like, okay, well, we can probably try to do just like some very, very precise computer vision stuff to try to isolate where Isaac is. That proved to not be accurate at all. So the one thing we're left with is are we able to maybe at least detect one bit man living up to his name? I like that. Thank you. Are we at least able to position Isaac in some sort of quadrant or maybe like a little grid, not a small grid, right? Like not a fine grid, just a broad grid saying, hey, let's say divide the screen in 9 sections and say, hey, like he's in the top left right now, something like that. That would still help with a reward system. Even though we can't track Isaac to the pixel, we could still sort of have an idea if we know where he's approximately at, right? That would give an idea. That would give us an idea. if you follow the inputs, can you sort of guess where he is? We did talk about that before. There is an issue with that. And the issue is, like, Isaac could be pushed back by items, right? Like a bomb explosion, some enemies have knockback. So if you try to just go by inputs and try to position Isaac by inputs, it's a vulnerable system, right? Yeah, we have to, like, yeah, middle ground. I mean, in some games it's going to be, let's say we take a different game. It would be easier to detect maybe where the player character is. What if you have a static sprite, right? Or you have, like, I don't know, like 7 possible sprites. We can definitely work with that. Isaac's case is way more difficult. There are enemies that look a lot like Isaac. The appearance, like I said, can change quite a bit based on the items you pick up. So it makes it really a tough game to do something like that, right? If he doesn't know where Isaac is, how is he able to learn to avoid shots or even where the door is compared to him? That's because we think like humans right now, right? That's because we think like humans. Like we're like, Isaac is there and the door is there. Not yeah, speed modifiers, that's also a good one. DGC, of course, there are like pills will change Isaac's speeds, items will change Isaac's speed. So yeah, not a good, like, to use input. The inputs that we're providing to detect where Isaac is not okay. It's not a good way. And then yeah, when I said Nartel, when I said like why how do we, if the system doesn't know where Isaac is, why does it not like, how does it even work? Well, that's the beauty, right? Like it doesn't see the game as we see the game, right? It sees the game as a bunch of structures and features, hidden features that you won't ever be able to rationalize. All it would learn, it's going to learn to see patterns that we can't really see. So even if it doesn't know where Isaac is, as long as we're able to say when the frame buffer was looking like this in your simplified representation, that was a good thing. So try to get more of that. And in other cases, it wasn't as good. Try to get less of that. So there's no concept in the neural net that says this is Isaac. Isaac shoots steers. Isaac needs to avoid projectiles. Isaac needs to move around. There's no concept like that, right? So it's not a scripted. It's not a scripted representation. Just give rewards manually. Yeah, here you go. All right, time for the shitty salad, and then we're gonna be good to go. We're gonna be good to go. I mean, this is what you get for ordering salad at a pizza place. Like, you don't get quality. All right, I've had enough of this one. Please go back. All right, there's a chance that we're gonna get to see a treasure room. Sorry. Like a hug. Yeah. What's up? Yep. When you have a dog and there's food, magic. Dog appears from nowhere. What's up? Place your bets. Which room is going to happen first? Am I going to finish the salad first before he walks into a room? If not, which room is Isaac going to walk in? DNB music is good stuff. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Thank you for the follow. Do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Which room? Treasure room for sure. I think he's gonna need some bless RNG. Nope. There we go. And this is pretty good. This is gonna be rip. There's no way he can kill that. Pulled it off. It's because of the bless RNG. It's because of the bless RNG. If I ever had a cat, no. I'm not a cat necessarily person. Needs a if all enemies are dead, stop shooting. Yeah, the thing is, like I said, the system doesn't have a concept of Isaac enemies and stuff like that. It doesn't. It does not. It would make sense for us. It makes sense for us, but this it's not learning that way, right? It's not learning by rationalizing entities and saying, hey, there's a little fire there. There's an enemy. There's this, right? It doesn't see it that way. So it's not going to be able to say, hey, there's no enemies right now. If you want to go, that's the thing, right? If you want to go full reinforcement learning, and a lot of people wanted that. Like, a lot of people like, let's do something like DeepMind does, and I'm like, fine, but there's definitely going to be some restrictions in terms of the logic, right? I'm not going to be in control. Like systems like this are more like a black box. Of course, you have to set them up properly. You're in control of the reward functions and stuff, but there's definitely going to be limits as to how much control we have over the gameplay, right? You want him to versus a boss. Is there a command? Is there a console? No, I don't have Afterbirth Plus enabled right now. Otherwise, there would probably be a command to just like a console command to just spawn in a boss room. Is it taking screenshots of the screen? Sort of, right? It's reading the frame, like the pixel buffer from the window. But it's almost like taking screenshots, just a little faster, right? But it is working. If that's your question, it is working through parsing the game frames. That's the only input that we get are the game frames. AI is a spammer. Yeah, I know, right? It's not the meticulous Isaac player. I'm a bad player, but I spam in Isaac too. I always shoot in one direction. It doesn't matter if there's... It's probably not a good thing, because there's a delay. There's actually a cooldown before the next tier comes out, so shooting all the time is probably not a good thing. How hard would it be to teach a neural network when an entity is? It would have to be a separate one. So you know how we already have the context classifier that's able to say to give us a label for the context we're in, or in the menu or in the game, something like that. We could definitely make it's definitely possible to make a neural net that would be able to identify like entities on the screen. The problem is we still, even though we know there's an entity on the screen, we might still not be able to do, not just might not still, like we won't be able to do entity tracking or movement tracking at all. Like it's gonna be too difficult, right? We don't have the processing power to do this in real time with the frames we're getting. One thing that would be great, however, is if we could train a classifier to say, there are no enemies in the room right now, right? And that could be an input to the reinforcement learning neural net. We can say, hey, there's no enemies right now, so it would learn to say, well, I don't need to shoot or something because there's no enemies right now. It's fine to spam unless you have a low tier rate. All right, that makes sense. Does make sense. Any pathfinding? There's not gonna be pathfinding. That's the thing. You guys are gonna see the magic. You guys are gonna see the magic. It's gonna be the magic over the course of a few, I guess, streams for sure. Because this is not like a task that you begin in the morning and finish at night, right? It takes a long time, but yeah, it's not gonna be pathfinding. And I missed your comment about the cat. Like, might get a new one too. Yeah, they are more solitary animals, absolutely. I mean, it's just a force of habit. I always had dogs. Is it because cats are bad, dogs are good, or the opposite? Nah, it's just like what I was raised with, I guess. Go in the door. That's a very open-ended and an interesting question, Shuka. Seriously, like, who knows? Like, we're good. Like, the thing is, we have this, like, no one can prove it how it works, but we definitely have this baggage somehow that can do this tracking. Yes. Hello, doggy. Almost. I don't think I'm gonna go through the entire salad. It's not that good. Fire hype. There we go. All right, let's do it again while I'm eating one last time. Pick your room. Pick your room. Which one? What's up? Hello. All right. Sorry, this missed that's lucky. So simple stuff like recognize the image of a door, then make a vector for moving there. Yeah, okay, that would work if we were looking at the game frames and doing analysis ourselves and saying, okay, you do this then. That's not what we're doing, right? That's not what we're doing. Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Right, so this is not what we're doing. We're passing the entire frame, the entire like pixel array to the neural net. Right, so there's no concept of a door. There's no concept of anything like that. Of course, we could. Of course, we could absolutely play it some other way. Like when we were playing Super Hexagon, we were not playing it using neural nets at all. Like we were just playing it by looking at the screen, doing ray casting, collision detection, like eminent collision detection with rays that were being cast from the center, and making a decision based off that. So it's not like you need to use neural nets. But if you are to use neural nets, be aware that the concept of trigonometry, making calculations, calculating angles, and stuff like that, it's not going to happen because you're passing the entire thing as input, the entire screen as input. You're not detecting an entity, saying you're this distance and this angle away from what you want, go there, right? That's not happening with a neural net. So it's the I guess the downside is it's more like a black box. We don't necessarily understand the hidden features that it finds. All right, now I'm about to be done with this thing. It's absolutely disgusting. So chicken salad was a great idea, chat, but the one I ended up getting was just not up to par. We're about to see. I'm gonna get into the the reward system very, very soon, because I'm not gonna eat this, like I said. So I'm gonna try to explain a little more how it works, and maybe we're gonna get to see. Heard this before, but it's still mind-boggling. Yeah, I know, right? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. I know what you're saying. It's crazy. Dog is just here and is like, I seem to have heard, I may be mistaken, that you were not going to eat that. So, nah. Thank you, doggy, but no. I'm going to just refill the drink, and I'm going to stop this thing after we're going to do some code. All right, I'll be back. Thanks, take a sec. Woof, woof, woof. Thank you. right. Alright, so one last segment for today, for the weekend. How long it's gonna be, not exactly sure, but we're gonna keep working on this. We're still missing the reward part, which is pretty essential, let's be real. So I'm gonna stop this. And we're gonna get back into the code. Alright. So the one thing that's happening here is I need to return after sending the keys, right? So that's the main difference. The main difference between using the algorithm as was provided in the paper or in the Python implementation that we have here. The big difference is they were sending the actions and getting right away the rewards from sending the action. That can't work with our in our system at all, like zero, right? All right, so this segment is just useful. All right, lost queue might still be useful lower. I mean, I don't really. So the main difference is instead of sending the inputs here, which we're doing using our input controller, and getting a reward back, we're gonna have to return from this function altogether. And we're just gonna have to leave it and get the next frame. What we're gonna do in that case, right? So if there is a frame stack, there isn't a frame stack. Sorry, we're gonna create one. Else, we're gonna do another block, and this is how we're gonna differ from the implementation that we're kind of grabbing somewhere else. If there is a frame stack, then we need to do something a little different, right? And the something a little different is going to be computing the reward. Right, so all the other stuff is going to kind of come in there. So it's this here. And that's going to have to go in that block here. When we do have, we're receiving a game frame, right, for this handler, and we already have a frame stack that was defined before, then we need to do something a little different. And let's make sure that we indent this properly. Considering you're from Canada, did you hear about the whole Jordan Peterson? I'm totally out of the loop. I'm sorry. I don't know. Is that something that happened recently, or like? Out of the loop, which is generally what I am. Always out of the loop. Sorry. So why is the reward here 0? And I'm gonna have to go back and look at seeing it in context just to understand how that was defined first. Ah, yes. Well, the thing is, people that do... Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. People that do the evolutionary biology tend to have these opinions that people consider controversial just because they're only thinking about the evolutionary biology, right? So it's generally they're focusing so much on that thing they don't really consider the human side. I don't want to. If it's very controversial, I don't want to like start talking about that. Like this is not the place for this. But it's not the first time I see someone that's in evolutionary biology or psychology, everything that has to do with evolution that kind of does something controversial. That's definitely not the first time I see that. I'm not surprised. Just the way the lens that they get to see things makes that happen. All right, so RT starts as 0, but we never. Oh yeah, good old scientist code again that we're gonna have to deal with. RT starts 0, it never really gets used, however. Are the cup bits not coming? Really? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't noticed. People tend to react harshly when someone tells them they're basically a monkey. I know, right? I know. I still haven't made my mind, and like I said, it's probably not the best place to talk about that stuff. It's definitely something I'm not like. It's not topics I'm afraid of talking about and debating and stuff. But this is definitely not the place for this. But yeah, like there is this when we're told we're pretty much like just like a complex like set of neurons that are just trained to fire in certain ways. People take offense to that. Of course, you know, right? I can see why. You don't want to accept the possibility, you know. All right, so this would be the new observation. All right, so this makes sense so far. I don't have the reward, so definitely reward calculation is gonna have to be done right here. We're pretty much at this stage, right? Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. I think you're right, more. I don't see the stuff falling anymore. I mean, Streamlab is probably just broken. There's not much I can do about that. No, I know. I saw that. It's not happening. Blame Streamlabs. I can try to just refresh the cup, I guess. Not empty it, but just refresh the browser input, like source. It's also possible. By the way, the Streamlabs stuff. I don't know if I know we have a couple of people that stream here in the chat. Streamlabs, there's definitely memory leaks happening with Streamlabs. Absolutely. Like if I leave it up for, I do 10-hour streams, and if I leave it up for the entire time, it just ends up taking a lot of memory. So I don't know if they fix that eventually, but that it could also be that it's just starting to behave weirdly. See more now. People are gonna make fun of you for the bits. I can refresh the cache. Let me just do this for well, at least refresh the browser stuff for the cup. Hopefully it's not going to clear up the entire cup. Hopefully. It's also possible that Streamlabs is just broken altogether for the cup right now, because got rid of some of them, but at least didn't get rid of the big chunk. Uh-oh. I guess that works. It was just broken. That's the thing, right? I think my monitor this is bad. I think that my monitor just went out on me. This what? This is not good. No, there it is. I don't know. It got into some weird state. Right, I can fix this. All right, so reward calculation would have to happen here. Okay, so we're not there yet. We're gonna see what else is gonna happen. What else is gonna happen is we're gonna modify the frame stack. We're gonna push the latest frame into the frame stack. That's gonna become the new frame stack, right? Zach has become, yeah, AI Zach has just decided to turn off my monitor. That's it. Totally self-aware. Have to code using the OBS preview, damn. That would be bad. Especially since it's actually coming into a capture card and there's a delay. That would be impossible. Absolutely impossible. All right. I'm gonna get rid of all this. This is my favorite thing, by the way, getting rid of stuff. Favorite thing. We can also get rid of this because we don't do the same transformations. So all that becomes really relevant here is preparing the image, okay, right here. Frame stack is already here. Sorry, so the image itself is going to be our game frame quarter resolution frame. I'm going to uncomment a bit here so we don't have to struggle with this. All right, so XT1, don't ask why I know, but that's like just your new observation, right? So I'm gonna do something a little similar here. Let's just say, this is definitely gonna be the frame stack. I could say technically that this is the frame, or the observation, might as well call it what it is. Observation is equal to the game quarter resolution frame resized 3 because it's a color. It's actually a color image, not a black and white. And then it's going to be let's use that shape in here for this guy. Frame. Gaming like that is impossible. Coding like that is only very frustrating. So what have you done like that? Have you coded like that, or have you gamed like that, or both? Second question, why? Second question, why would you do that? That's just a second question. Tried both, gave up on gaming image. Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, we're talking about people here that get annoyed with, like, I don't know, like 50, a few milliseconds of delay input lag. Like, people get annoyed. So of course, playing true OBS, because I had to at the time. Damn. All right, that's serious. That's serious business. All right, observation, not too hard to make it work with our framework. Frame stack NP, so NumPy append that observation to the frame stack, the existing frame stack. Right, we're never really storing that frame stack. Oh yes, we are, sorry, there it is. Right, in the DQN state. So let's just say, let's add, append the observation to the stack with a slice that's gonna remove one of the items in the stack and add the observation. Perfect. Who loves that? Who loves this one? All right, let's be immature for a second. Store the transition in the D. I just added the D myself. That's not what it says, but store in D. So store the transition in D. What that does mean is, shit, where is SD coming from? So this is, D is the memory, right? So it's definitely one thing we can change right now. wasn't actually OBS, but was severe lag similar to capture card. Ah, that sucks. Yeah, it is pretty. It's a pain in the ass. Like, so my setup has 2 capture cards right now, so it's one for the camera, one for the Linux PC, and syncing everything up in terms of audio and image and stuff. It is definitely a pain. So I can't imagine actually trying to game or code through that like delay. Must be disgusting. Seriously. All right, so let's get that DQN state, and we're gonna fetch the memory from that. And this is where we're gonna append. What are we appending? That's what we have to figure out right now. So not only are we implementing it, we're also trying to understand what the algorithm does. So best way to learn an algorithm is to just like kind of recode it yourself, reinvent the wheel in this case. Like just do it from a reference in your context, and then you're gonna have to understand, right? No matter what, you're gonna have to understand what's going on. So this is kind of like what we're doing at the same time. All right. ST seems to be the right. I have to go back to the original, the actual little implementation here to understand what's being done to do the correcting myself. All right. ST1 is the new stack, and we need to have the previous stack in there also. Sorry. Now that shouldn't be too hard. ST1 is frame stack here. Let's start with that. Frame stack. And the previous ST is the one that's in the state, right? So that's the previous one. We still haven't modified that one, right? So we haven't modified that frame stack. So it's still valid. Action index was being used. We did determine that in a previous... Oh, shit. All right, so we're gonna have to persist some more stuff here. All right, so when we determine this, this is gonna have to be persisted in the state for a sec, because we're on the next frame. We're out of this loop, this cycle of the loop. So we're gonna have to persist the action index, unfortunately. Oh. All right, let's start by doing that. Before returning, there's a few things that we're gonna do. Like I said, like we're gonna store the action index right now. So self.dq and state action index. It's not a key that exists, so we're gonna have to at least initialize it to none. Action index. And there's another thing that needs to be done, and it's increasing a step, right? I didn't do that. I forgot to do that. So action index needs to happen. And also increasing the current step. Is it current step? It is. All right. And increasing the current step is necessary to actually load epsilon correctly. And epsilon is the value that decides if we're going to do a random action or an action that's derived from the neural net, right? So of course we need to add 1 to the step before we move on. Now we're going to have access to the previous action index, and that's necessary to be stored in the memory. So what we're doing really is saying, hey, this was the frame stack before. This is the action that was performed, right? So it's action index, so it's going to be in the DQN state, like the frame stack. And then this is why we need to calculate the reward, because we need to store the reward for that transition, and we don't have it yet, right? So this is going to have to be completed next. the bulk of the work, pretty much. And terminal is just to say, are we done or are we not done for the episode? So I can kind of safely say false for now. However, I don't know if it's actually false and true. I believe it is. I believe it is a boolean there. So reward is going to need to happen. Self here is DQN state and action index. We can always get an action index back to a permutation in our input space, so that is absolutely fine. Storing that in the memory is absolutely okay. All right, DQN state action index. And then there's the reward. One thing that can be done on the reward is actually clip it to some bounds, right? So we can say like the max punishment is like, let's say minus, like the max, like min reward would be -1 and max reward would be 1, right? So that way we just clip it. So even if we compute a reward that's lower than -1, we're never gonna actually set it to something that's lower. It might be a best practice. I don't know yet, right? I'm not an expert enough in this to know what's the best practice and what isn't. So it's going to append a tuple in the memory that has the previous frame stack, the action that was taken, the reward that we're giving it, and the current frame stack, the new frame stack, right? As well as if we're done or not for that episode. Aha! All right. So I was worried about the memory going out of control. Well, there you go. It's not gonna ever go over the size of the replay memory. So this is just like the size of that short-term memory that we're gonna hold. And I can find the value for this in the constants here. So it's gonna keep 50,000 transitions in memory, which is pretty good, pretty big. Right. 50,000 observations, definitely a lot. Not just observations, but actual transitions with rewards. So this is how many frames, if you want to kind of put a concept to this, this is how many frames when we set a reward, we're able to look back to say, hey, any of the 50,000 previous frames might have had some sort of effect over that what happened, that positive or negative thing that happened. So I'm gonna have to add that replay memory. And why are we calling it replay memory? Because it's the vocabulary that's used in the DeepMind paper. It's not my invention. We're just reusing the vocabulary that's used there. And the values themselves we might end up tweaking to something that's more appropriate for our scenario, but we have no real reasons to doubt the real what was done in that paper, right? Until we get it proven otherwise, there's no reason for us to doubt it. Alright, so instead of using... Alright, so if the length of self.dqn state memory is greater than self.dqn state, not dot, but actual memory, replay memory, then we pop left on that memory. So we're removing an item to add the next, the new one. Yes. Perfect. So we're still missing the reward, like I said. We're gonna have to take care of that. We might break this down over multiple lines. All right, on to the training. Now I'm going to assume the reward is 0, and it's kind of like the last thing we're going to do. We're going to make sure to implement the entire thing before we start working on the reward. So is it going to happen tonight? Who knows? We'll see. We'll see. We have to get that work done before. So of course, if we want to do some stupid stuff, I could definitely say like give me a random for the reward, just to make sure that the algorithm, like nothing's going to break or crash in here the way we do things. I know for sure that once we append to the memory, that frame stack should be replacing the existing one in the state. All right, so let's do that. Self.dqn state. Frame stack. Be able to frame stack. Sure, thank you. Of course, we need to set that because right now it's just in the local scope. We want to persist that over multiple frames. All right, let's uncomment the next little block in the algorithm. It's a pretty big one. So let's start working on that. So only train if that I'm observing. Fine, that's pretty easy. If current state self.dqn current step is greater than the observed steps. So self.dqn state steps. All right, sample a mini batch, sure. So what's a mini batch? Pretty much is just a random sample of the memory, right? And batch is probably just the batch size. So just confirm that. Yeah, batch is 32. Right, so we're gonna grab 32 items, random items from the memory. That's what we're doing next. So that's gonna be the mini batch to train. If you wanted to see something super petty right now, I need to put an underscore between mini and batch. It's just the way I'm not gonna accept anything else. Of course, we're sampling the memory. So we're gonna extract 32 transitions that's stored in the memory to train. So now it makes sense why we're observing for a few steps, because we want to fill that memory first. All right, DQN state. And that's going to be batch size. We need to put that in ourselves. Sorry. Let's add this here. Batch size. Right now it's 32, so let's stick with their default. Perfect. Mini batch. All right, inputs. I'm not sure. Okay, so that's 32. Ah, shit. With color, it's going to be a little different. All right, so this is the problem. This is not going to be 32. It's going to be 32 times 3 times, well, the other dimensions are going to be the size of the observation, and then 4 for the window size. Pretty rough. All right, let's try to make sense of this. The shape that it's looking for is 32, 80, 84. Like I said, I'm mapping this to my understanding. So 4 is coming from the window size. 32 is coming from 32 layers of grayscale, right? So 32 samples of grayscale. So in my case, it would be probably 32 times 3, so 96. All right, interesting. Interesting, indeed. And it's not like we need to get the correct data, it's just using zeros to do this. So we're using npd.0, so we're going to fill a multi-dimensional array with zeros according to the shape that's coming in there, right? And then we're going to give the targets. Yeah, okay, I can see that. I can see that. Okay, I have to slow down to understand what's going on. That's just part of the deal. We don't do things blindly. Of course, batch gets replaced by batch size, but in this case, and like I said, if I understand correctly, in my case, that would be batch size times 3. And every instance of ST here is the frame stack. So let's fetch that. Not batch size, however, frame stack. Wait. Do we still need? Okay, so this assignment here might not be in the correct spot. I don't want to overwrite the previous one until. It's just the shape. All right, so it's just the shape. I don't really care in that case. It can be either, since we're just interested in the shape. Frame stack. Why is it called inputs? I don't know. I don't need the print statement, that's for sure. And targets zeros except where the actions are in. We already did that part. Wait. Alright, since this is done later, I might as well just follow what they did. They only replaced the frame stack at the end of this block, so I'm not going to do it before. Wait, did I already delete this? Yeah, I did. Interesting. Alright. Train on batch, that's where that's after the loop. Okay, I just want to make sure my spacing was because I did comment and uncomment this quite a few times just to make sure we're not losing anything here. And this is where we would overwrite, and that takes care of this block. It's funny how we get back into the code, like, and everyone's silent all of a sudden. Everyone's silent. Like we were looking at Isaac doing stupid stuff, and everyone was like super excited. Now in the algorithms, it was like everyone's like resident sleeper right now. I understand, however, this is heavy stuff. This is definitely heavy stuff. I believe at the speed I'm going, however, it should be possible to follow along if you're interested in that stuff. It's definitely not impossible to try to follow. I'm not going at the speed of light over this thing. I'm kind of actually taking my time with every single step, right? Got back to your code, got back to mine. That's a fair deal. That's a fair deal. It's a fair deal. If I'm to be super honest, I mean, I'm starting to be sleepy, but I'd like to finish this, at least like maybe not the reward calculation, but at least like the actual implementation of the algorithm. I would love that. Not fully understanding, but get most of it when I come. Nice. All right, cool. All right, so I'm trying to I'm trying to rush. The thing is, it's not me explaining something I know. It's me trying to, I guess, rubber duck something that I'm seeing and trying to understand right now, right? Yeah, it is definitely. Well, it's gonna. We're kind of implementing the part where it prepares the data to send it over to the neural net for training. So it prepares a mini batch, right? So usually you train neural networks using batches. You don't train like one sample at a time. So what it does is it prepares a little mini batch. We're going to do all of this stuff here. And eventually we're just going to train the neural network on the batch. And then the neural network already has a structure, right? So if you're interested in that, Keras makes it relatively easy to understand. So I don't know how familiar you might be with neural nets. That's definitely not something I know about everyone. But let's just say that forget the permute, right? Permute is just like a little preparation step. But there's going to be three convolution layers, right? With rectified linear activations, and then dense 512, and then finally just dense that goes to the amount of input permutations that we have in our space that we define. So we define this space here saying this is what's possible to come out as combinations of input. The mapping in this case doesn't really matter. It's going to come up with all the permutations of this, and the length of the permutations is the last layer. So therefore the neural net is going to pick one of these as its selection. Well, it's going to compute the real. Let's use the real stuff. What it's going to do is actually going to return the probabilities for every one of these, and you just pick the maximum yourself and say this is the one that it picked. I'm not clear on everything, however, that being said. So why this input stuff here, when we prepare the mini batch for the training, I understand that it's just zeroing out everything so that it has the correct shape. That being said, why are we... I think we're going to extract the actual action, like the action... Okay, this is actions here is the amount of action. So this is still the length of our input space. This is coming up so many times in there. And ours ends up looking more like it's probably more like 45 than a 2, right? So this is why, let's just say this is why playing Isaac in the first place is more complicated, just because of the amount of permutations that can come out of that neural net. It's not just like a single button, right? That's either pressed or not pressed. It's way more than that. Is it able to know states right now, like alive, dead, game over, success? Well, roughly, not in this block. There's another block that we did, however, where it's totally able to classify contexts. So we do have another neural net that's able to do what to tell us what you're asking right now. So this neural net here that was pre-trained, right? It's a classifier, and it's able to say We're in the game right now. We're dead. We're in the menu. We're selecting a character, stuff like that. So that's another neural net, but this one's already trained. It's already good to go. Python 3.6, yes, indeed, absolutely. You spotted the. Let me guess, you spotted the F strings. Yeah. Well, if I'm making a framework from scratch, and I got full control of my source code, of course I'm going to go with Python 3.6, right? I'm not gonna. I'm gonna go for the latest thing I can handle. So the reason I'm slowing down a lot here is not because I don't understand the mappings that we're supposed to do. I want to understand what's happening, right? This is mainly what I want to know. So if I ask for the shape of 0 here, it's going to be 96. That doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. No, okay, so this is not times 3, right? We're not interested in the color in this case. I mean, I could still take a break and output what we're collecting, let's say, for example, in the memory, or print out that mini batch just to understand what we're working with. I think it might be necessary for me to visualize what's happening, because I'm really missing. Like, I know we're building these with zeros, and we're going to fill them by iterating over the mini batch. I get that, right? That's something I understand. But I'm not understanding how we're shaping that input stuff. And maybe it's the name inputs that's really like throwing me off. I don't know. Trying to understand, because what if this is what we're going to be sending to the neural net? We're missing the color layer here. So this is not working for me. Unless we just, I mean, we could always add another dimension ourselves for the colors. So I think what ends up happening here is that since it's just grayscale, it's a two-dimensional image, so they only care about this in the frame stack. But technically, there's also this that's happening. But I'm not positive. This is why I need to inspect what's going on, right? All right. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna refill the drink. I'm gonna use the washroom, and I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna think this over in the meantime. I'm gonna put on the overlay. It shouldn't take too long, like 5 minutes tops. I'll be back.
Take me away from it all. Let me leave. I don't wanna be here no more. 'Cause I can't breathe. I gave you it all. Now you're taking it all. I need to escape from here and be on my own. You hit me so deep. So I'm done and I'm gone. I gave you it all. Now you're taking it all. You're taking it all. You're taking it all. You're taking it all. Take me away from it all. Let me leave. I don't wanna be here no more. 'Cause I can't breathe. I gave you it all. I need to escape from here and be on my own. You hit me so deep. So I'm done and I'm gone. I gave you it all. Now you're taking it all. You've taken it all. You've taken it all. Yeah.
All right, we're back. We're back. Not too long, Zinni. I'm here. I'm just gonna have to be reasonable and say that, let's say, in 1 hour I'm gonna call it because I'm really starting to be tired. Really starting to be tired, and I know from experience that when I'm tired, I can't push it for too long. Not a good idea. So I'm gonna try to stick it. I'm gonna stop it probably around the 9-hour mark for today. I mean, the problem with the bike rides, they're amazing, but the next day is just pretty terrible. It really takes a major toll on my body because I go hard at it, and then just a little difficult to get back. For that before. No, but today I feel it. Today I feel it. Like, usually I say this because I want to call it at some point. Now today I really feel the fatigue, and I have to respect that. That being said, if we get lost in this and I go over that 9-hour mark, it's not impossible. that would be lying. But I'm gonna try to be reasonable. That's all I'm saying. So if I start feeling badly, like pretty bad, I'm gonna stop. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep going. All right, let's go. So I was thinking. I'm pretty sure I'm correct here. That we need to add a fifth dimension to the inputs array here, because the examples that we're using here are using grayscale images, and if you use grayscale images, technically the pixel data is going to be two-dimensional, right? So it's going to be width height. There's no like color channels. It's a single luminance layer. So you're gonna have one value that's gonna send for the brightness or the luminance of that pixel. If we have color images, however, we add a third dimension to these images, right? So a third dimension, because we have the RGB. Let's say we work in the RGB space. In the RGB space, of course, red, green, blue. So that's 3 channels. That's a dimensional dimension. So I believe we have to do this, right? So I'm not 100% on this, but I believe we have to do this. And then to get the targets, we use the shapes. So of course we're going to use the batch size for this. That is fine. And then of course the other possible, the other dimension is going to hold one value for every possible permutation of the input space, right? So that makes more sense. So far, let's do the experience replay. So if you want to know what the experience replay is, it's actually that you grab some samples, you grab a mini batch from your memory, and you kind of go over it, and you kind of train it from there. So it's using a random sample. It's not using the entire memory. It's going to sample randomly over that memory, that little buffer. It's not a little buffer. That's the thing, right? It's a pretty big buffer of 50,000 transitions. Along with the rewards, but we're only picking 32 for the batch. So every time we get a new frame, we're going to train. Every time we collect a new observation, we're gonna train a mini batch, like so on and so forth. It's going to be random, but it's going to be collecting 32 samples from that memory, and it's going to be training it like that. So the experience replay is really this, like what they call the experience replay in that algorithm is really just sampling randomly over that short-term memory. And using that as training data for the neural net. And this is how it allows us to do it as the game is played. This is how you train over. Can I combine the channels into one data value? Technically, yes, but I think we're still interested. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Technically, yes, we could, but there's no downside necessarily. Of course, the data size is going to be bigger, but we're going to lose out on too many information. So the equivalent of combining the channels in one data value would probably just be to save some space, but we lose out on the color no matter what. Like even if this isn't just like encoding something with your code like as a string with a convention to split on or something. Like it's really everything gets vectorized as like integers or works as integers in there. It's just a bunch of matrices and vectors, right? So there's no way for me to combine this in a way that works and keeping the color information intact. I don't think I can do that. Unless I didn't understand correctly. All right, let's just. I did say I didn't like mini batch as one, so I'm gonna have to fix that everywhere. Now we're gonna have to make sure we understand the next step, not just accept it as is. I think that's the one part we're gonna be stuck on, and it's the last part. It's the training part, right? So it's an important one. All right, for every item, this is pretty much for every item in the mini batch. Okay, so far so good. We say state of t. So it's just going over. It's extracting the items. That's fine. And what is it going to do next? Whoops, there's obviously an obvious error here. So this what we're extracting out for out of the every item in the mini batch is pretty much what we were setting right here. Right, so previous frame stack, action index, the reward score, the new frame stack, and if we're done or not. So if it's terminated or not. So it's probably going to end up being less complicated than I imagined. I would rather call it what it really is. Previous frame, like, well, and what it is according to our vocabulary at least, right? So previous frame stack is mini batch, index of that thing 0. Action index. So what I like is they call it action T, and then they have a comment saying, hey, this is the action index. Well, why don't you call it action index? You know, like, I don't know, like maybe. The reward, and this is the frame stack. So not the previous one, but the actual one that was post transition. And terminal. Terminal says, are we done or not? I guess I can leave it at terminal in this case. All right, inputs is the array we shaped here. Fine. This is where I slow down and I try to understand what's going on. We're almost there, but we need to make sure that we're not screwing up. All right, so a slice of input, right? So input from I, which is the current item in the mini batch, to I plus 1 is going to be equal to... What are these comments? No, seriously, what are these comments? I save down ST, what? I mean, I know which one that is. I'm just not... That's the state trans... What is this? State T1, state T. So that's the previous frame stack? Okay. All right, the models is actually lives in the state here. Well, not the state, but the machine learning models for the game agent. So I can, everything that says model, I can replace it with this. Self-lab machine learning models, I use like EQN, predict, and that's using the previous frame stack. Once again, that's going to return the probability of every possible output. Sorry, I call it input because it's actually game input, but it's actually the output from the neural net. All right, Q of SA. Right, so this is the key of Q learning algorithms. So this is the I would rather. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you. I did close their example here that explains Q of SA. But there's a word for this. I think there is a link to the website. Yeah, there it is. All right, so Q function. Maximum discounted future reward. Right, so it's pretty much an estimation of, if I do this thing, am I maximizing my future rewards? I know it sounds really dumb when I say it in plain text like this, like in using plain sentences, but this is pretty much what it is. Like for a given action in a given state, right? So this is what Q of SA is, and like if you're familiar with math and math representation, let's just say the function of a given state and a selected action, which one is going to maximize the future reward. So we've learned from mini batches before in our replay experience replay what gave us good rewards, what gave us bad rewards. Given the current state being a frame stack, so 4 frames from the game, four almost consecutive frames from the game. Given this as input, which action maximizes the future reward, right? So that's how it's kind of computed. This is a very simple thing. If you want to dive into the math of this is kind of way beyond what we'll do in the stream. I'm just trying to explain it in plain sentences, right? In plain English. If you guys want to figure out how Q functions work, how Q learning works, that's like I said, that's way beyond what we'll cover here in terms of math. But this is what it is. Like it's really like estimating based on what we've seen before, based on the experience replay, given a state, like I said, which is a stack of 4 frames, coming from the game, color frames. Given that as a state, as an input to the neural net. For every action, which one maximizes the potential reward. And this is how it picks its action. Right? What place has good small programming problems to solve to learn this? Well, actual algorithms like this, I don't know if you're, well, I guess people will say, Project Euler for algorithms, but then otherwise you can always hit. I don't know how familiar you are, Lucky. That's the thing with programming in general. So you might be thinking what I'm going to link you is a little too easy or too hard. I don't know what your actual skill level is, but that's good. That's good places to kind of practice. Yeah, Project Euler is one for algorithms, right? So it's more math stuff. It's more algorithm stuff. But the other ones that the practice stuff, the practice command that gave you these things, that's definitely a place you can also practice your skills for other stuff. Did we finish the hexagon? Well, we finished what we wanted out of the super hexagon, Monkey Bandit. What we wanted was just to get us started, right? Get some sort of use cases, not beat the game and stuff like that. Just get use cases for the framework. So what you see on the left here, that's inside of lib. That's everything that is not game specific. Everything that's in lib here, that's all stuff we wrote for the framework. And that's most of this, or a big part of this, is because we started with Super Hexagon. The goal was never to beat it, at least not this time around. Maybe in the future we'll go back and make an actual bot to play it, right? So I did not end up finishing it. It did make it to like 32-18, even without seriously attempting to beat it. So it's still fun. But we never intended to finish Super Hexagon. It was mostly just to bootstrap the framework. Now this time around with Isaac, however, it's a very a way more serious attempt because it's the second game, and we're adding all sorts of new concepts like reinforcement learning that we're currently working on, like Q learning, same type of algorithms that DeepMind uses, right, to learn to do stuff. And it's a little more of a serious attempt. Is it going to be able to beat Isaac? I don't think so. I think it would be very, very revolutionary if we could come up with some AI that can beat the game or get super good at the game. However, can we get an AI that would play the game in an intelligent fashion, like relatively intelligent fashion? I think we can, and that's going to be the goal this time around. That's definitely going to be the goal. So we're just putting the finishing touches on the actual Q learning algorithm. We need to make sure that we're not messing up. Once that is done, the task that's going to remain is establishing the reward score. So we're going to need to calculate. We're going to look over that frame stack. We're going to analyze all these frames as quick as we can, and we're going to need to compute a reward score, like a global reward score for like one frame to the next. What happened, right? And that's going to be appended to the experience, right? The memory. and that's going to be used. Samples of that memory are going to be used to train the neural net as the game is being played. So all we really need to finish now is this thing, this right here. I mean, just saving the progress and stuff. There's no real scary stuff there. I'm not going to be too. It's definitely not anything scary. The real scary stuff is just finishing the mini batches stuff to train. All right. So what I'm thinking is this might still break if we don't have the correct shapes. So see how I'm kind of assuming that this needs to be happening in our case. Like that could break some of this stuff. We'll figure it out. If it blows up, we'll know that something's odd with this. It's probably gonna blow up with shape, like mismatched shapes, unable to cast something to a specific shape because there's too many values and stuff like that. You have the foods, damn. Feels like forever ago. That's insane, More. You enjoy that? Yeah, that was a while ago. You enjoy that. All right. And I full circle. I understand why I took the tangent in the first place. I was talking about Q of SA, trying to explain what Q of SA is, right? Favorite restaurant, so it's okay. Nice. What type of food? Hopefully you didn't say it like an hour ago and I forgot, because that would mean my brain is in a bad spot. All right. Kind of feel like I did this already. No, there it is. All right, Q of SA, I just explained what that was. That was the estimation of the action selection that's going to maximize the further reward based on a given state. The given state is the new frame stack, right? So it would be frame stack, this frame stack. Shit. Fancy sandwich, nice. No, I can understand like a sandwich done right. It could be someone's favorite food. Absolutely. No need to try to convince me. I can understand that. All right, so we're asking the model for two things, really. We're asking it, give me your prediction for the previous stack frame. Give me your prediction for the current stack frame, and that's going to be Q of SA. We have access to Q of SA. Nice. Action index here. To the reward that was stored. Fine. So far, so good. You have an Austin where Schlotsky's was nice. We have a lot of, by the way, we have a lot of Texas folks here for some reason. You guys are around for sure. I noticed. All right, so if it's done, then we only output the reward. If it's not done, then we use the action index again. all right. No need to make fun of me. It is kind of a big state. That is true. A lot of the population is there. Yep. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Build error. I like that. All right, so that's still the reward, but we need to offset the reward by the gamma constant and then the maximum predicted reward, right? So that's the thing. Q of SA is going to return the maximum projected reward. I know, of course. I'm just kidding. You still don't count because you're not from there now. I don't know. Is that really what people from Texas believe? I don't think so. I think that you're part of them. All right, so that gamma is probably just a constant that's coming from the paper or the algorithm itself. That's not something that we have to tweak, I believe. I'm looking for it. Gamma. All right, so decay. Okay, I like that. At least this is a useful comment. A lot of them are not, but this one is. So it's just a small decay, a very, very minimal decay rate of past time observer. I'm okay with that. That's fine. That's what I believe because I like my state better, but I can't say that around here. Yeah. From what I understand, I know Texans. They're definitely. I know quite a few Texans actually. A lot of people in the Dallas area, and yeah, definitely proud. Definitely proud of where they come from. Like I could see that. All right, so let's add that gamma to the state, even though we're not necessarily going to merge mutate that at any point. So we have epsilon. Why not have gamma? You know. Oops, gamma. And 0.99. So this is just a little decay constant. Nothing too crazy. Oops, gamma. Come on. Times the max of Q of SA, which makes sense. So if it's done, all we're gonna do is output the final reward. If it's not done, then we're gonna output the reward that was calculated at that point in time, on top of the decay times the max of the projected future reward, and that's how we're gonna pick up pick this stuff. Now I don't know why targets to and normalize that stuff is commented out. That's not something I can answer. So I'm gonna remove it. What could go wrong? And loss was initialized as 0, and I believe loss is only there to kind of like print that final statement there. I don't know if loss is preserved over time. It might be, and if it is, it needs to be stored in the state. If it's not, it needs to only be stored in locally in the function. I mean, come on, we're missing the loss. Like, this is not exactly. This is not exactly. Rocket science. Let's just say projected future. I prefer. I don't like to use the names that are coming straight from the equation or the algorithm. I like to have like readable names so that we can kind of make sense of what's happening. So projected future rewards, in my opinion, is way more telling than Q of SA. Q underscore SA. Never mind that a variable that starts with a capital Q in Python is not exactly Pythonic. Right, so when you read np.max, right, so the numpy max of projected future rewards, it makes more sense right away. And even gamma, we could rename that to something that makes more sense. Right, so as long as you don't have a lot of back and forth between the scientific paper itself and your code, it's totally okay to do what I just did. If you're very close to the academic world, and you're kind of like doing research and going back and forth between some implementations and your own stuff, maybe not as smart to rename stuff like I do. I would not do that. I would try to stick as close to. In that case, I would stick to the naming conventions in the algorithms. And in our case, it's meant to be used and it's meant to be read by people that program, not people that want to do math and masters and PhD machine learning stuff, right? Or research. So it's the only thing that's left. I need to figure out if the loss gets aggregated over time. That's the only thing. Where's loss defined? Inside of the wild true. Well, that's dumb. This does mean that the loss is not persisted at all, like 0. Then I don't need to do plus equal, I can just do loss equal. So what you're saying is give them random nondescript variable names and hope for the best when I come back in a month. Yeah. I think you're learning properly. I think you're my teacher. I look at my teacher's notes here. I'm happy that you say that. Yeah, no, but it's gonna pay off. The thing is, this is not an exercise that everyone ends up doing in their programming work. Kind of going from the more research scientific implementation that someone that barely knows Python will kind of just hack together. They're super familiar with the paper itself and the math behind it. They're not very familiar with the Python. So we're kind of doing the janitorial work, and we clean it up so it's more Pythonic. The variables make more sense, and the structure itself and how things are called make more sense to a programmer. Because what I see in there is there's a lot of stuff that's just like, wow, why would you do this? What's up with that? Like, what's really? All right, so we just try to structure it in a way we can understand. I know you were kidding; it was a joke, but at the same time, it is an exercise that kind of deserves to be done. And the final thing here is just replacing the model here. Fine. With the inputs, so we're training on a full batch of inputs and targets. Nice, I'm happy with that. The loss is only useful for that print statement here. Ah, this looks like garbage. I'm trying to be positive, all right, but this is garbage. This is garbage stuff. I don't need the state, all right? I don't care about the state. So this is not useful. And then I need to reformat this entire print statement here. Fine. And also saving the progress might not be a bad idea. Is it a priority right now? No, because we're not even we're not going to be passing correct reward calculations. So this is definitely going to be the main block of work next time we're live. Start again, and this is cool because we don't have to worry about the learning algorithm anymore. That's going to be implemented. Now we're going to have to focus on coming up with an interesting reward system and fleshing it out and improving it. Because the better rewards we can give, the smarter the AI is going to be able to get and converge to something that makes sense, right? So right now this is garbage. You don't want to be doing random for your reward. I just need a value in place so I can test that the actual algorithm is gonna work without blowing up. All right, let's print something that's a little smarter than this. Sorry. All right, let's print the current step. We should be out of the if else. Are we still in there? We are. Interesting. Okay. All right, let's do current step. Do something a little different. I'm gonna sub-process. I'm gonna call clear in the terminal. All right. And I'm gonna print multiple lines. I would rather do this. I think it's smarter than trying to come up with that single line that does everything. Like a hero. What's the current step? Well, it's always gonna have to be us asking what that DQN state stuff is. So what's the current state here? Current step. There you go. We're gonna do that for the other values that are interesting. So how does so does Python do good at performance now compared to implementing this in C++? No, absolutely. Like C++ is gonna be faster. Absolutely lucky. The one thing that makes a difference, however, is that most of this stuff is leveraging NumPy, right? Most of this stuff is leveraging NumPy, and NumPy is mostly just nicely wrapped C++ for Python. So it's meant for Python, but it's actually most of the code base is C++. So the speed that you get from doing this, the speed, I guess, penalty or the performance penalty that you incur from doing this in Python is not as much as you would necessarily imagine. Not as much as you would imagine. You would imagine saying, oh my, like Python is orders of magnitude slower than C++, which is mostly true. However, since most of the computations happen in using NumPy data structures, and they kind of happen over the GPU also when possible in the neural net, you won't notice a huge difference. If we were just doing raw algorithms, right, Python versus C++, of course, C++ would kill it. Would absolutely destroy Python. Absolutely, right? Absolutely destroy Python. But since we're able to leverage NumPy in this case, and then eventually forward the tensors, the matrices in NumPy over to TensorFlow, and that over the GPU, that it doesn't really make a huge difference, right? Yeah. So this is what you have to know about like Python and speed, right? So as long as you're using the proper tools and you're not making mistakes, right? So if you're going from, let's say, a NumPy data structure back to a Python one, back to a NumPy one, then you're screwed, right? Speed, forget it, it's done. You have to stay in the NumPy realm for it to be fast. Right? If you're ditching the NumPy data structure, you're kind of screwed, because then it has to go from C++ back to Python, and then back serialized back to C++. This is where you lose a lot of the performance. So as long as you can stay in stuff that is backed by C++ and not go back and forth from Python to C++, then you're good. Then you're good, right? And yes, Python does have very good support for machine learning. Absolutely, this is what's good about it. This was so good about it. This is why people use Python for machine learning, deep learning, AI stuff. All right. Let's say current epsilon. So if you remember correctly, what is epsilon? Do you guys remember? For the people that were here, that was still that was a few hours ago. I think it was just epsilon, not current epsilon. Yeah, just epsilon. And yeah, current step is current step. That's good. Right. So if you don't remember what epsilon is just the constant that the constant. It's not a constant because it's very. Let's just say I don't want to say constant. Damn it! I need another word. It's just the value that's being eroded over time, right? Based on how many steps we've performed so far, it's a value that gets eroded slowly towards a minimum, and that value is used to tip the scale, right, between selecting a totally random action and relying on the neural network to give us some predictions. And why do we do this? We do this for exploration, right? So at first, we don't really know what's relevant or not. So we're going to start from fully random actions, so an epsilon of 1. We're going to slowly erode that epsilon towards a minimum. Eventually, it's going to take a long time. We're talking probably like hours and days of training to get to that minimum epsilon value. And the lower the epsilon gets, the more we're going to start relying on what we learn in the network. But we're still going to sometimes perform random actions to keep exploring possibilities. It's important. Otherwise, we're going to overfit to a bunch of I guess, like rooms in Isaac that we saw And when we see something that we've never seen before, we're gonna screw up because we didn't explore enough. We just decided to stick to what we knew from the early experiences. All right, Epsilon. What else are they? Action. All right, so this I can definitely be a little smarter. When do I reset the Epsilon? I don't really, like, for an entire training episode. I don't intend to reset the Epsilon. So it starts at 1. It's gonna perform even if Isaac dies and it starts over. We're not gonna reset Epsilon, right? We're not gonna reset Epsilon until the entire training episode is over, and that's a lot of steps. It's probably like 3 million steps or 1.75 million steps. I don't remember. But it's not going to be reset for a long time, because a training episode is what trains the neural net. It trains it, like it's from A to Z. Now Epsilon can kind of come back into play when we test our network, right? So instead of even when we run, let's say that network in production, let's just call it production, when we're happy with it and we will say, okay, now play Isaac. Even when we do that, we're still gonna leave an Epsilon that tries random stuff, right? Just to make sure, and we're never gonna say fully rely on the neural net to do this thing. So there might still be like a 1 to 5% chance that it's gonna use a totally random action, just to kind of break out of that potential overfitting, right? So during training, just to answer the question, Monkey Bandit, during the training episode, which is super long, you might have heard people saying, hey, this neural net was trained over like 5 days or 2 weeks or 2 days. If you heard that, it's true, right? And it's true. And for that entire duration, Epsilon is only going to slowly erode until it reaches that minimum. So we never really reset it for an entire training episode. Mm-hmm. All right, I was just, yeah, okay. Action. All right, how do we determine the action? Well, we know about this quite a bit, actually. We got this, we have the action index, and we're able to get the permutations from there, right? Before we output that line, I'm going to do this. So the action that was performed is actually this. Nice. My PyCharm is starting to be slow for some reason. And this was just return a tuple of the keys that are decided to be pressed, right? So it's not exactly useful debugging information. So I kind of need to bring it back to what we had. Right, this entire block for some reason is going to be repeated. So if we end up repeating this over and over again, we're probably going to make a function, like a helper function for it. For now, I can do this and it's still going to be valid. And I dislike it when you do this. PyCharm, I'm going to ask you to format things for me. All right. Yeah. And input values is going to go in here. All right, so this is the action. Where's action index coming from? Oh yeah, it's coming from, sorry. It's actually coming from the state also. Oops. What's this? Oh yeah, okay. I'm willing to bet that we're getting a few things wrong here, just because we're just going off our hunches for this thing, right? So it's not guaranteed that we're gonna get correctly. Action. What else is interesting? Reward. Okay, I can do that. Absolutely. Ah. Maximum projected future reward instead of Qmax, just to use words when we can. And finally, loss. You have access to loss. Well, not necessarily. Okay, that's I'm starting to understand why they did the loss and okay, that makes sense. That does make sense. I understand now. Because it's not guaranteed to be defined otherwise. Fine. Alright, so that's gonna be it. God damn it, I keep doing this. This is gonna be the debugging and information for every step. So every frame we process, it's gonna be outputting this stuff here. Well, every frame except for the first one, obviously, where we just established the initial frame stack. Let's I mean, how complicated is this? We might as well just implement it also. So it's using JSON to output the model. Interesting. Now, is that the best choice, or is that just because that's what they're doing? I don't know. Ah, okay, no, they're saving the model to JSON, they're saving the weights to H5. Okay. Right, so what is TT is self.dqn state. Current step. Right, so for every time it's perfectly divisible by 1,000, so every 1,000 steps, it's going to be dumping stuff to the disk. And the model itself is this one. And we're going to save this to datasets. Finding Isaac Rebirth DQN H5 overwrite true. Okay, sure. Why not? Break this over multiple lines. No context manager here, probably pretty much the same path. And importing JSON. I was not imagining we were going to import JSON at any point in time here, but here we are for some reason. So what I think it is, it's actually probably just some meta information about the current state of the model. So it's not the weights, obviously, that are going to be persisted as JSON to the disk. It's probably just like how many samples have we seen, stuff like that, and all sorts of meta information. But this should be fine. Yep. Okay. And of course, the reward here is not there. Is not exactly. It's not immediately available. Where are we getting the max? I rename. Okay, that's the one. That's the one. Where were they getting that from there in their original np.max of USA? Okay, perfect. I can do that for sure. Yeah, this one. But this bastard is still making Skynet. Didn't you see the movie? Nah, it's not Skynet. If you would have seen Isaac early on, and I'm sure a lot of people can vouch for this that saw it. If you saw Isaac acting early on, I think the world is safe for a couple of years still. Just saying. Oh, you're probably saying, wow, nice, thanks about the resources. If you're saying that, one thing I did not write correctly in that moveout command is that it's more like a it's more like a role map than anything. All right, so I would recommend doing these courses in order. They're all free, so that's pretty cool. Most of them are coming from Udacity, except for the last one, Fast.AI. If you can do that in order, and you're probably going to be better off. So not only do I recommend the courses, I recommend doing them in order, right? If you're saying, wow, nice, thanks to the fact that I'm ending the world with Skynet, then you're welcome. All right, loss is loss. And the only thing I need to do here, like, it's going to tell me, it's likely going to say, like, this is possibly not going to be defined because they are defined in... Let's see. Reward is going to be here. Is this happening inside of the else? It is. Therefore, I don't have to worry. Okay. Fine. Morning to you, the IT guy. How are you doing? Personally, I'm falling asleep right now. Right, so it's been 9 hours today, almost 10 hours yesterday, and it's a little heavier on the brain than it usually is. Like we were implementing this algorithm, right? So, and it's not the simplest one. So it's been taking a little more of my usual mental resources to go through this weekend. Even though we're gonna have fun with this, I can tell already. Hope you are doing great, and the energy's there. I mean, that at this point, would it be smarter on every new run? All right, so the way this usually works is it will only train just this once, right? But for a very, very long period of time. And then for it to be faster, you will run compiled weights, right? So you would save a version of it, and that's what you would kind of apply to the game. Because training is a little more expensive, obviously, than just asking the model for predictions. So you're not always going to be training, right? So this is something that it's possible to show gameplay while it's training, but it's not possible to always be training, if it makes sense. If it makes sense. Have a turn when I get done. Well, we just finished. Potentially, Userman just finished implementing the entire algorithm. However, what we won't have for today is actual rewards. But the fact that the entire algorithm is there is very, very promising and very interesting. So right now what I did, and we're about to test it out. I don't even know if it's going to work. But right now I'm just going to set the reward to absolutely random values. just to see if it can run and not crash. Pretty much. And perfect timing, because I'm gonna run it right now. Gonna launch Isaac. Right, my prediction is that it's gonna crash for a couple of times. We're gonna need to fix it. That usually is the case when we spend a lot of time working on the code and not really testing anything. So I launched it. I'm gonna go to the game. Can be continue, of course. Doesn't really matter. Let's use this seed right here. Uh-oh, shit. Let's put Isaac in the middle of the room. Just say, you do your thing. Isaac, go forth and do your thing. And then I get to sit back a bit until it crashes. Then we get back to work. There you go. That wasn't too long. Damn it. Alright, I barely got to lean back, and it's already back to work. I know, I potentially know why. Right, so reward is accessible, frame stack's accessible, but the other stuff is happening only if we're past the observation state. So what I probably need to do is just initialize the missing variables here to something, to some bullshit, really. 404 not found. Yeah, kind of, pretty much. So which one is that? The first one that blew up is maximum projected rewards. I can maybe do... I don't know if that's gonna be accepted. And loss, it's not gonna exist outside of this, so we're gonna say loss is 0. Something like this. Wait, no. I don't know. I'm still gonna need the... this guy. So look at that or 0 here. Anything else that's not defined? I don't think so. For desktops, it's segfault. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. We're gonna get... yeah, okay. Sure. That has nothing to do with that, however. This is just a bug I still haven't fixed with the frame grabber that happens sometimes. So this is not the same thing. There we go. Alright. So far, so good. It hasn't tried to access it has not tried to access the model, however, the neural net so far. So this is probably where it's going to crash at some point. But we can watch this for a while. I need to relax a bit, so I'm just going to watch this for a while, watch the steps increment. And we can probably even get some sort of estimation of how long it would take to train based on this. I'm still writing out the actions. Thank you for the follow, do appreciate it. Thank you. The rewards are random, right? So you guys are aware of that right now. This is definitely going to be the subject matter of the next coding stream that's going to be happening next weekend. We're going to focus entirely on that reward system. But if the algorithm's in place, this is massive progress, right? What's currently, I think I just answered that without knowing, right? So it's sort of learning, yeah. Well, technically, yes, it's not learning on any useful reward, but once it's going to be past the observing stage, it's going to start. It would start accessing the neural net. Yes. Right now, it's filling its memory. That's what it's doing. That corner seems pretty rewarding. No, right now it's still doing random stuff because epsilon is 1, right? If you guys remember that, epsilon is 1. So while epsilon is 1, it's 100% chance of getting a random result, right? I do appreciate the follow. Thank you. All right, so as long as epsilon is 1, reward absolutely random, then it's going to start like it's filling the memory right now, really, with the state transitions. What I'm hoping is not going to happen is I'm going to... Don't do it, Isaac. Don't go on the spikes, please. There you go. Good boy. What I'm hoping is going to happen is I'm not going to run out of memory. Right? Because that would suck. Like, we're technically allowing ourselves to fill the memory. Uh-oh. Shit. All right. All right, well, this is crash number 1. There we go. This is when it tried to write stuff to the disk. All right. So that little block did not work too well. Yeah, the problem is I did an absolute pap. That's just dumb of me. See, that is a mistake indeed. Hate to see a silly error like that kill it. I know. And the thing is, the values, you have to realize the values are actually ridiculously huge, right? So the replay memory size is 50,000 transitions. Every transition has 8 images in it. So that's why I'm saying I'm kind of worrying about how big the memory is going to get. And then what else is there? It's going to observe for 3,200 steps. So we have to get to step 3,200 before it starts potentially training. And then the max steps are 3 million, right? So we're gonna try to get to 3 million steps. And epsilon is gradually going to be eroded up to 0.1 over 3. So annealed is the term usually that you're trying to, instead of erosion. Yeah, it's going to crash while accessing the neural net file system. Yeah, isn't that how it always happens, really? Oh, I get that, DGC. Seriously, I didn't even think of you saying silly in the sense that I was silly. It's if you program, you know what it is. It's always the stupid stuff that gets you, right? It's never. You're always. It doesn't matter for how long you've been programming, really. You're always like, oh yeah, the hard stuff's gonna kill me. It's always the stupid shit that ends up killing you every single time. It's always a little thing that you forgot, a stupid thing that has nothing to do with the logic. That kills it. So it's definitely relatable. Like it's not like, oh, you're stupid for no. It's just like, yeah, no, stupid stuff kills it. I get that. It really is stupid. But I mean, in the end, if it's stupid stuff that kills it or smart stuff, it still kills it. So we have to deal with it. What else are we missing here? And you're saying next day, userman, right? What's funny about that? Why am I laughing? Because you know that when they say sleep on it, usually it's just. So if I was stuck on something right now, and I just can't get it to work, I would probably it would be better off for me to call the stream, really, just because sleep on it is an actual thing that's true, right? You just sleep on it, the next day it's going to be super obvious, like why it was failing. All right, anything else? I was just trying to give you guys the neural net being a cause of failure. That's not going to happen until we reach step 3,200. Okay. So if you can get there, it means that everything pre-neural net is working fine. Come back from mini a smoke break with the answer, of course. Like, it can be whatever, man. it can be going for a walk, going to the washroom, going for a smoke, going for whatever, and it usually taking that break is just the solution, right? So keep an eye on the current step. We blew up at 1,000 earlier on, so if we get past 1,000 this time around, we should be good. The next step that we have to keep an eye on is step 3,200. And after that, epsilon should start going down very, very slightly. I don't know. I don't have an estimate for that, however. I want to learn programming. My work is mostly Java devs, should I start? We're trying to learn that. Java, you mean? If you want to start learning Java? Yeah, well, I guess what Userman says makes a lot of sense, right? So you want to learn something that is a good tool for the job, the problems you're trying to solve. And also, if you can make it a language you enjoy, absolutely. Other than that, DGC with the beginner thing, absolutely. Another recommendation, right? So this is why we have the commands, right? So just, it's reoccurring questions. I would check out these beginner resources. Java is not a bad language to learn first, right? Of course, people are going to have, everyone's going to have different opinions. So if you ask around what language should I learn, you're probably going to end up leaving with more questions than you had before you asked the question, because everyone's going to give you different opinions on stuff. So of course, your own personal take and your own personal appreciation on the language is going to be worth a lot in the equation to decide on that language. Had to look up the command list. That's okay. A lot of people have told me Python, since it's easier to learn first. Well, I'm not going to speak against Python, right? Because we're using this. Like, as you can see, Python can be used to do a bunch of stuff, right? A big variety of stuff. That's also true of Java, to be fair. Both of them are very, very general purpose languages. So I don't think learning either. Just go with the one you feel like just try out both, and whatever language you feel you dig the most personally, like go with that. Go with that. Nice. All right, so you thought it was crashing, guys, but it didn't crash. It was just outputting information. Yeah, syntax is not going to be in the way with Python. That's for sure. I agree with that. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. So this is what people are generally going to tell you, right? Try to find a project, try to get a project. So having that Raspberry Pi might be cool, right? It might be a motivation, might be a direction for projects. I say do it. I say do it. Getting into Python right now, I am blown away by the ecosphere of API plugins. Yeah, that's it. Right, that's what really. I'm like I keep saying, I keep telling people this on the chat. Of course, I do end up repeating myself. Isaac loves the sacrifice room. I keep saying that, but I'm a maker. First of all, I like to make stuff, right? So I'm not. Some people really like the little technical details about programming and the nitty gritty and the theory behind it all. I'm mostly a maker, right? I like to build stuff, right? I don't really care that much about the little details that makes a language better or worse. Of course, I'm gonna try to still use the right tool for the job. I'm not gonna use a language that's bad for something on purpose, right? But I'm still a maker, and this is really what I like about Python. Is just like the library ecosystem is really, really interesting. Of course, we're also experiencing a side effect of that library ecosystem. I mean, the libraries that you find might be in all sorts of states. And I think we've seen this weekend. You might find libraries that at first look very good, that they solve your problem and stuff like that. Once you start having issues, you look at the source code, you're like, oh boy, like what did we just get into? Yep, C good for learning memory. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Started with Python and then to C. That's an interesting one, Quad. Like I've never heard of actual colleges doing it in that order, but that's interesting. I like that. Well, it's not that surprising. I guess normally they would teach you Java and then C, so that they just switched to Python, and not necessarily the biggest surprise. True. Nice to get paid to learn. Yeah, absolutely. I guess this is the one thing I miss about my conventional job. It's just that you're paid to learn new stuff, pretty much. Same, you switch between C# and Python? Yeah, there you go. Nice. You learned C++ in engineering first year? Okay. That started with Java. Yeah, that's it. That's the classic path, I guess, I seem to remember from people doing that stuff in school. And of course, things have changed. And I'm kind of happy that things have changed. But yeah, what I remember is mostly like, oh yeah, first year Java, second year C++ or C. That's like the classic stuff I remember. First from CS. And yes, if you're working right now, you have a job, like don't hesitate to get that training stuff, right? Like most businesses can have. It really depends on where you are, but I think it's still generally true. Most businesses can claim tax credits if they actually show that they're training their employees. So don't ever hesitate to ask for that training. Worst case, you get a no, but you could be surprised. Always ask for that. Like Vortium says, like nothing's better than getting paid to learn. So do try to take advantage of that if you can. Nice. All right, so C++ and then OpenGL. Nice. So I mean, it's still very centered around C++, which is fine because it's a great like foundation language. Absolutely, I'm okay with that. That they teach this a lot in colleges. That's definitely fine. It definitely is a great foundation language. Don't do it, Isaac. Don't you dare do it. He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Ah. Can we get some Bible thumbs for Isaac? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. We're almost reaching that next interesting milestone, and that's the 3200. This is where it's going to stop observing and start training using the neural net. So this is a critical point where it could where it could fail, right? Where it could fail. Yes, the Bible thumbs. Or what is it that Sheriff Eli likes to say? Round-headed, crying eyeball guy. Yeah, that's the one. Hey, no problem. No problem. I'm glad that mostly chat and maybe I can be of help. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. He's doing it. Ah. He's gonna die. I can tell he's gonna die. Out of all the random stuff he could be doing, he decided to go for the sacrifice room. And I swear to God, if he dies before I reach 3200, I'm gonna be pissed. Because this is the spot that we need to reach. Thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. Oh, straight out. Straight out. It happens. I'm sorry. Sometimes the snake, the little mini snakes decide to not stick to the glass. Got a cheat engine, super speed this up. I don't think nothing will ever speed this up, unfortunately, because we're not bound by the game speed. We're bound by the processing speed of our frames. Shach. No, we haven't implemented the change of health yet. All I'm testing right now is that everything is okay with the algorithm setup. Yeah. If he dies, yes, more. I can. If he dies, I can definitely continue. I would just prefer if he did, like, just because I'm nice like that. I would prefer if he did not die. Like no useless deaths if we can. Why are you wishing for Isaac to die? Don't do it. Sack rooms are commonly yeah, shit. So he's gonna learn very quickly that he can sacrifice health to maybe get a chest. That's bad. Why is there a difference between the actions? Just because one is the previous, one is the current, from what I understand. This is why. Actually, the one at the bottom is the current one. Then a clear is called. I was not expecting for that one to output, by the way. That's just a mistake. That's just a mistake. And this is the current one. This is the previous one. Just because after that one, there's a terminal like clear that's happening, and then the rest is printed. That's why it's kind of out of order like this. Yeah, he's gonna learn. He's gonna learn a lot that sacrificing is good. That's probably bad. Hey, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. We're almost there. 50 steps to certain crash. Hopefully it won't crash, but I don't have my hopes up. If it does crash, we're probably gonna shorten the delay. The observe. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right. Interesting. Well, at least the error is very. And Isaac stops all of a sudden. It's just like, oh, I died. I just died. Not in game, but I just died. My brain is dead. I can't move anymore. At least, like I said, at least the error is very, very clear. So that's very nice. That's very nice. We can work with that. Rip, if they crash, do they lose the training so far? Yes, they would. Well, yes and no. The weights are saved every 1,000 every 1,000 steps. We do save the weights. However, that was the first time we were gonna. This was the first time we were gonna actually interface with the neural net. And why was I saying I was expecting a crash? Just because I know we haven't tested the data we pass as input is in the correct format, right? So I was expecting it to crash. We're gonna have to fix it. But technically, if you go to data sets here, there is an H5 for the weights that exists and a JSON here that has details about the model. So not everything is lost necessarily. I was expecting that. It's almost good that it happened. Just to be clear, it's almost a good thing that this did happen. Right. All right. So I have to see. It might have to do with that permute stuff. Self.input shape. Where's that coming from? Yeah, that might be one of the mistakes. Let's go back and see. Expected permute input to have shape none this, but got 3. All right, so it's totally out of order and not the correct shape. Interesting. But now I know which shape I'm trying to pass, which is not a bad thing, right? So I know I'm trying to pass color channels, height, width, and finally the index in the frame stack, the order in the frame stack. Yeah. Well, while he was playing with random inputs, he actually cleared a few rooms. Totally out of pure luck. Out of pure luck. He managed to kill a few flies and stuff like that. So, yeah, lucky. No, he even killed the fat dude, right? The fat guy, the big baby or whatever. The one that has knockback with the farts. He actually managed to kill one of these. He almost died, but he got lucky. And he killed one. Yep. Also true. Absolutely, I remember that. So yeah, he can, like, just a random input can technically beat a few rooms. This is interesting. Good start. All right, let's just fix that. So the input shape, I don't think I'm ever using window length anywhere. Let's just confirm that before I delete it. No, I don't. This is the only place where it's used. Perfect. I'm okay with that. The input shape here is going to be... I would dispute the sniped. Yeah, I think I agree with that. Yep. All right. So permute. What is this permute step in Keras? It's just to reorder stuff that's coming from NumPy. So we're saying, hey, here's the shape you're going to be given, and try to reorganize it that way. And the error we got when we try to get to the neural net is I was expecting to get this shape, but I got this shape. Right, so we need to just like make sure that we're passing it the correct order and format. It's nice to see this actually doing stuff. I know, right? Like it's been a long time coming. I know that. I'm perfectly aware. I'm probably stressed about it more than you guys ever were. If I'm telling the truth, I wanted this to start like evolving a bit, right? All right, so what input shape are we going to pass? It said it did see. I was expecting. No, I did see 3, 135, 240. So that's color channel first, and finally. All right. So let's say you're going to be past this, and permute this into whatever you prefer. I was trying to make the AI feel better. I'm just gonna grab a bit of water. And are we gonna fix this? There might be more issues, all right? The fact that we're dealing with color images right now might mean that a lot of our stuff in the neural net is not necessarily configured properly. So it's definitely possible it's gonna blow up some more. I mean, I have hopes that it's gonna be okay, but who knows, right? Before Isaac kills himself on spikes whenever they come up. Well, if it happens, it happens. That would be that's at this point, like I said, anything that happens is going to be entertaining no matter what, right? So either we make great progress and it's a great successful bot, or it ends up being a joke, and we're still okay with that, right? It's still entertainment, it's still content. We're definitely giving it our best shot. Thank you for the follow, I do appreciate it. I'm gonna get some water and I just try to get at least the neural net to accept our frames. Once we get that, hopefully we could at least get it to reach the neural net stage. And if the neural net works without too much issues with the color frames, then we're probably gonna call it, right? But for now, I'm gonna go get that water. Stayed in the cup. Yep. This is one thing we do here. We live cast the status of the follow snakes. From what I've seen, it takes days before it can clear rooms with ease. Yeah, it's gonna take a while, right? Even right now, we're missing the critical part, Dunero. We're missing the part where it actually gets rewarded or punished for stuff it does. And that's gonna make all the difference on whether or not we can create a good AI over time or not. But what is a constant is it's gonna take a few days, right? So what I did say, if we get it to train successfully and we can establish some decent reward functions, I'm probably gonna let it run over the week. Maybe not this week, maybe it's gonna be next week, but it's definitely eventually gonna run like almost like 24/7. So you guys, if you're just curious and you want to see the AI training itself, actually training, not just playing a static version of its algorithm, but actually training and trying to improve, you're going to be able to see that. And of course, I'm not expecting anyone to watch this for hours on end, but just like drop by once in a while, try to see what's up, if it's making any progress or not, right? It needs to figure out the reward is story progression. Yeah. Could just leave it streaming. Yeah, I think I will. But I won't. One thing I will not do is leave it streaming when it's not actually equipped to learn, right? So that's where I personally draw the line. I know some other people like to stream static versions of the model. I don't want to do that, right? I don't want to do that. I'm gonna get my water, like I said. Just give me a sec. Alrighty. Let's try to get this to work before we call it a day and a weekend. I think it was a pretty interesting weekend. Definitely a more difficult one, coding-wise. Thank you for the welcome back. I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a harder weekend. Let's just say on the brain, right? Just because we're working with a little more intense stuff than we usually do, like implementing that deep network algorithm in a way that is compatible with our framework and the setup that we have. Definitely not the simplest of tasks, so it was a little more expensive in the brain, but I still think it was very interesting. We made some interesting progress for sure. All right. So let's go back to the error again. I need to see that. So it was expecting to have this, and it got this guy. Okay. So my big fear here is just that the neural net is not meant to deal with color images. That's my big fear right now. Just not sure. I can look at the other guy, because the other guy deals with color images. It's a more complex network, but it's a pre-built network. I don't think I get to see what's up with that. Yeah, when I ask it, Inception v3. Unless I ask for the network to summarize itself, I don't think I'll get to see that type of transformation. Yeah, I'm kind of scared that this is not going to work tonight. If it's not going to work when we pass it, I'm just going to have to do that on my own time. Is it doing random inputs right now, or doing inputs based on what inputs it sees is giving more rewards? Right now, no. The thing is, it would start doing that using random with my random rewards. It would probably start doing that, but it needs to reach the neural net. So there's an observation step, right? A state at the beginning that is called the observation state, and that's just used to backfill the memory. We don't want to start training unless we have a decently populated memory for experience replay, right? So we need to have a bunch of transitions along with reward scores in the memory before we can start training. And right now, it reaches that point where it says, okay, have enough samples in my memory to start doing the experience replay, make mini batches and train on that. But when it tries to hit the neural net, it says, oh, you're sending the image data in a format that I'm not expecting, or shape that I'm not expecting, and it blows up. So this is what I'm trying to fix right now. To be perfectly honest, am I going to manage to fix? Sorry, the intonation kind of changed as I was moving on the chair. Am I going to manage to fix this right now? Not exactly sure. Right? Unless someone's a pro at neural nets in chat and wants to tell me if it's probably not going to be compatible, right? Just because it says it's expecting to have a shape of a three-dimensional thing. See why this none thing gets added just because it wants to fit to this. So it's not expecting to see 4 dimensions. And the reason why it's normally it would be expecting to see 4 images, grayscale images of that size. Now I'm saying, hey, here's 4 images of that size, but are actually color images. And this is why it doesn't seem to be compatible right now. So unless someone can give me a quick sample, I guess, on Keras convolution to the color. Where are you getting that from? More change the none to shape.rect. Random made up. Yeah, I was kind of catching it. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. It was said with confidence. So I almost believed it. I believed it. That was a good one. That makes up for the terrible joke yesterday. All right, that was a good one. You deserve it. I think you did fool a few people there. I'm tired enough to believe at this point. I at least checked it. You got me to check. Yeah, everyone has a friggin' input shape of grayscale stuff. This is what I hate. It's like we only have so many examples of something. It's like all the tutorials always have the same information. There's no one that kind of breaks the norm there. That would have been hilarious if it was correct. That would have been amazing. Imagine that. That would have been great. Indeed. I don't know if you guys feel that pain with tutorials sometimes. You're just like, you're going to go from one, in your Google query, you're going to go from one site to the next, and you're all going to see the same, almost the same material being covered by the tutorials. And you're just like, why? How's that? Why? Like, just give me some information. Like, what do convolutional, what do they do with color channels? And it's the same answer as we saw before. I can give the input shape. I can definitely give an input shape to a convolutional layer. That might be... Oh, tomorrow live. There you go. we have a spoiler alert. Morris gonna potentially do Python live tomorrow. I'll be sure to check that out. True, it is Monday tomorrow. I'm expecting a stream, nothing less. Yeah, exactly, niche. Yeah, no, I get that. You're right, Mr. Kachi. You're my Kashi or Kachi. Well, if we can pass an actual input shape. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Exactly right. This is more in line with what I was thinking. VT7, like really, like it's just like I'm looking for very specific stuff, but Google just brings up the basic blog spam articles that just says, hey, here's how you do the basic stuff that's in the documentation, repeated like for an entire Google page of results. Yeah, it is frustrating, but then again, niche problems. They're niche for a reason, right? Not a lot of people encounter them. So the only thing that's wrong really is the permute state here and perhaps the input shape that we're going to pass to the first layer of the convolution. So I don't think it's worth panicking yet, right? So it's not that difficult. We need to bring 4 to 1 in the permute. So 4 needs to be first. Then whatever is, I guess it's 2, 3, 1. Yeah. And then I can probably pass, I'm not sure yet. Minus tutorial, minus guide. Okay, oh yeah. Yeah, true. All right, how do I test this in a way that's not going to take forever? I need to, the minimum I can I can train it at, well, I can observe, I believe is going to be, let's say 50, right? So that's going to happen super fast. Yeah, that should work. That should allow us to reach the neural net. Let's get out of that stupid room, right? Because Isaac, you know what Isaac's going to end up doing if we go there. Start Isaac play again. And try to, it's probably going to crash after 50 steps, but I still want to see, at least we're not going to have to wait for 3,200 steps for it to crash. I want to see if we're making any progress. Yep, there you go, right? I was expecting that. It's telling me that first convolution layer is expecting 4 dimension and they got 5. So that sucks. So I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure how we're gonna get that stuff in there. Unless I can do input shape here. All right, let's try that. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna have to research this a little more, to be honest. Unless, like I said, someone can come up with a magical save here. All right. So what's that shape again? It's a 3 or it's a 4 first. Yeah, it's a. Okay, 4. 4, 2, 3, 1. I did come up with a magical save. It was just made up. Fine. What is activation ReLU? Activation ReLU is you specify the type of activation. So any node or let's say neuron in a layer will train its activation when it gets input. So that's what gets trained. It's the activation. What's activation ReLU? It's rectified linear activation. So instead of having like, it's just a type of activation function. So you could definitely have some sort of linear function that says if the input is this, then activate if you're past that threshold or not. Rectified linear is just a function that starts flat and eventually follows a linear path. And I'm not the one that decided on this. This is coming straight from the paper, the DeepMind paper, right? I'm not the person that decided that. But it's just describing how it should try to train its activation function. So if we say try to aim for rectified linear activation, then this is why we say activation ReLU. Asking me for explanations when I'm like almost 10 hours in on the second day of the weekend is not going to get you the best. So maybe we can try again on Saturday morning next time. Someone gotta follow. All right, so one possibility, like I said, is to just say, hey, screw it. Let's say 4, 135. I'm still not expecting a 2D convolutional layer. Wait, can I do convolution 3D here instead? Could it be as dumb as that? Where's my Keras documentation? Oops, wow, fail. Nah, there's only Conv2D. Oh, Conv3D, there we go. I'm gonna have to research that. I mean, it's either I do it off stream or I do it on stream, but like, who wants to see me research that stuff, right? It's not gonna be the most fascinating thing. But we do know we're close. Right, I was about to try one last thing out of nowhere, and if that worked, 240 and 3. But I'm not expecting that to work at all. And then I'm gonna have to. Always wanted to mess around with TensorFlow, just don't have the time. Yeah, I can get that. I definitely get that. That's just the normal, the weird crash from the frame grabber. I still haven't identified. I still don't know why it does that. Could you have to try catch? We could, but I'm okay with getting the exceptions. Oh, come on, can you stop doing this, please? Yeah. And like I said, I'm okay with getting the stack trace on the first. Yeah, it's the same thing. It doesn't matter if I give it more. So the conv2d is never going to accept something different in this case. So it's either we work with grayscale, which I don't want to because I do believe there's a lot of important information in the color. Right, so one option for me is to work in grayscale, absolutely, and that would fix our issue altogether. However, I do feel like it's a lazy fix. I think we're going to lose a lot of potentially interesting information by ditching the color channels, right? What exactly does TensorFlow do? Well, TensorFlow is mostly just a library that will... right, so tensors, why it's a fancy term for, when you think about it, a matrix, right? And TensorFlow really just says, like, you can define flows, a transformation between, various matrices, right? So you start from a sample matrix of n dimensions, and you kind of define a flow, a transformation flow on that matrix. You can perform transformations and eventually get the result out. That happens to map pretty nicely with neural networks, right? Because neural networks are pretty much exactly that, a flow of tensors that gets transformed. So that's really all TensorFlow is, and then you can use TensorFlow to implement neural network systems and algorithms yourself in TensorFlow. Yep, does matrix operations super fast. Exactly, absolutely. Perfect answer. Perfect answer. So TensorFlow does not do necessarily neural networks. That's not what it does. It's meant to define a flow of applying transformation on tensors, on matrices. It's not meant to be. It's not meant to do. It doesn't do neural networks, right? It just happens to be the perfect solution to implement neural nets. But it's not meant to do neural nets. It's really a framework to define a flow of operations on matrices. So that's not going to work. Like I said, like either we go to grayscale, which I feel is a lazy, is definitely a lazy solution, or I do my research offline and fix this and update you guys on what was the fix. I believe I'm going to choose that option, seeing that we're almost at 10 hours, right? Do I need math background to use TensorFlow for AI? Well, maybe a little bit. Just a very little bit of math. Just remember a bit of linear algebra, because you're going to be dealing with matrices and vectors and stuff like that, right? But you don't need a big foundation. No, exactly. You don't need a big foundation. Just to at least understand what you're manipulating. Do you need to understand the operations that are happening? No, absolutely not. If you want to do applied machine learning, applied AI, and you're not doing research, you don't need that math background, right? Let's be real. Yep, Frixes. Agree again. I'm gonna leave it there, right? So it's pretty sad, but at the same time, I don't have an immediate solution for this, and I don't want to just be lazy and drop to grayscale because of laziness, right? I don't want that to be the reason why we're using grayscale for Binding of Isaac. I think it's going to make a difference to use the color image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, even though it doesn't really work right now, right, let me revert this like this. Let me make a little comment here and say that this is still broken. Right. It's not even gonna run probably, but I'm gonna be committing this, right? I'm gonna be committing this to the repo. All the work we've done over the weekend, I'm gonna be shooting that over there, and that's gonna be it, right? I'm gonna have to call it. I'm gonna do my own research, like I said. I'm gonna figure out what was the issue here, and I'm gonna be sure to share that with you guys next time. If you'd like to catch up with VODs on YouTube, I'll be uploading all the VODs for the weekend, probably tomorrow morning, my time. And it takes a while to process, so it's probably gonna be there in about 24 hours. And other than that, you can probably watch it on Twitch also if you want to. I'm going to be committing this to GitHub. So if you don't know where the repo is, once again, I'm just going to make sure to drop that before I leave. So if you're interested in the code, you might want to check out the repository on GitHub. That is what I just pasted there in the chat. You might be interested in checking that out. If you're more interested in the content, the video content itself, like I said, it's more VODs you're going to want to refer to. The project itself, all right, is making a framework that's going to facilitate the task for a developer to create game agents or AIs that are going to learn to play games you own on Steam, right? So not a specific library of games or Flash games or stuff like that. Like actually any game you own, you should be able to hook them into this framework and start working and building AI. So that's the goal. It's a pretty ambitious project. It's a long-term project, absolutely long-term project. If you're interested in checking that out, please do. And StarCraft. All right. But like I said, like we could technically have enough content for a lifetime just on the channel, just because of how many games and how many algorithms and stuff like that we can try. But yeah, I'm gonna be. I have to call it at some point, and I'm pretty tired, so I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say, as usual, thanks for watching. Thanks for the amazing chat. To be honest, like let's be real, chat is fantastic. Like I don't even need to moderate anything. You guys are really nice and helpful to each other. I really appreciate that. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows again, the donations, more, like seriously more, with like a 50 friggin' bomb in the cup today. Like come on, that's insane. And I'll see you guys next time. If I do have an update during the week regarding the neural net, I will share it. But other than that, it's gonna have to go to next Saturday, and I will see you then. So you have a good week. Right, sleep well if it's still Sunday here, and then have a good Monday otherwise. And I'll see you next time, all right? Goodbye. I did nothing. Yeah, you know what you did. You know what you did. All right, see you guys.